around the whole crowd, trying to like, control the situation with like his little gamma male comment. So it's like on the from the camera, you're just gonna hear me like kind of switch tone and be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, I must be the dumb one," or like, "Oh wait, did you not hear what I said about the second law of thermodynamics? Do you know what that is? Oh, okay, that must mean I'm stupid." And people were like, "Damn, be nicer, Austin." I'm like, "You don't get it. Like it's all relative to what's going on. Like it's not. It's 100% relative. I'm actually trying to reach those human beings out there. Like I'm watching them. People low key try to tape me. So it's really a crazy thing. They are in a trance. They sleepwalk through. A lot of them even wearing their masks, just staring at their phones until they start hearing the logic. Like it's like they wake up out of their trance more than you would think. They choose, and then a large group of them choose to go back into their trance. So that's a totally different ballgame, right? Like you've consciously chosen to go back to the
Wait,
trance state.
time out. That may not necessarily be the
Yeah,
fact.
I
A
mean,
lot
what
of
they
that could
do,
just be blending. A lot of people blend.
yeah, what they do is they wear their mask and they pull the mask down, and they smoke a cigarette, and then
No,
they
no,
pull the
no, no,
mask
no,
back
no.
up again.
I've watched people be embarrassed to wear the mask around me, and like as I've already seen them. I'm very good. This is here a little free game for you fellas out there. This is how you are good with females too. You're attentive of them. You can already see them. You tap into your peripheral in general, and like so you can already tell and everything, but you realize that they are intently waiting to see when you'll notice them. So they assume that they're ahead of you, if you see what I'm saying, by looking at you. So you don't give away that you saw them looking, that alone, and then you just kind of read them. But anyway, then when I do look at them, it's like, dude, if they haven't gotten their mask off or they're dealing with it and haven't pulled it off yet, they'll turn around thinking that they turned so fast I didn't see them, but I've already saw them in my peripheral even, if this makes sense. So like people, when I start to lay it down, people feel embarrassed to be wearing it. And in New York, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the only city I've been in where everyone acts like they're a G, like a gangster or something. I'm such a gangster. I'm wearing a mask because the government told me to, and people get embarrassed. So you can tell that at that point they had not even really consciously thought of how dumb it was till they heard it. So I guess what I'm saying is you'd be surprised that, yeah, it looks like we're losing. Sometimes it feels like we're losing because people are so lost and they watch the news and wear a mask and they're scared of, they want to rush to get some experimental injection, and like they're just lost. And it's weird because they just have never got to hear the other side. There's a mixed batch. Some have kind of heard it and ignored it, and some have never heard it. That's the real fight.
Yeah,
Like who cares
yeah,
about those who heard it and ignored it, bro? Like a ton of people haven't really heard it. They're like, "Would you? Did you see the Flat Earth Society tweet about we have members all around the globe?" They actually think that.
yeah. I've seen people walking in the street and they sort of pull their mask down, and when they walk in the shop, they put the mask up. You know, and what's all that about? No, it's okay to walk in the street without a mask, but like when you walk in the shop, you've got to put your mask on.
Well, a huge percentage of the people aren't wearing the mask because they really believe that, like, they could die and it saves them. Like, vast majority of them are just wearing it to comply, just to get by, with minimal conflict.
Yeah, who wants to get the cow tongue?
Yeah, it's a headache.
You see the pictures of the cow tongue?
The what?
People's tongues swelling up after they're getting the jab. There was a couple photos on. It was the other day. I seen a couple pictures of it on there, where the guy's tongue swelled up about 20 pounds from the shot.
Yeah, but we ain't talking about that, unfortunately. We're trying to keep on subject.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
The whole situation
Cattle
is crazy.
graze on a flat earth.
That's just one more reason to, you're talking about freedoms and everything.
Did you hear? There's a clip of Elon talking about like messing with mRNA. You could, in theory, reverse aging.
Yeah, that could be a side effect. Who knows? Let's find out, right? No, how about
No.
changing your genetic code could like make you like ownable, like a genetically modified organism. According to Supreme Court, you can own those. So fuck what he's saying.
Of course, dude. But my point is just that I've been calling that for a while. Like they're gonna come with a sales pitch that they can basically make you not die. It doesn't have to be true, bro. How do you test that claim? You see someone live for a crazy long time and not die? People will rush
So
to
it's a
get it before they
catch-22.
ever see it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be real. It's just like this inoculation.
But
Facts.
so it'd be a catch-22. You would be owned by someone else, but you gotta live forever.
Well, and you wouldn't even actually live forever. That's the worst part. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not that it would be worth it to live forever or whatever that means. It's just the point that it doesn't have to actually be true. It'll still work. So when I heard him say that, and specifically about mRNA, I'm like, bro, this is getting wild. The way, from my perspective, like that, like, yeah, a genetic modification, and he's like, you could turn someone into a butterfly.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Well, in the end, isn't it foretold that people will wish for death or seek death, but will not be able to find it?
Yes, dude, they will long for death, but it will flee from them. I'm
For
telling you,
good or for a while.
We ain't doing that.
it'll flee. It just says it'll flee from them. Yeah, I mean, so that's a hard thing to even wrap your mind around. Like, so you're saying you can't walk to the top of a building?
This guy
Like,
will be raining death like the Black Plague. Call me
Very
Reaper. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Abominations of nature just walking around. If they were begging for death, wouldn't you help them out? Hey.
you can see how the society's been set up where people would fall for that, right? Like, so
they're
many
dumb.
people are they're dumb and uninformed and brainwashed. So many people are nihilistic and materialistic. And so if you're a nihilist materialist that like a nihilistic materialist that thinks, it's just pure
So,
random
hold
happenstance
up.
that you're here, why would you not extend it?
Let's weigh it against known truths. How many Rockefellers changed their RNA? Are they living forever? I mean, them materialistic bastards don't want to die. They want to live to collect more shit.
They're the ones keeping their bloodlines pure, or so they think.
Yeah. They're actually bringing it back to the top where they're going to have a bunch of inbred retards.
I think they're already getting dumb. I think they're already retarded. Like, if you just look at the progression.
You can't limit the gene pool and not get retardation. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, normally they cut it off after about 200 years and extend it to a different limb to avoid even like physical deformity. So they know there's some mental capacity limit that comes with it, and they still choose it until the extent of physical deformity. Dude, look at George Bush Sr. and George Bush Jr. Like, just listen to them talk side by side. You're like, dude, this other one, like your son's a dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, bro. I think that they're getting dumber.
No, he's a clone. He's 2.0. He didn't get fully educated. He just, they left him in a little too long or something.
Some of their family trees are literally stumps.
Have you
I
heard
think I think it's really simple.
Stumps,
they're dumb. They're dumb. They themselves are very materialistic and fleshly driven, but they know some crucial key pieces of knowledge that we don't know. They're very simple, hyper-logical, self-evident truths, but they have kept them from the people. And since they know them, that knowledge is power, right? So they have that power that comes with that knowledge just simply because everyone else doesn't have that basic knowledge. They were somehow able to trick them out of understanding it. So it's not that they're smart; they're actually dumb. They just have they stack the deck,
Yeah, they know where the ace is.
Yeah.
The rulers convinced the people that they were involved in the selection of the rulers. That was-
Yeah, but like a 5-year-old can understand that.
Here,
That's my point. Like
listen.
the elite, quote unquote, aren't that smart. Is all I'm saying.
Listen, they convince you they're rulers. You know, societies are built on social compacts or a social contract where all people get together and say, hey, we got to follow certain rules for the good of the community. And it's totally on balance. Now, we don't owe allegiance to, we can leave the social compact whenever the fuck we want. But now all of a sudden you think you're stuck in the social compact and these people are your fucking rulers. How the hell is that? You got the right to say fuck some words written on paper, do you not? Were you born with that right?
100%.
You owe allegiance to a bunch of dead men's words written on paper? Is that a
Nope.
spell binding?
Yeah, but
you don't owe allegiance to that crap.
don't you guys agree that you could teach like a 5-year-old, like, look, okay, we're gonna have a election for class president, but you are actually gonna get to pick both of the people they get to vote on. You pick out. So Ashley, you tell me, what 2 people do you want to be vice president or class president, right? That
Yeah.
that owe you favors or
You
whatever.
can teach them how to rig an election.
5 years old, and you'd be like, okay, now what you're gonna do is you're gonna get all the other people to really believe that it's between those 2, and they're fighting for them. They'll never know that like you picked both those people out. Now try to control which one they think they pick or whatever. It doesn't, like, she could be 5. So like they're young and they get pieces of information like, okay, a lot of people think the Earth's a spinning ball. Like the Earth is actually flat. It's the center of everything. The sky just keeps moving around this crazy, beautiful, like, system. So like they understand basic truths that were hidden from a young age. They are not smart themselves, though. I think they are actually dumb. A lot of them are like pretty dumb. Because I think the flesh makes you dumb, honestly.
They've installed an elaborate system, that's for sure, and have convinced a lot of people that it is, something that they need to believe in, or it has to be there, or else, But
yeah, but they established a system, right? And then with the idea of passing on this crazy
They didn't
powerful.
establish it. They conned you into a social contract. You gave away your natural life by natural law. The people need to understand this. With the guys that you and I are both going to benefit from this. But under natural law, when the scales become unbalanced, like you got benefit and I do not, that's an unjust contract and it's null and void.
They orchestrated
your own free will.
Better said, they orchestrated this plan to make you turn over your free will, right? And so the orchestration is real, but I'm saying they orchestrated it in the idea of, well, we're going to pass on this power structure to our offspring and our offspring, right? And so, but what I'm saying is, when you fast forward down to those offsprings, they're actually getting dumber because they're like incestuous, and Silver Plate handed these crucial truths. So they actually become less efficient.
Yeah, intelligence isn't what you know; it's how well you can use what you know.
Yep.
So you can know a lot of shit and not be intelligent. I know a bunch of book smart dumb motherfuckers.
I think that's majority of these bloodlines right now. That's just my opinion, but I think they bumble around like dumbasses. They just, they live a whole different world.
They think it's sewed up. These people believe whatever we tell them, and the ones that don't, fuck it, there's not enough of them. That's what they think. If we ever hit critical mass, these motherfuckers will be running and hiding underground, begging the earth to cover them and hide them.
Like IQ is a whole different conversation. Let's just say, for intents and purposes, you have like an 8-year-old son or daughter, and say they have like just 100 IQ, like an average IQ, and then you're gonna tell them, but okay, look, actually, there's this banking system, and it's run by the Federal Reserve. It's all a scam. You don't store your wealth like that. That's what the peasants do. The 8-year-old will understand. The 8-year-old will know for the rest of her life she doesn't store her wealth like that. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to, it just is, these crucial truths are the key. It's not really, they don't deserve some like crazy acknowledgement of intelligence or anything. It's not like that in my opinion. And they're getting weaker, if that makes sense. I think their efficiency is disproportionate to like how far through the family tree they're extended.
Yeah, bro, and they're scrambling right now. I mean, the bigger moves they try to make, the more vulnerable they are to lose kind of their control levers. And they're scrambling out of control right now. That's why censorship has gone through the roof.
Agreed. They are like, there is an overall script, but they're just stumbling around within it.
So what's our next move once they clamp down on the censorship?
Well, here's the
Well,
thing. I think they write a lot of this out, and a lot of it, you know, is quote unquote foretold, right? Like we can read the documents years in advance of plans that eventually come to fruition. But the flip side of that also is like, as we put attention to that stuff, it also helps to manifest that, right? It helps guide that into existence.
yeah, like I think that I don't know. It's just all about our, yeah, like he said, it's all about our compliance. So, what your question, Hank, is what is our next move?
Yeah, because eventually the censorship is going to get us, right?
Well, see, the
So
way I
what's our
see it
next
is
move?
actually they don't. I think that they know that there will be this organic movement that will spread. They can't stop of fight the censorship, so they're trying to guide it. That's my opinion. So, but I would say our move is to always fight the censorship. Yeah, but I don't think that they're oblivious to the fact that that is happening. It's been happening for a long time. It's like you almost have to be so dumb at this point to not realize that they're censoring way too much, you know? It's as if they know that people will wake up.
Do you think the possibility is a split, kind of like Brave New World, where in Brave New World they have the people that live away from the cities, right? That they go to like look at as if they're like zoo animals. And in that book, you're led to believe like, oh, these are the Neanderthal people that aren't involved in, you know, the society, but really that's where you need to be moving towards, not towards the cities and the control. And I don't know if you're familiar with Brave New World.
Vaguely. But yeah, the city thing is the whole trick. They are like, it's crazy when you go into the heart of all these different cities too. Like back to back, it's just a trip. It's they've set up this like captivating trap to like just go in there and get blinded. It's really a wild thing because, and then like the Canaanites, right? They're the first ones that were building the cities. Like the rebellious, those who were building against Yah were like the ones building the cities.
They're just going to call it all hate speech.
I think they're guiding the free speech revolution. I'm not trying to be a doomer, right? Like I think you have to fight for that, and basically they have this moment of vulnerability where you could win. The people could actually win. I just think they're going to try to capture that and guide it. Like Trump's lawsuit, they're not leaving it unaddressed.
Hey, can I ask you a kind of a personal question?
Yeah. What's up? In a world.
Oh shit. That was a letdown. I was looking forward to that shit.
All right.
Do you wear ladies' underwear?
Oh, no wonder.
Sound like a transformer, bro.
Autobots roll
No,
out.
he sounded like a transvestite. I think he said, "Do you wear ladies' underwear?"
No, he did not.
More
Did
than
he?
meets the eye.
Whoa.
Man
That word
in
too
disguise.
good.
No, I was
So,
trying to ask if you. I was trying to ask if you got messed with, by maybe the powers that be, or because like the other day, my checking account was kind of messed with a little bit, and who knows what's going on.
I've actually had crazy weird activity on my bank more than once, and I've been kicked off Venmo and PayPal, and social media platforms hacked. But I just happen to know they can't touch me. It's kind of how I see it. So they actually can't touch me. I was in DC at the RV park to buy some water. We got these weird, very, very suspicious SUVs consistently there with the same plates, identical looking SUVs, at least one in the parking lot constantly. Well, typically at least a couple, with just people in suits in the front seat, just sitting there and like staring at me. Then I look at him, he tries to act like he's not staring at me. It but the whole time I'm just like, whatever. Like I am flat smacking right in front of the White House the last couple of days. Like I'm not. I just they can't touch me, so that's why I want to tell everyone else about how like that's a super real thing. That's like an actual security you can have, and it just comes from the creator. So kind of like that cheat code wins the game.
Fear
Yeah,
is
because
their biggest weapon.
if you were ever, messed with, like all you would have to say is that you have the right to believe in biblical cosmology. What is anybody gonna say to that? Like, right? I mean, I was taught that you're supposed to stand on your rights when you go to court. Like, if there's anything that you can do, just, stand on your rights. So, can they, like, convert a right into a crime?
I guess basically what I'm trying to say is I have felt personally targeted by quote unquote powers that be in your essence. My phones and stuff like that, like doing this crazy stuff in the most inopportune times. But I think that anything that the conformity I feel I truly live within is like anything like that that's allowed to happen is for a reason. It's actually being used against them beyond my comprehension because like I have the Father's protection and it's like um he's guiding me without me even knowing it to outmaneuver them. So it sucks to be them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that. It's
And
like
it works constantly, bro. So it's always working, man. It's always that's the fruit. That's like the proof. It happens like way too much that can be explained. So yeah, my bad. But
there's a lot
it's
of evil out there.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the evil doesn't have power over you. Uh, void of your fear.
It's crazy how some people just dive right into it. Like you see people wearing, the devil horns, and I mean, the shoes and the wrap, and it's disgusting in my book. But I don't get it. I don't get that. It's like it's cool to be a Satanist or something.
Well, I don't think they're making it cool. They're making it moral, right? Because if we can get this, population down, then we can control the global warming, right? So you need to die for the better good, right?
Yeah.
And that's how it always is. It's always a trick, right? It's always bait and switch, like almost every time.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They just put it right out for everybody to see and just make it mainstream now. And it's like he said in that one video where there's spells, like spells are, it might sound hokey, but I think it is spells, and people are falling for it. No matter what, they might think it's not true, or they might think, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but that stuff's on TV for a reason. It's not entertainment.
And in
I notice a
entertainment,
lot of people. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, in entertainment, they want you to believe that spells and magic are Harry Potter and, Mickey Mouse and Fantasyland or whatever that movie is. That's what they want you to believe spells are, when the whole time they're literally casting spells on you.
Neurolinguistic programming, right? And then you're like eating it up, right? Like everybody's always fighting over the stupidest shit. Like not the shit that really matters. Why is that?
Ever notice how people only care about abortion once every 4 years?
Why is that?
Because it's a hot topic that they can just get people divided
Yeah,
over for elections, bro.
I know. I asked it like that on purpose, just to make people think.
People care about every 4 years.
Sounded like a Decepticon.
And that's really who we're, like dealing with. Like these people who are like, level means curve, fuck. Like that's something a Decepticon would say. Just trying to trick you into anything that they can get you to gobble up.
Yeah, like the doublespeak has been turned up to 11 recently.
I was going to say maximum overdrive. Like it has been turned up all the way. And I love doublespeak. It's my favorite. When I catch them doing it. And sometimes I catch myself. So, who wants to talk about which way they're going to wiggle when we take away the refraction? I think they're going to go into vacuums. They're going to start talking about how light acts in a vacuum, and there is no such thing as a vacuum.
Since when did they have refraction?
Well, that was just in their rhetoric. They never actually had refraction. But it was something they used in their rhetoric to make the ignorant person going, yeah, refraction happens. Right? But under what circumstances does it happen?
Looming.
So when objects loom in relation to the horizon, so the objects are looming, what's the horizon doing?
Oh, maybe they'll make up a new term.
Refractivity.
You mean depravity? That's what they're gonna have left. They're just gonna be like depravity.
The depravity of gravity.
Well, God bless you. What's it? Godspeed.
Damn, that's like a poorly tuned AM radio station, Roger.
Oh, sorry.
Morning, Roger.
Morning.
Did you catch up on some sleep, Roger?
Yeah, not too much, but it'll do.
Good.
I actually think they'll go back to the Mirage thing.
What Mirage thing?
Well, how they called the Chicago skyline, they call it a Mirage, or which I always thought a Mirage was supposed to be upside down, but you know, they could just change things as it goes, you know. That guy was, I think he was a weatherman. He called somebody sent him a picture of Chicago from across the lake, and he put it up on the screen. They called it a Mirage.
Man, where'd you see this at?
Oh, I don't know. I seen it on a few different videos. It was actually, I think it was like a local news station up there somewhere. I don't know if it was
Yeah,
over.
it was the newsman who actually caught that, and then they called it a Mirage. A couple days later, they went back and said on
Right.
the earlier broadcast, we seen this effect, and this is what you're looking at is a Mirage. Because they realized they caught it, and then they had to cover it up. But it's actually a common occurrence here in Michigan. You see it across the lake all the time. They act like it's rare. It's not rare.
Yeah, but I live in Texas and I can't see nothing but trees.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know whether it's rare or not in Michigan, but as a Michigander, I'm telling you, it's not rare. We see across the lake all the time. We see Milwaukee from Baraga.
Let me guess, it's about as rare as a clear day, right? So not very rare.
Yeah, it's only on bad weather days. It can't be seen, so it's rare to not see it, to be honest. I mean, it's about 50-50, and that's because of lake weather. It's a large lake. It's got its own weather patterns, you know. That's Lake Michigan we're talking about.
Yeah, I used to live on Lake Erie up near Sandusky. You could see all over the place.
Sandusky, Ohio. Yeah,
Yep.
I like Cedar Point. We go there. I try to take kids once a year, except for recently. I don't like mingling my children with scared idiots.
Yeah, the whole time I lived up there, I never went to the park once.
Really?
No, I just never really Never really had time. I used to work for the state. I worked out on the
There's so
research
many,
boat.
yeah. There's so many rides where you can see the lake, dude. You can see way over Lake Erie.
I know when you're out on the
You
lake, you
may
could see the. I know.
see the park from a ways,
Yeah.
huh?
Yep. Yeah.
I bet.
Them rides they go way up. Yeah, you could see it from all over. Yes. Sorry, this phone's probably junk here. I'm trying to work and listen to talk.
Yeah, it's like that Ferris wheel, bro. You can, in some of the fucking, some of the roller coasters, you can see so far out on the lake, man. It's pitiful.
So wasn't the flat Earth hub of the early 20th century Zion, Michigan? Is that right?
Zion Mission. Hell, I'm not sure.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, there was a preacher, and he wasn't the Flat Earth Society. He was like the head of a church, and I think they were responsible for some of them transmissions between radio transmissions between Michigan and Australia. I guess I had to look it up. That's like 2015 Flat Earth videos.
Y'all want Globey to shred, or you guys chilling?
Bring them in here.
All right, I'll send one your way. I'll be
Yeah.
back. Yeah, I'd rather have myself a Glober now than a fake flat earther that comes here and talks about how he's been lied to be the next tactic, faking a flat earther and then injecting again fear, right? Injecting fear and the need to rebel and revolt, pinning us as a terroristic group because we go against our masters, right?
Yeah, a terrorist is someone who uses violence to make political change or to scare people into making changes. And we don't care what the government's doing, right? This isn't really a political group, right? What we're trying to do is we're trying to talk to our fellow men about the reality that we live in. And I think that's, what is that called? Oh, freedom of speech. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I think Hank, you're talking about a Zion Lutheran Church in Michigan, because the only Zion in Michigan is Mount Zion and Iron Mountain.
Okay, I might be rusty. Sorry about that.
Well, the Zion Lutheran churches, some of them do preach that flat Earth, God's creation over heliocentrism. Same principle I had. How does a firmament fit into the scientific model? There are churches that ask that question. They say the sun formed and then everything got caught in its gravity, and gravity caused spheres and all that crap. And they want to know how that wraps around the sun being created the third day after Earth was already created, you know. There was already light, too. Light was the first thing, let there be light. That was the first thing.
Well, he spoke it into existence, so it would have been his sound that would have created the light, bioluminescence. Or what do they call the star in the jar?
Well, yeah, I don't really believe in that, because that's attributing human attributes to a spirit as if they speak in the same manner we speak. You know? So I don't really buy into that one. More like, if you want to look at dimensions, the spiritual realm would be the fourth dimension, and this is the third. So it would be created in the fourth dimension and sent down to the third, more in my opinion. It just appears suddenly.
And this
But,
seems to be something new, right? These flat earthers come in and claim, well, yeah, we can do the same thing as God. We can master sound to make something appear, right? We can manifest stuff by sound. We can be God. Ridiculous. You will never be God.
nope.
Only in your wildest dreams. Hey, Mike, did you hear what I said to Helio earlier about the analema?
No, but I want to hear it.
Okay, so the analema allegedly makes like a figure eight, right? So on the first of the month, every month they take a picture of the sky and then they superimpose the locations of the sun and all their spots throughout the 12 months. and it makes like a wonky looking figure 8, right? Same thing with the moon. And I was wondering, because they say, we often say that you can't use the stars to tell the shape of the Earth. If a flat earther is making that argument that the analemma proves the Earth's a sphere, then that's like double speaking, right? So we can't say that. And my hypothesis was that if you go to the equator, I bet the analemma is more symmetrical. And the reason that it looks like that is actually due to perspective rather than what it looks like is based on your location. Yeah. Because I think that the equator is allegedly the center in between the tropics. So if it is the center line of the path of the sun, then it would be more symmetrical. Or that's just the theory. I don't know how I'm going to test it. I don't live near the equator. So, yeah, I just don't think flat earthers should use the analemma as an argument for the shape of the Earth.
I agree. I think
Observe it.
yeah,
I just need to observe it.
Yeah, I think it's more like the sun's path. Not that it is that it proves the Earth is a ball or a flat plane, but it's showing the sun's path. But
And just to add a little bit, I grew up in South America where you don't really have seasons. You'll have every day the sun will set at 6 p.m., but what you will have is micro climate changes. So I am from Bogota, and you're in higher elevation, so it's always cold there, even though the days are always consistent. Now weren't really at the equator. We're a little bit north of it, but still, every single day was sunset around the same time. Um, and you could drive 2 hours away and be in a super hot climate. That's just depending on like the geography, right? Like where you are, either between the mountains on one side or the other, or the coast. So when you're within the tropics, it's not so. What matters the most is the microclimate of your particular location. Um, but when it came to the US, it's really cool to see the different seasons because you see the change and you're more aware of that. So it's a cool contrast.
So you're telling me the southern or where you lived, it doesn't breathe in and breathe out summer to winter, breathe in, breathe out. It's
Nope,
constantly breathing.
Yeah,
So it's constantly green.
In Bogota, in South America, in Colombia, you have every single day. Its sunset is at 6 p.m. ish, and it does not change. Here in the U.S., it changes, right? Like right now, it's around 8 p.m. But it changes to like 5 p.m. Obviously, with the daylight savings and all those things. So over there, that's one of the things that you miss out on is the cool thing about like having snow and having some of those change of seasons and change of time. But you do get the benefit of always having the consistent sun, which then provides a lot of fruits and vegetables and a lot of abundance. So it's if you ever go to South America, that's one of the things that will probably shock you guys the most, is that when you're in the tropics, the change of season is it's way less drastic.
Well, it makes sense because I'm up on the 33rd. So when the sun gets close to me, it's going to warm me up, right? And as it's going back down from the tropic back towards the equator, like that's when I'm going to start really warming up. And then next thing you know, like it's fall. So it gets the hottest like before the fall. So in August, we're really hot, like desperately like thirsty.
You mentioned Colombia, and at this seasonal summer in the northern U.S., it's winter in Colombia. They call it invierno around this time in Colombia, right?
Yes, but the winter, the invierno over there, it's like, I mean, it doesn't really change much. It's like very like it'll
It
rain a
rains
little
a
bit
lot.
more, but that's about it.
It rains a lot. That's what happens. It's a
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
warm, but it rains more than the rest of the year.
Exactly. So that's their winter. Their winter is like it rains more. But
Yeah,
I mean, it's not like winter here in California where like when it gets to winter, it'll snow, and when it's like summer, it's like super hot. Uh, it's not so much over there. I mean, what's cool is that you could drive to like a spot 2 hours away and you get like super hot weather. You can be in the pool all day, you know. So that's one of the cool benefits.
But when people say summer, it's
Verano.
verano, yeah, verano. Everything looks kind of better, the flowers and everything, no? Like you
Yes, but
get.
here's the thing. It depends where you are. In the thing is, Colombia is a little bit further north to the equator. The equator, or the I mean, quote unquote equator, which is just the midpoint between the tropics. That goes by Colombia and obviously Ecuador, which is uh, the country. So yeah,
When it's verano down there, it's winter in the northern U.S.
here's the thing. It's not. They don't really have too much.
Of a big change,
I
but
guess
you do see kind of changes, but they say Colombia is always how do you say primavera? It- there's always
autumn
like yeah, it's
or
always
fall or
autumn,
spring. I
spring, right?
forget which one it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but you're totally correct. Yeah, there's a difference between summer winter, and you can obviously tell because it makes circles between the two tropics. So obviously, when it makes the bigger circle in Capricorn, is going to be more of their summer, and the winter is going to be the Cancer, which is our summer. So you're correct on that. Yes.
Yeah, so the heliocentric model doesn't add up while this is
No,
happening.
no, dude. Flat Earth is the only way it makes sense. Like if honestly, if you pull up the David Weiss map, even just that as a diagram, it makes more sense for the the seasons. Just using that diagram as like the circles between the two tropics and how it changes between those two over the seasons. The thing is, I was kind of little when I grew up, like kind of being there. I mean, I've been there to visit only for a little bit of time, but I don't remember being the change too much, other than it being a little bit more rainy. But the sunset was always at the same time. I mean,
So
give and take. Yeah.
I knew this guy, and he lived in like West Texas and moved out here, or moved back out here. And he was telling me like how late the sun sets over there. I remember going, why? It's like, oh, because he's on the other side of the. I can hear myself muffled and echoing. Anyway, it's because they're on the other side of the time zone. Mic check.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Mike is still here. Mike is still here.
So when I was in Germany, We were in the northwest part of Germany, close to like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, which is really close to the border of the Netherlands. And my wife and I typically watch sunsets all the time here at home, which would be in Florida. And it's like we'll look at each other and be like, "Oh, it's sunset time," and it's like we always want to catch the sunset, and sometimes we'll get to doing something, and 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes go by, and we've missed the sunset. When we were in Germany, it was like the sunset literally lasted for like an hour compared to Florida, where it lasts for about 10 minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah,
we
he
have
said that too. It takes longer.
Yeah, we have sunsets, but the daylight is like. Oh yeah. We have like when a sunset has happened, we have like still now like an hour of daylight. 45 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah, it's like the twilight time or whatever you call it it was literally like an hour. Like the sunset took a lot longer as well, like when the clouds are lit up and all that, but like the twilight time from when the sun starts to set to when it actually gets dark, it felt like it was like an hour compared to 10 minutes is what it usually takes here in Florida.
Yeah, so guys, talk to you later.
All right, be safe, bro.
Yo.
See you.
I think
Better thing, it makes a ton more sense, is the time difference in sunset in different, like during the different seasons. That is totally one that just, like, it's a light bulb moment. At least for me, it was for when I realized this whole thing.
Yeah, I agree. I had kind of the same experience as well.
And it's cool because, like, we can talk about it here, we understand it, but when you try to you can't get to describing this to someone else when they can't even get to like looking at a diagram of something else that they've never thought of. Like, it makes so much sense when you can actually put that aside and look at it with fresh eyes. But it's so hard to even get to that point where you could describe like what you talked about to, I guess, the normies. Uh, it's a little bit sad because you'd want to share that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that statement. It's not an easy topic to share with the normies, especially when, along these same lines, it's like, what is a very common question that you get? Oh, how would time zones work on a flat Earth? And it's like, it's literally so much easier to see how it would work on a flat Earth. Like, it makes way more sense, does it not?
It does, but then you'd have to pull out the diagram that describes, the flat Earth, and they can't even go there.
Right. I mean, you're literally dismantling their whole entire worldview. It's like overload, cognitive dissonance kicks in.
Yeah, it's like really you have to start from the beginning. It's like, all right, how do I get them off the globe, and then at least to look at something different, and then I can share this information with them. It's going to be like years.
Yeah, it's tough. It's almost like you have to, or at least I try to lead based off what they seem most interested in and try to, go with, the flat earth explanations for whatever they're trying to push the topic towards, whether I know it's easy to say like, hey, you can't look at the stars to measure the floor, but you have to explain that the stars, the whole cosmology is completely different in order for them to even comprehend and get to the idea that the whole entire model is completely different.
That's like if you can even get them to the point where they would listen. I agree, but for me, what I get is this like they get this like their eyes start looking away, like, oh God, I don't want to listen, and then they go, I don't care. I like it doesn't matter. I have to pay my taxes. Why does it matter? And then that's for the most part that's what I get. So I just go, I'll just leave it to the side. But some people just don't care, and I'd rather focus on someone that I've had people that do care, and those are my favorite people because you can share with them some new information and they allow you to like, you know, share something new. I don't know. Some people are so scared of new information. It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, I agree. And it's great to have those people around you that are at least like willing to be able to entertain a topic, right? I mean, I sat with my father-in-law for a decent amount of time. I didn't push much, but it was a topic that I don't necessarily bring up all the time, even though I probably should. But we had just had Austin and Nathan staying at our house, and my in-laws came in right afterwards, and they're like, "Oh, who are these people? What are these flyers?" So then the conversation came up, and it's like, okay, let me explain a few things to you. And the easiest way to talk to my father-in-law was to actually pull up Dave's app and just give him a visual and say, you have to start with the fact that the sun and moon aren't necessarily the distances we were told. And even just having him look at the clock animation, as it goes around and you hit the little guy to speed it up. I was like, do you understand how that the sky that repeats over top of us for all of recorded history, that's just a large clock, and it makes more sense on this model than in the globe model. And that started to pique his interest.
So bring some of these people to here. Let's see what happens. Eagle.
The one thing
Eagle.
that gets all of my friends is the gas pressure next to a vacuum.
Are
Right?
you there, Eagle?
As soon as I bring that up, they're like, yeah, like they can see that point every time.
Eagle, want to speak to flat earthers? Bro. Your mic is open.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
What's the other guy? Minister. The Minister of Sims. The Minister of the Simpsons.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to
Jimsy,
the
I believe.
server.
What?
Someone has like some noise.
The Eagle. Like his name is Eagle. His shit keeps like popping up.
Yeah, let me mute him. There you go. Sup, Minister? You hanging out in the Cook This channel?
I'm sorry, I'm playing GTA Parallel. I'm like kinda in, kinda out, but I'm here.
The what?
Like the Voice channel, you mean?
The cog this. You
Yeah,
how do you end up in the how do you end up in that channel?
you do some like I ended up there by saying that the Earth is a cube. That's how
Oh,
I got there. But there are a lot of reasons how you can get there. You can just piss off the wrong people, or you know, shit like that.
so what do you believe the Earth is a cube?
No, from what I understand, like from what I've read in this server, is that people like they know that other planets are around. Correct? At least that's from what I
Um,
understood.
What do
well,
you
we
consider
observe.
a planet? Sorry, Jimsy, go ahead.
No, because he asked the people believe the planets are round.
Like other planets.
The other would infer that you're standing on a planet, right?
Yes, I am standing on a planet.
Yeah, so what do you see a planet as? To you, what is a planet? You are
I'm
aware.
like any
Okay, so
planet
take
or planet Earth.
so instead of taking the slow route, I'm just gonna cut straight to it and tell you, planets aren't what you think they are. The word planet, it just means wandering star. So these things that you're seeing in the sky that are considered planets, they're just lights in the sky. And they move out of sync with the rest of the lights in the sky. And that's it. Nothing about that infers or suggests that we are living on one of those things. So we are not on a planet, and that is ultimately, essentially, what a planet is.
So
Now,
essentially, we need you to understand there's a difference between the dirt under your feet and the lights in the sky. Can you accept that?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, so those are planets, and we're not doing that.
But other, like say for example a star in space, right? What is the like form of it, the shape of the object?
We don't know. We're looking through a monoscope, right? And whenever you look at a light at a distance through a monoscope, it appears to be spherical, right? I mean, even if a light is square shaped at a great distance, when it hits your eye, what shape is it?
It is round, but there are a lot of memes here that say that outer space is fake, so it isn't correct. Like there is something out there.
What they tell you about space cannot exist. They say that it's a near perfect vacuum, right, with nearly, let's just say an astronomical amount of volume, right? And anytime you have a large gas pressure, like a propane tank, right, and you open it up and it's in a large, really big room, what's going to happen?
The propane will escape given the correct conditions in the room.
Until it reaches equilibrium, right? Is that
I'm not on.
sometimes or like only on Sundays when God is watching, or is that every single freaking time in human history? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So is it only on Sundays when God is watching, or is it every day, all day long?
Good. Like what is? I'm sorry, I'm like not a native English speaker. But
Okay,
a
I'll
bit of a
try to
language barrier.
rephrase. When the
Yeah.
tank is open, the pressure equalizes, and then it stops equalizing, right? Does that happen every day? Does it happen every time?
Like the pressure equalizes where? Like where exactly on Earth or out there?
Yes, it would equalize if the Earth was next to a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum. It would equalize. We wouldn't have gas pressure because there'd be nothing for it to press against. We wouldn't be able to breathe.
But okay, but then what gives us this ability to breathe? The monoscope?
No, bro. Those things ain't related. That's completely unrelated. See, you speak English so well, I can't tell that you have difficulty understanding.
No, like
But what
scientific
I'm
terms. That I have research, not research, but I know how to talk in English. I never really dove into science talk in English. That's why.
I understand. I understand. So what I'm trying to say is that you have high pressure next to low pressure without a container. That's impossible. And what they tell us is that the globe is high pressure, the Earth's atmosphere, next to low pressure, the vacuum of space, without a container, and that's impossible because you have to have a container to have gas pressure. Because the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert against the container. The force against the container walls. Without the walls, there's no pressure.
But what would be the walls of Earth if it isn't what the science, like what NASA and everyone else tells us it is?
Okay, so now you're setting down. Imagine eating a steak, a fresh piece of beef, and you're saying, okay, well, how do I know that cows exist? Well, the steak had to have come from a cow, right? So
Yes.
the answer is we don't know. We don't know what the container is, where it's at, what it looks like. We just know that there has to be some sort of container, and that a water ball can't exist in space because the vacuum of space would fill up with the Earth's atmosphere and the water would boil in a vacuum.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question that is not like directly related. Well, it is, but what does the government or whoever is in charge in say spreading the message that the Earth isn't flat? What do they have to gain from it? Like, I
$52
don't
million
understand that.
a day on the NASA budget alone. Do you want me to keep going?
But the thing is, even if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't really prevent them from exploring space even further. That's like, I
Okay,
don't see how
Man,
they
so let
pressure.
me ask you this. You have a rocket, right? And the way that the rocket works is the rocket uses its force against the atmosphere and pushes off the atmosphere. Kind of like a boat. When you row the boat, the oars push against the water. What happens if you
Yeah.
take that boat out of the water? The little people inside can row and row away. No matter how hard they row, they're not going anywhere. So when you go to space and you're in your little rocket, right, and you can only get, how high did that dude get recently? What was it, like 50,000? What was it? Was it like 50,000 feet high? I can't remember. The Virgin Galactic guy. Does anybody remember how high he went?
Actually, on the numbers, it says like I think it was like almost 300,000 feet or something. That's what they say.
So they say that he could only go that high. Wonder
Using
Well,
what?
why.
they went to space for 4 minutes.
4 minutes minus.
But what did they use to like obtain that height?
Rocket, right? A big old penis-shaped rocket.
The Virgin, they use an airplane and then they release another airplane with a rocket in the back to go higher. So they release a rocket power airplane from an airplane to go to the 300,000. So from
Okay, so
50,000,
leapfrog to
from
space, huh?
50,000, yeah, like a leap from an airplane from 50,000 feet or something to they leaped to the 300,000 or something.
But why didn't
And
he keep
then
going? Right? Why didn't he, like, I'm a billionaire. I'm Richard Branson, bitch. I'm going to the moon. We're gonna camp out. Like, how come you didn't do that?
Technology, man, we destroyed it a long time ago, and it's a painful process to build it back up. Otherwise, he would go in a nanosecond.
And then we have to believe that what they're telling us about the height they went is true. To even accept what they tell us, I don't even believe that. To be quite honest, how would we verify that? If we question that, how could we verify it?
Oh, let me guess. You're classist. You don't believe him because he's rich.
Well, that's a good start of where when I start drawing the line and start questioning shit. But no, that's not the reason. Because he's in bed with, it's like he's a known liar. He's a known deceiver.
He has been knighted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's been taking money for space flight for like what? Like how long? Like at least 10 years, right?
So
and then he shoots himself.
right?
He shoots himself up into space. What do they call that? Like a pyramid scheme?
But seriously, just for the who are we talking to again? Like for the ones that don't know, minister. Like, how would you verify that? No matter what they said they did, no matter where they said they went, how would you ever verify that they did what they said they did?
How would I verify that?
Yeah.
Could you please repeat the question? I'm sorry, but
No, you got it. You got it. You repeated it just fine. How would you
How would
verify
you
it?
check? How would you check to see if it's true?
that they landed on moon, or that they went like
Is that what we're...
just recently?
My bad.
Did they
Were
just
we
learn that?
talking about the moon? Maybe I'm off topic here. I don't know.
I don't think you are. We're talking about that rich dude.
Validate the question, bro.
Yeah.
You heard the question.
But I did not catch the question.
Yo, go please. You repeated it to us.
No, like I have to explain something. I don't understand. What do I have to explain?
Well, okay. So here's the thing: if you're going to talk about these shooting rockets up, or shooting so-called spaceships into outer space, or whatever, like none of that stuff is even relevant to whether or not the Earth is spherical or flat, because anything that they give you, you can't validate it. It's unfalsifiable because you can't go there and you can't do those things.
Correct.
So we need to stick with what is falsifiable and what is verifiable, right? If that's the question, whether Earth is spherical or flat.
Yes, correct.
I'll hush and let someone else. I'm eating. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I brought that up. Sorry about that. But I was just thinking, if I'm Richard Branson and I'm a billionaire, and I like got everybody to like let me actually go to space, I'll be like, what, you think I'm stopping at like just this height? No, man, we're going to the moon.
Well, I just today I got an advertisement from Richard and Virgin Galactic. They're taking donations and they're gonna allow, I think, 2 people to go to space with them. So
I'll sign up, man. Don't worry.
If you donate, so they're gonna take, I guess, thousands of donations, and they're gonna select 2 people.
He's at it again.
They're going.
So good luck,
into
flat
space.
earthers.
And
I
while
think
you're
they
at
should
it,
take
Richard
flat
Branson
earthers.
has some Venetian real estate he wants to sell you. Because you might as well, right? Just in case you don't actually get to go. You might as well have that title in your room, so you can hang it high, like lunar real estate.
It's one thing for them to be doing all this stuff and and not have any evidence or whatever, and us to just believe that space is real and the Earth is spherical. It's one thing for them to be doing, but once we know, and like a lot of the people know that the Earth isn't spherical, and this thing that they're going to, this area of outer space doesn't exist. It's like they can't. Well, I don't know what exists and what doesn't. I know they can't leave this place. And it's like one thing for them to do it, but once a lot of us know, and then they do it, it's just like a whole new ball game. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I guess I was going nowhere with it. Just anyway, it just seems so ridiculous now to even hear it. I guess I don't know.
I mean, if they get you in an airplane and that airplane goes really, really high up, and then they say, "Hey, there you go, we are in space." I mean,
Well, don't they
mean
call that space now?
No.
Does that mean you actually in space? If you just in an airplane that went really high up, is
Did you guys
the space?
Did you guys hear Nathan
vacuum?
Thompson? He debated this guy not that long ago, and they were asking, where is space, right? And what's the Kármán line? So apparently, the moon, according to the Glober that he was debating, said the moon, right? We all know that it's not in Earth's atmosphere, but it's in space. So the moon is not in space; it's in Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, he
But the
didn't get the
Kármán line
update,
is
did he?
the Kármán line is where space begins, but really it's in between the moon. Sorry, I have trouble keeping it straight.
No, he didn't get he failed to get the update, the new cosmological update.
Yeah, in February
so what is the
2019,
new
they moved the
update?
goalpost and said that the moon is inside of Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, isn't that it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right, but it's technically in space too.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
That guy still here?
Yep.
Minister's still here.
Look, I have a big screen TV, my friend. Okay, you're gonna give me the money? Or you're gonna validate I got the TV? What are you gonna do? Just give me the money?
Why?
What do you mean? You want to
'Cause
buy
you
my
have the
TV? I got a great TV. I got a Ferrari. You want it. I'll give it to you for $100. Oh, I need
What are
the
you
money
talking
right now.
about, dude?
What are you gonna do?
Ask you to show me proof and then buy it.
What do you mean proof? Proof of what?
Of the fact that you have the object that I'm buying.
So yeah, what does that mean?
It means that I want to see, and I
So you want to go and
standpoint.
see it, correct?
No one has seen that the Earth is round, same as no one has seen that the Earth is flat. No one has seen nothing.
No,
correct?
you want to go and see my Ferrari, correct? You want to go there and touch it and see it.
Well,
and
yeah, but
make
I
sure it's real,
understand the
right?
analogy. Yes, but I understand the analogy that you're going for.
Yeah, it's the same exact idea, man.
Actually, the Earth has.
So you said, yeah, you got it. That's what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
You said that no one has seen the Earth to be round or flat, but it has been measured, and there's no curvature measure. What it measures is like a level, motionless plane. So it measures flat.
But wouldn't it be
what the Earth is? Nobody has been outside of the Earth, so what it is as a whole, I don't know, and you don't know.
But
probably nobody knows.
yes,
but
I don't know.
But where the place that we're in, and the waters measure flat and level, so there's no curvature, so there is no ball. That's
But
what we
wouldn't
know.
it
There
be
is no
easy?
ball.
But wouldn't it be easier to measure an object in 2-dimensional instead of 3 dimensions? For example, if you have to measure,
there's no
you would spread it out.
object.
But
But it's not a question of
mathematics,
what's
they're
easier.
teaching in
It's a
school.
question of, can you measure it? Can you just directly measure it? You can put it down on paper in whatever, and write it out into whatever dimensions that you want to. That doesn't matter. Like, either way, you should be able to measure for curvature.
You got to go find that Ferrari.
You can
can't
measure.
find it. Guess what? You're not buying.
you can measure the Earth, right? Like, say I got a really big guitar and I shove it right on your face, and your nose is touching the fretboard, right? And I say, "Is this curved?" And you say, "Well, back up a little bit." And I back up and I hold it out like a sword, like I'm giving it to you. And then you're like, "Just let me see it." And then you're going to take your eye and you're going to put it over the bridge and you're going to look down to the end of the neck and detect the curvature, right?
The object is far too small to detect the curvature on that.
No, you can see the curvature on a guitar, bro, especially if it's a good guitar.
He said too small.
Yeah, when I used to shoot pool,
How
I
many
would
guitars you ever fucked with?
like you can look at a pool stick from one end to the other and see a warp in it, so you can see curvature just in a pool stick.
Yes, ma'am.
If you take
You can buy 2x4. You
I
can
can
never
hit.
buy 2x4s, man. That's what
I
I
can.
do.
Yeah, I can hit a cue ball in a
That's
very
without a laser.
specific spot on the curve and make that curve hit the very specific spot on the next ball.
Yeah, and that's without a laser. So just imagine what you can do with the laser.
Mm-hmm. Hell, I can hit 7 rails on curvature, rolling.
You can do better than me.
Honestly, though,
5 is the most I could do.
I
But
do
the
a
point
no.
is, we can measure. Sorry, bro.
Hank knew he was getting ready to go into a full talk there. Anyway, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I can do a no-look 7 rail. Go ahead, Hank.
The point is, we can measure it, right? Because they've told us how big it is, right? So if they've told us how big it is, then that means that they must have measured it in order to know that it must be that big. And if they can measure it, then I'm a man, just like you, right? Maybe we can measure it, right? And when you measure it, guess what? We can't
It
find.
measures a slot.
Yeah,
or
we can't
we
find the
can't
curve.
find-
Isn't that what you expect water to do? Did you expect a mountain of water?
In an ellipsoid model, yes. I expect all water to be curved.
But you know what's even worse than that is when you hear of people doing this, and then when you do your own observations and you'll see it, you're thinking to yourself, well, why in the hell are they telling us all that it is? Why have they been telling us that for like nearly 100 years? And you're like, well, wait a minute, 100 years, that's not really that long in comparison to how long the Earth's been here and how long we've been here. And then you look at like, why are they telling us this? And so you look for these measurements, and then you start realizing, that's when you really start realizing that there's some really freaky deaky shit going on, because there's no measurements. There's no measurements of curvature. They've never measured movement. Do you ever feel like you're moving?
When I
like
walk,
when I'm
yeah.
standing still. Like when I'm standing still, do I feel the earth moving underneath me, or all around me? No. No.
Yeah, it's supposed to be moving faster than the speed of sound at the equator.
What about in a plane or a helicopter? Have you seen it move under you? Or a balloon?
Oh yeah.
Huh?
On an airplane? Yeah, when I lift up on an airplane, when I leave the US, and then we arrive in South America, we did move.
All right, so here's the deal. The facts are that Felix Baumgartner ascended in a balloon for 3 hours and then jumped out. And he landed like what was it, like 70 or 80 miles away? Something like that. So you would think that if the Earth was spinning, he would have landed about 700 miles away for 3 hours. Right? Because as he's ascending, the Earth is spinning underneath. Look up the Coriolis effect. If you don't believe me, they say that things spin under the bullet. The Earth spins under the bullet. Right? So this is what they say, that that proves it. But in actuality, he landed in the wrong direction. He didn't land 2,100 miles away. He landed like 70 or 80 miles away, but in the wrong direction from the spin. So
yeah.
But couldn't it have occurred, like fucking hell occurred when he was falling down? Like he blacked out how many times? Like 3, 4. He would have began free falling and wouldn't have been able to control the direction and where he was falling. So he could have
So he
started
would have
just
fell straight down. He would have fell straight
Not, I
down,
mean,
2,100 miles
but
away.
if like his arms go limp and go outside, it messes up with the trajectory that he would have been going. And
Right.
it
So
would have
he would
messed
have.
it up. And
Right,
could
so
have
he would
never,
have
He
been
would have
falling
lost.
straight
changed
down.
direction.
Yeah, he would have lost all control, and the Earth would have had all. The Earth's spin would have had total control of where he landed. That and the wind. But Hank was
But you
making a
can,
point,
like,
and I'm
you know how, like,
interrupted.
parachuters, they guide themselves. You can guide yourself, like, on the fall. If you align yourself correctly. You know
I
that,
think
right?
you.
Yeah,
I.
you can
I.
steer
Well, yeah.
yourself like a
Well, yeah,
falling
you can
plane.
steer. Yes, so
Right.
maybe he was
So
trying to do that to land in a specific area. But when he was, like, blacking out, he couldn't have been, like, he couldn't have continued to do that. Correct? Like, he has no control. He's blacked out.
But Hank's point is, though, if the Earth were spinning, then like him not having any control, he landed 70 to 80 miles in the wrong direction. Ergo, Earth isn't spinning.
But he, like, what I'm trying to say is, at that point in time, like, he couldn't have maybe controlled it as good, because I was like, if he's blacking out, like,
No,
maybe
no,
he
but
just
the
couldn't have
ground,
steered
the
in the
You
right
ground
can't
under
direction.
control
him
it,
should,
bro.
the ground should be spinning.
Yes. There's no controlling the spin.
do you know what the
I.
Coriolis effect is?
Nope. But you explained it with the bullet and the earth underneath.
Right. So the Earth is spinning. If the Earth is spinning, then it's spinning under the objects that are floating in the atmosphere above it. Think about it like two boys on the merry-go-round passing a basketball back and forth as the merry-go-round is spinning. The first few times they're going to drop the ball, and someone will have to throw it back in the merry-go-round until they learn to lead each other like you lead someone when shooting and they're running. Lead the target, and then throw it. You know what that is? Lead the target?
Yep, yep.
Right. So when we experience this in Earth, a flight going from east to west has the same return flight time. That should not exist if the airplane is in the atmosphere and the atmosphere is turning. Sorry, and the Earth is turning underneath.
But in their theory, if the Earth gravitates everything towards itself, wouldn't the atmosphere be gravitated towards it as well?
Well, apparently you don't understand the Coriolis effect, because there's two reference frames, an inertia and non-inertial reference frame.
Sorry, bro. It's a flat plane, my friend. Tough one, I know.
Let me ask you three questions. Do you know of anyone up until ancient history, all of recorded history until now, that has directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
No.
And if so, how? Okay, do you know of anyone who's measured the rotation, the spin of the Earth?
I have never really dove into this as much, so anything I
It's
give is
okay.
wrong, I presume. But
If
no, not that I know of.
okay, I
Maybe
appreciate
I've
your
watched a
honesty.
video or so, like,
Okay,
a long time ago, but no, not in my memory.
I get it. I get it. I appreciate your honesty. So, do you know of a way that you can have a high pressure system in a low pressure environment without a container? So, if I want to sell you 350 pounds of propane, can you just take it in your hands and go home?
Are you done?
No.
Yeah, you need a container, right?
Yep.
All right, so you know that you need a container to have gas pressure. What are you breathing right now?
Air. And it needs to be contained in a
Right.
container.
Right. So what we just went over, the shape of the Earth is a claim that ball earthers make. that the Earth is spherical. The second claim they make is that it's spinning, and this is causing the night and day effect. And third is that up there is a vacuum of space that's ever expanding, right? You can't say that you know any of those things and that it requires belief because you do not have first-hand knowledge. Is that correct?
Yep.
So you believe you live on a spinning water ball flying through space, but you have no way to verify this because if you were to sit down in your backyard for 3 days and 3 nights and you just did nothing but listen, what your senses would tell you is that you live on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth where the sun, moon, and stars roughly once every 24 hours complete a circuit. Is that what your senses would tell you?
Well, yes, but there is also the difference in sizes, like a small object and a big object. At least, I don't know. I don't like. I think they either they taught us this in school, but if they did, it was like fucking 5 years ago. But if you're a small object on Earth, right, like a human being, you couldn't hear what is happening outside. Do you hear like airplanes moving around it? If not, they're like taking up or landing, right? But if they're very high up above the clouds, can you hear them?
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear them.
One of my earliest memories is being out in the field about 13 miles south of town and hearing something and looking around until I saw that it was a jet from the DFW airport area.
But was it like very high or was it taking off or landing?
Dude, I live quite a bit of ways away from DFW. East Texas, bro. It's big.
Bro, I could hear airplanes all the time fly over. They were nowhere near an airport.
Anyway, it doesn't
All
follow the
time.
conversation.
Commercial
It doesn't,
fucking planes.
It doesn't follow the conversation. What you said didn't make sense to the conversation we were having. You were like, yeah, I agree with you, but, right? And that but is like saying, I don't agree with you. And that's called double speak. So every time you do that, every time you say the word but, you're double speaking. So, and next time you should correct your speech and say, and also, or and, right? Like I'm agreeing with you, and.
Oh, okay. Thank you. As I said,
you're welcome.
Is an app Microsoft. Thanks.
No, it's not an English language problem. It's a human thinking problem. We all do that. We all say but. There's nothing wrong with saying colloquially but, right? But if a pretty lady says, "How do I look do I look good in the dress?" and you say, "Yeah, but."
Well, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's gonna get pissed at you.
Who's gonna get pissed at who?
The lady, if she says, "Do I look good in the dress?" and you say, "Yeah, but,"
Yeah.
she's gonna say, "But what?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that this isn't something like NASA where we're showing you pictures and telling you to believe us. In fact, I don't want you to believe anything I say because I could possibly just be some imbecile on the internet. What I want you to do is I want you to go find a large body of water that's at rest, like not during the heat of the day, during the early portion of the day before the sun has had a chance to disturb the atmosphere, the air, and get a mirror in front of you, roughly 10 miles away across a large body of water, and the sun behind you, and use binoculars to try to see the light reflecting off the mirror. And you can test for yourself, because after 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature.
But didn't they do like a test? Well, that was like with 2 mirrors, I believe. They did it like over a large distance. One of the mirrors was like the mirrors are like aligned in height, like they were equal in height, and they shined a light through it, and it didn't reflect because it curved. And they like put the light a bit higher and then it reflected?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'd have to show me.
Shit. But let me research what is the name of the experiment. I saw it in a video once, but I don't remember the name.
It's not an experiment.
The test, I don't know.
Observation. They just saw something. That's all that happened. Yeah, I guess you could believe those guys with their mirrors, right? Or you could go find out for yourself and measure it yourself, right?
But okay, also the airplanes, they're going back. They fly like regular commercial airplanes, right? They fly through countries. They always pick the most direct route, correct?
That's not necessarily true. There are lanes that they fly in.
Well, yeah. But like the lanes, when you look at the traveled, like how the airplane traveled, is the line straight or is it a bit curved all the time? Because they move on the lane. This
All right, so you realize that what you're doing is you're saying, like, look at this flight path. When the guy who draws it draws a curved line, that proves the shape of the Earth. Is that your argument?
Well, kinda, yeah.
Okay, so let's say that it's not a straight line. Let's say that the shortest distance between 2 points is a curved line if you live on a sphere Earth. Let's say that that's true, right? So I'm in agreement with you so far. Well, then we should be able to measure that on the surface of the Earth over large bodies of water that are at rest. So if there is a water hump, we should be able to see it. Can someone post the black swan for me? Have you seen the black swan before?
Like the black swan. What is
Argument? Picture?
Oh, not really.
Photograph?
No.
Hang with me now. I'm almost done, and then I'll turn it back over to you.
Airplanes are designed for a non-rotating, motionless level plane. They're dependent.
I got too many pictures on this. There we go, finally.
Hank, if I knew you were looking for it, I would have told you that I posted it. It was posted within seconds after you said it.
Oh, thank you for the backup. I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, so can you see the image that I posted with the platform habitat and platform hill house?
Yeah.
All right, so can you see the horizon in this image by any chance?
Wait, let me find it again, please.
The horizon in the image, where's it at? In reference to the... Go ahead.
In the center of the image. At least that's what I see.
Right, in reference to the habitat and hill house platforms, is it in front, in between, or behind them?
Behind them.
Correct. So we have the entire video where this guy shows landmarks and Google Earth images to prove where he's at and where he's looking. So if you want the whole video, no problem. We will eliminate all those variables so that you can see for yourself that this is a still shot from a video taken 1 foot above the sea level, right? So you just said that horizon is 9.41 miles away, right?
Further, yeah, because it's behind the
Yeah, it's
platform.
further, right? So let's say roughly 10 miles. Let's just say 10 miles. So this is a modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you said that the horizon was 10 miles away, not 1.225 miles away. So that means that it's not Q, right?
Yeah.
So if it's not Q, then it's not P. Because a woman who's pregnant with triplets laying on a pool table, she can't look down and see her feet, can she?
Nope.
Why not?
The stomach is in front of it.
The belly curve, right?
Yeah. Right.
So I just showed you that in reality, there's no Earth curve because I'm not giving you this picture and you can't verify this. You can go to any body of water and verify this yourself. And that's the challenge. You can believe what people say or you can find out for yourself. And I am signing off.
Cheers, man. And guess what? That lady who was looking at her feet who's pregnant, no amount of refraction is going to allow her to see her feet.
I think I did say that I would leave a video, so I better do that before I go, just to be fair.
No, Hank, you said you're just, don't believe me just because I might be just some random guy on the internet. But you know what? At the same time, NASA's just other people, other guys on the internet that you don't know also. So it goes both ways.
Right. It's just random people on the internet. And then if you have, questions, which I'm sure you do, just do a lot of research down below. There's lots of stuff in this Discord server. I can't tell if there's a cop behind me, so I'm having trouble posting that video. Because it's technically illegal to have your phone while you're driving in your hand. But I don't think they're enforcing it yet. But I'm not trying to be the first.
He left already, so yeah.
Oh, he missed the video. Oh well, fuck him.
Of course he left already.
Made too much sense.
Just gotta run. But you made him think. Hank, you did a good job, brother.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Appreciate your kind words. Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's why I came out here. I just want to make people think. Because I see everybody just in a trance.
Yep. That's why I go at
do?
it like beating up a punching bag. First one's supposed to shake them back to reality. You knock them out and then bring them back to reality. You got to peel their wig back and then give them that oh shit moment. And then give them reality. The problem is a lot of people don't care about the fundamental principles under what they call proof. They just want to repeat what Google said, and that's the proof, science says so. They don't want to discuss what is a proof. It's too much work. People are lazy, intellectually and physically. That's why most people live paycheck to paycheck. You know how many hours of overtime I work so I didn't live paycheck to paycheck?
So true.
Fuck, I'd rather work 108 hours than be broke at the end of the week. Especially when you're trying to have a family, a home, vehicles.
Not
What
give
the
away
hell
your
is
money
this?
to some schmuck.
Yeah, what the hell is this? 40 hours, I can work. Bullshit, get a second job. You got a skill? Do that. Work a job and run your own business. You should be trying to run your own damn business anyway. You shouldn't be
That's what I'm.
working for other people.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm by trade a tax accountant, and I do lawn care work on the side. I mean, I work 80-hour a week.
That's a good hustle, bro. I
Heck
did that
yeah.
when I was younger. I'm in my family at 14, you had to start your whole life. You work on the farm, maintain the farm, and go to school. Once you turn 14, you got to maintain the farm, go to school, and start earning your own fucking money. Well, when you're a farm worker, one of the first things you do is bale hay. I'll go bale hay for a paycheck. I'll pick crops. I'll help bushel apples. But lawn care becomes one that you're doing. So I would manicure apple orchards. I work on farms where you're making $150 for every lawn, and that was good money.
Yeah,
True.
those are big yards, man.
I didn't even know it, man. I brought home $1,400 as a 15-year-old. My dad's like, your dad's friend over there? I'm like, yeah. He's like, the one with all the hot rods and shit? I'm like, yeah. He said he makes $350 a week and he maintains a family on that, boy. At 15, you killed his paycheck. He's jealous of you. You know what kind of confidence that gave me? And my dad was the one that, told me to, well, do this, start your own lawn care shit. And so it gave me confidence in me, and not only me, that my dad 100% had my back. And he never lied to me. And that's what we're missing today, is the family unit like that.
You're gonna
Good
learn.
pops.
Yep. And you're gonna learn a lot more running your own business than you ever will working for somebody.
Yeah, well, every mistake's valuable in your own business because it's not a failure, man. The road to success is paved with failure, man. If you're scared to fucking fail, just don't do nothing for yourself, because everybody gets it wrong before they get it right. It's just a learning process. It's that simple.
100%. And
Success.
I work in the corporate environment. I mean, I've been from home for the past 3 years, but being in the office, some of these kids coming out of college literally have never had a job in their life. They come in a corporate environment, they expect everything, and they do absolutely nothing. They have not a clue of what actual work is, like an honest day's living.
I hire surveyors like that who are surveying highways and sweating their ass off all day long. They don't even know what to think about the career they just entered into. I try to
Well, I'll
help
take
them
someone
kids
that's
out,
hungry
though,
over
man.
the damn Harvard and Harvard guy.
I can tell those kids when I hire them, and I'll try to help them out. I'll go out and work with them for the first week so that they see a paycheck. Because really, an asphalt paycheck, man, if you make it to get the paycheck, it said you're hooked. You want it. You can't give up another paycheck like that. So you're counting months. You're like, man, I can work 7 months a year at that. Holy shit. I'll make more in
Hey, you
7
got any
months.
avocados on that farm, Mike?
No. Nope. Don't grow avocados. I was thinking about starting now.
He doesn't live in Mexico, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was thinking about starting, but my season isn't long enough.
I bet you can grow those damn things. I think there's a lie going on somewhere around there.
You can grow them in a greenhouse.
I grew a
Yeah,
grapefruit tree in
that's what I was
the
gonna
fucking
say.
Tucson, Arizona, so no one can tell me jack
Well, yeah,
shit.
you probably had to water the fuck out of it too.
That son of a bitch was giving out grapefruits like you've never seen.
Yeah, but Arizona is almost Mexico, so sure. Avocado.
Arizona's desert, bro. We got
No,
cacti.
he said grapefruit, but that's not really. You know how acidic desert soil is? That's not a big thing, a big surprise to me that citrus fruit would grow in acidic soil because it's actually good for them. So I would think they would thrive in the desert.
I feel like there's something going on with them telling us where and what
Yeah.
and what exactly grows
Yeah,
where and where.
farmers don't
I
really
really
listen.
feel like there's something up
Listen,
there.
bro,
I really do.
we don't really listen to what other people tell us can be grown. As a farmer, I mean, I've lived on a farm my whole life. I try to grow shit here. I'll try to grow whatever. So it's not really up to other people. It's farmers who tell you what can grow in one environment. Michigan farmers will tell you what you can grow in Michigan, not science. Where do you think they get it from? Just ask a Michigan farmer what kind of crops he can grow. Fuck, I get bananas to grow here if I want, but it's a hell of a lot of work. So it's not that certain crops won't grow here. It's that to maintain them to grow here is more effort than value.
Fair enough. What else you growing out there? When you got a big bundle of weed?
Yeah, I grow weed every summer, bro. I grow
man.
some by the swamp. I grow some by the cornfield. I grow other shit over there by the cow pasture.
So you got all your medicine out there for you.
I want to smoke some swamp weed.
Your garden has the medicine.
Oh, the granddaddy perps grows good in the swamp. That's the only thing I put in the swamp. Casey Jones don't like it.
They grow. They grow. They grow. You know, this whole idea, oh, bugs will get them all this. Dude, they grow.
Oh, no, they fucking grow like a motherfucker outside. Bugs, mites.
That's why people call it weed.
Listen, mites are something you got to worry about in a clean environment, not in an environment where morning dew is so cold they can't survive on the plant. It's something you have to worry about in a constant temperature setting. The reason mites don't eat up plants outside is because it fucking gets cold at night.
That makes a point. I did some indoor stuff, and yeah, I was worried about that type of shit.
Yeah, indoor bugs, that shit don't like downy mold. There's a reason you don't get downy mold outside. It's called aeration. There's too much air. You got limited air and limited oxygen inside a room. Most people don't vent their shit properly. You need fresh air, not just air moving around.
I had the vents going, dude. I had the temperature control.
Yeah, I do air conditioning.
And AC.
Yeah, I do AC, but I also do fresh air vents. Got a fan just blowing fresh air in constantly from the shaded side of my barn. I got an indoor.
Don't you feel like
though.
you should be able to grow any damn seed you want out there in this world?
Well, I do, but I understand that my environment isn't proper for some things, so I might have to create an environment for it. And so, most farms are for profit. It's different if I want to grow some avocados, so I got a certain amount of avocados every year. Well, if it's, economically smart, then if I'm not spending way too much of my money to grow avocados where it's just cheaper to go buy some, then yeah, I will fucking grow some.
I saw this video where
you got to understand, it's no different than growing hydroponic weed or organic weed in the grow room. You might have to maintain an environment for these things. It adds work to the farm too.
Oh yeah.
What if
Costs
Donald
a
Trump's the
shitload.
Antichrist?
Work is what?
What if Donald Trump's the Antichrist?
I whatever. I don't believe in that shit, but whatever.
What do you say?
Anything anything can be antichrist if it's opposite love, but
Yeah, but I mean the Antichrist, like.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Antichrist.
Okay, well, you believe what
I
you want.
believe it's a societal parable where until we build our societies based on love, we won't have a good society. And the Antichrist, wrecking it, is everything opposite of love. That's what wrecks our
Well, I have
society.
bad news. I have bad news. Bad
No,
news
you,
is
no,
you're
no.
Antichrist.
Yeah,
Gotta
I
burn
am.
down
I'm
the
the guy.
forest to refertilize it
You know I'm the
sometimes,
guy
bro.
that'll
Is it
ban me
evil?
too, right? Fuckhead. Where'd he go? Like with a name like Flat Earth Boxer, he can get away. I'm the Antichrist. Well,
Karma.
I guess that's better than the guy that called me Metatron, I guess. Whatever.
Whatever.
That's funny, isn't it, A-person? I've been called
Fucking
Metatron,
trolls,
bro.
man.
Oh, I know. Be original. At least be original. I guess I haven't been called the Antichrist yet, so I'm not gonna ban him. That was original. First time I've been called the Antichrist. But I think you try to point out apparent truths. That's formed in love when you want people to live in the truth, right?
Yeah, man. I to be honest with you, I haven't fully really uncovered that kind of stuff. I had talked to somebody recently that kind of opened my eyes to a lot of shit and started getting me questioning a lot of stuff about beliefs and
Right.
whatnot. It's okay to have beliefs, but there's certain things that are um, I I don't know how to put it without stepping on anybody's toes. You know how it is, but I'm still kind of, although I feel like I'm in a good general vicinity. I'm still kind of searching. I'm not really all that desperate to find it right away. Just because I think, I think from a creator's point of view, if you had confusion nowadays, he'd be a little bit chillaxed about it. I mean, they lie about all this kind of shit. Like, I just sincerely doubt that um, being able to pull up every bit of info accurately, especially in this day and age, it's I don't know. You get what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
It kind of sucks because at 17, 18, I was a full believer in one thing, and I knew that to be true. And now I don't even know where to fucking begin. 10 years later.
I gotta pick on people. I can't. I keep getting these tags from lobby, but I can't see who's tagging me. I'm wondering if they're getting banned before I get up there. It erases their comments when you ban them. Maybe the last 24 hours, depending on what time period you pick.
Jimsy's probably just trigger happy right now.
Man, there's like 20 new
I
people
barely
in lobby.
ban people.
Yeah, I was gonna
When I
say that,
ban
bro.
them,
Gemsy, trigger happy shit. I ain't seen him ban nobody.
I do when they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, but I'm just saying I'd have to look at the audit log to know it. I'm very seldom. There's a lot of mods here that don't ban, and then people say, "Oh, they're all their mods banned to win an argument." But I know at least, honestly, there's like fucking 60% of you that don't even ban. And I'm not complaining about it. That's cool. I mean, most of you just know somebody else is going to get them before I even get a chance. So why try? But
I went to the Cogdis and to the Cogdis channel and brought that guy Minister, and we had some conversation here. So I try to go from that side of the fence, Try to. Some people get Cogdis, and I'm like, let's see if someone want to speak from Cogdis or something. And that guy had a decent conversation, and he came from Cogdis. He's not bad.
Hey, Mike, be honest, okay? When you have those trolls that are just absolutely talking shit and they're like they've wasted an hour of time already, and I can tell, everybody can tell when you're working up to band. Has anybody ever stolen your band?
Oh yeah, Jose and Indio used to do that shit all the time. We used to, it was a race, bro. We used to be in a competition here to keep shit running right.
That's funny. I could see that being irritating. Like you're holding up to that moment, you're finally done, and then somebody else bans it.
Yeah. Yeah, that really gets me, dude. Jose, listen, when Jose was on here real tough, he used to do it. I'd be like, yeah, that motherfucker's outie, and Jose would start laughing. And I wouldn't even look. I'm like, yeah, okay. All right. The boogeyman got you.
That's funny.
Man, what are these dumbasses? I believe the earth is round. You want to debate it? What do you think I'm doing on the flat earth debate server? Yeah.
Okay, so you want to debate like whether the earth is flat or not?
Is that the guy that was just talking to me in lobby?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, give me a minute.
Let me pull up Google.
I mean, the whole damn lobby wants to.
Oh shit.
What's a tan win? Did you win because of your tan? You got the tannest tan?
You'd think that like the Globies would have some sort of Google meta at this point that auto brought up their fucking bullshit.
This dude tagged me in like 5 different lobbies. You want to debate?
Do it, Mike. Do it.
It's like, dude, you're in the damn live stream. Why didn't you just unmute and say, hey, Battle Mod, I think I can take
Okay.
you?
Okay. So you think the earth is flat, right?
Actually, I know it's flat. It's not a belief.
Okay, so you're making a deductive argument. Okay, why?
No, it's not a deductive argument. It's an observation.
Okay. No, wait, you said definitively, I know the earth is flat. You're not saying I believe the earth is flat because of this, and this. You're just saying I know the earth is flat. Okay, so why do you think the earth is like flat?
So you're going to take a philosophical approach to debunking the observation of a fat local plane.
I think philosophy is required in any debate
I
field.
think you're going to get your philosophical ass whooped trying to debate in an empirical server about philosophy.
We all have our chosen methods of debating. I prefer.
We do, but here, listen, we don't debate philosophy here. I debate what you can empirically demonstrate. Otherwise, I just hand wave it. I don't care what your thoughts or opinions or beliefs are.
Let me put it like this, right? Okay, do you believe that there's only one solid system of argumentation? There's like multiple different ways.
I believe there's only one solid method for science. I don't care about argumentation.
So you think like
I'm not a philosopher.
I'm not a philosopher either. So
well, you're basing it on an argument. Listen, truth is in a debate. It's either empirical or it's not. Truth is demonstratable. Fact is demonstratable.
I think anyone would have a hard. I think the whole concept of argumentation and debates stem from like philosophy in general. So if we are going to have a debate, right, we would have to have like a philosophical discussion and
a philosophical discussion. No, see, we set the terms of evidence in a formal debate. And listen, formal debate is about fact, not belief. So where does philosophy fit in the formal debate? Were you ever on the debate team in college or high school?
I've been on the debate team on my high school, yeah.
In high school, and they allowed you to come in with philosophical premises, not something
and
you had to
I've won almost every debate I've ever had, yes.
You would have got crushed in debates in my high school. Because if you can't demonstrate it, who cares if you postulate it? You can hand wave postulations that are not backed by evidences or
The
proofs.
thing is, I don't argue deductively. I argue inductively. I look at like some knowledge, and then I say, okay, I can connect this and this,
I
and then I
know.
can
I
like,
think you listen. Your whole point would be to just tear apart my argument. You'd never once even validate any one of my points. You just want to attack the argument or the thinking.
I joined the server because I want to listen to why you guys
I'm
think
right.
the Earth is flat.
No.
And
Am I right? You're never once going to listen to any one of our facts or demonstrations. You're going to attack the way
no,
we
no,
think.
I am going to listen. I am going to listen. I'm going to let you like explain your argument, and then I'm going to explain to you why that argument may not be like as solid as you might
That's
think it
just what
is.
I fucking said. That is
Okay.
just what I said.
Yeah,
You're
sure.
gonna
Then you're right.
you're gonna attack the argument, not the concept. The way you
No,
argue it, the way you
not
present it.
necessarily the argument. I
No, it's
wait.
listen.
Sure.
When you either give value to demonstration or you don't. If you're gonna say that's not a demonstration based on this faulty logic in your premise, then that's not addressing the actual evidence. That's
If we
addressing
are going to have
the
a formal debate, we would
that's
have to like
no, that's a
subscribe to a certain set of classical logic or axioms, right? We would have to
yeah,
like
yeah, that facts are demonstrable.
okay, listen, if you can provide me with 100% factual argument or 100% factual demonstration, sure, I'll buy into it, right? I'll accept it.
Okay,
But
somebody
till
posts
then,
a somebody posts a laser survey. There's no curve. Listen, you believe in an ellipsoid model, right? Curvature of water around an ellipsoid by gravitation. So that
I think that
absolutely. So listen, the ellipsoid model in the ellipsoid model, every body of water has to curve at a constant rate around a sphere because it's wrapped that way by gravity towards the central point. So if we can demonstrate over 42 kilometers, there's no curvature over water, then your shit is null and void. We've
okay,
destroyed
you
your
can like
radius.
post it. Sure.
That's the laser test lobby, bro. I'm talking about the FE core laser experiment. Never mind, I'll get it.
I got
Okay.
it here.
Mike, I'll post it.
Oh, all right, thanks. You can jump in whenever you want too, bro. This is one of
I
your
just got
good.
in here, so I heard like 3 sentences.
It's in there. Okay, so just
Empirical proofs of a flat Earth. He said he'd accept them, so that's where we're at. We're going through the proofs. Where's the final PDF? Oh,
You
okay.
test it yourself. That's always an option.
Yeah, so the model gives you numbers. We test these numbers and verify them. And I'm not going to argue with somebody that's going to say the logic behind your premise is twisted, so your data means nothing. That's not debate.
No, wait. Are you, okay? Wait. Are you saying that like if we're gonna have a debate, we're gonna have to like just provide like just like direct facts and inductive or abductive reasoning
Well,
is
that's
like
what
invalid?
formal debate is. You use a form of logic to deliver a demonstrable fact, and you give citation to back it normally in debate. So how do you
Do you
give
know what
citation?
axioms are?
I do know what an
Yeah,
axiom
what's
is.
the goal
It's an
back?
apparent truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us the globe axiom. Tell us the globe axiom. I'm dead serious. Oh, there ain't one. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wait.
I'm just telling you. I asked this guy a few. He said
Yeah,
he
I'm
wanted to
serious,
debate,
dude. Think about it for a
and
second. What is how is the Earth self-evidently a globe? Tell us. What is
and I asked.
self-evident to everybody that there's a ball?
Look, I asked him about 5 questions. He didn't know any of them, so it's like I told him when he come in here, it's best for his best interest not to come in wanting to debate. He didn't even know anything about the globe, so it's
Oh, we're
just like
setting down the ground rules. Yeah, how can you prove a globe and debunk a flat Earth if you don't know the globe model? That is another one. That's a good point.
Wait, what?
How can you debunk a flat Earth and prove a globe if you don't know the globe model?
What? Okay. Wait. Again, I'm just like trying to listen to what your reasoning is, and I'll explain to you like why
I
my
got
reasoning
that.
isn't
Listen,
with a
I know
solid
what
piece of evidence.
philosophical debate is. You don't have to keep explaining it. You're attacking the logic, not the premise.
Okay. Okay. So you want me to attack the logic and not your like your argument itself?
No, that's
Whatever
what
you
you want to do. That's what you want to do. That's what philosophical debate is.
There is no non-philosophical debate. Like,
Yeah, there is. Formal debate is about factual evidence. When you're debating known facts.
okay, but to like when you provide factual evidence, you're gonna have to
In a
tie it in with like
scientific
reasoning.
listen, in a scientific formal debate, why would we bring in philosophy? Is science about philosophy, or is it about the demonstration of truth through experiment?
I think we have very different definition of what we consider philosophy.
No, I ask about science. Is science a demonstration of truth through experiment? That's what the method is. You come up with a hypothesis, observation, experiment, theory.
Before we get into that,
You're trying to discover a truth through science. This is a science debate. It's not a philosophy debate. There's no room for the philosophical in a scientific debate. Scientific is about demonstration of truth through experimentation. That's
okay.
that's what I implied when I said empirical.
Okay, before we like get into like a logical debate and every before
We're
we
not
like
going to
proceed
get into
into
a
our
logical debate. I've said
Wait,
it
wait.
in 100 different
Wait.
ways, and it seems
wait.
your reasoning is
Let us
faulty.
let us like set a bench
And
like a
comprehension.
baseline. Okay.
Why don't you take a breath, dude? Take a breath. You're like spazzing. Chill,
Yeah,
bro.
he
It says
lacks
24/7. We're not going anywhere. Relax.
yeah, he lacks comprehension skills, bro. I've already said I'm not having a philosophical debate with you 100 different ways, and you act like you're a philosopher, but you didn't catch any one of them that wasn't a direct statement. I'm not getting into a philosophical debate, and you even walked past that statement. Was it not coherent and cohesive? I mean, you might as well just say, I want to debate beliefs and belief systems and want to attack the belief you use to form that experiment. That's basically what you want to do. And I'm not having it. We're here about facts.
I mean, it's okay if you lose a debate to a flat earther. It's not a big deal. Your first
Is that
loss.
even possible? Come on, we're flat earthers. That's not possible.
He never lost a debate, so this might be his first loss.
Yeah,
so I think he thinks that. This is my opinion of his opinion. Is that he thinks that we don't actually have objective empirical evidence for our position, and that it's just a belief. It's not a belief.
Yeah, and I wouldn't call it a philosophical debate. That anything philosophical is more of a calm discussion.
Yeah,
Still
but
here?
for
What's this
some,
guy's name?
He's
to,
already gone. You're
He run away. Oh, he took.
gonna have to
Oh,
change.
come
Gonna have
on.
to change his
Well-
name to Tan Lose instead of Tan Win.
well, for someone to come to the conclusion that, like to make the assumption that we don't have empirical evidence would infer that they have some sort of evidence that they don't think that we can match. I don't think it was even
No,
like that. I think he thought that because maybe he was on the debate team in high school and he was
thought
better
he
at
could
formulating
destroy
arguments. Yeah,
the
that he
logic
thought.
we use to form a belief because he thought it was just a belief.
Yeah, I think he thought that he could just like form some argument with a lot of words and win.
Yeah, he thinks flat Earth is just a belief. There's no evidence. It's not a science. It's a belief. We're a cult. That's what they think. And the philosophical approach to it what about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when we had a big rash of that. I thought they gave up on that shit, bro, because we ridicule them.
They've circled back around, man. They start from the beginning. They go back to 2017 and start again there, then use all the same lame arguments for the next couple of years.
Well, that means the next one will be doxing people. Damn it.
Then the one after that, you guys don't even understand orbital mechanics.
Yeah. I'm waiting for us to get back to where they're going to call my job and get me fired. I love it when my secretary says, Glover online too, Mike. She listens to us on the live stream. She thinks this shit's funny.
Remember that guy yesterday?
Yeah.
Remember when everybody was in here spazzing and everybody? Spazzing. That shit was crazy.
I know that dude was
The scatterbrain kid that just kept like, all the scientists are gonna agree with me. Like, who cares? I don't care what they agree with.
Yeah, the kid that said, you can't answer. I'm right. And I was like, dude, you ain't shut up in 20 minutes. How the fuck can anybody answer anything you're saying? I mean, we literally let you ramble for 20 minutes. And then you're going to say, I'm not getting an answer.
Apparently, he kept saying that over and over again. And you were like, answer what? Like, just make a coherent statement. Say something like, what can't we answer? And he just couldn't. He just couldn't even say what it is we couldn't answer.
But Tanwin
He would
said
just say
that
something. What do you say, like maps or something?
his Wi-Fi cut off and he's coming back to get you, bro. Give him a minute.
Yeah,
My
his thing was
Wi-Fi went
maps.
out.
Tanwin
You can
returns.
continue.
He said maps. He said, I was given this map by a bunch of flat earthers, and you got to defend it. I was like, that's not a flat earth map. He was mad as hell. But we don't have a map, and that's a global projection map. And then he got really mad when I said, well, how do you say the distances don't work on this? How did you equate distances? Because it's not a map. It doesn't have a scale or a legend. And to equate distance on a map, you need a scale and a legend that tells you for every 1 inch is 1,000 miles or 300 miles. Or if you don't have a scale or a legend, there's no way to map distance. So it's not a map. It's just a picture.
Tanwin, you're back for round 2. Let me ask you this: How do you feel losing your first debate to a flat earther? How do you feel with your first loss?
Do you consider this? Do you consider my internet cutting out as losing? Because
all right, my bad. All right, now let's scratch that. Go ahead.
Only if it was Starlink.
Get him, Jimsy.
So I'm just wondering, can you prove your internet failed? Or do I have to attack the logic you used for the failed internet? Maybe it was an operator error.
I don't think I never asserted that, so I would never need to prove that.
So let's walk through how you figured out it was failing internet and not an operator error.
Yeah, I don't think this is relevant at all to the current conversation. I think that would be like a red herring.
Did you adjust your Wi-Fi settings? Or
No,
did somebody else do it for you?
No, I just restarted.
Dude, he's trolling you. Relax.
Move on. Okay, so explain to me, big man. Explain to me why the Earth oh wait no that's not what we were on. We were on what's your stance on philosophy in context of debating? Yeah, this is great.
Christ.
Yes, sir.
Let's not talk about. Listen, let's just talk about flat Earth or whole Earth or something.
Let's just start out with your first premise on why the Earth's not flat.
We're going over like your reasoning. Unless you want to drop your reasoning.
No, we're not going over our reasoning.
I can get
it's
into
a
my
debate.
argument. I can get into
debate.
my argument if you like drop your argument.
So okay.
Okay.
Okay, hold up. Let me go back to where we were. We were at the FE core laser experiment, 42 kilometers, 0 deviation. So the given radius for the ellipsoid model where water curves at a given rate is untrue, and we demonstrated that with a 42 kilometer laser demonstration. There was 0 deviation. So what do you want to address? You want to look at our link and go through our data?
I'm looking at it.
Okay. Well, you got some philosophical concept about our data, our process?
Let me look at it and then give me 2 minutes. Let me read this shit and then
every one of these guys that did this is a professional engineer. The laser was custom made just for this distance.
He's going to come back with this philosophy on why Times New Roman was used in the text.
that's going to be a red herring foul.
Yeah, this is
Hold
what
on.
I'm wondering. What philosophical concept is going to be applied to a scientific demonstration?
We had a Glober say the laser test is invalid because it doesn't have a table of contents.
And it does. It has an abstract. That's what an abstract is. That Glober's just a moron.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, isn't the... I thought the abstract was a table of contents. Am I dumb?
Doesn't have a glossary at the end. This is bullshit.
Did his internet cut out again?
No, it was operator
doing the
error, bro.
research.
Yeah, he's doing the research. hey, who's
Operator
got
malfunction.
who's got Showtime?
No, he's googling the debunk. He's googling laser test debunk or something.
You guys ever watch Zach and Mira make a porno?
No.
That shit's on a channel on my TV. It ain't even pay-per-view. I'm like, man, my kid watches this. I don't restrict it from her. It's got nudity on it and shit. That's not even
Dang it.
Showtime. What the fuck is this? I might have to call my provider and bitch. It doesn't even say rated R.
Yo, Mike, typically when you're debating these guys, they have their mute off, and so you can hear them typing away. This one's a little bit smarter.
Oh yeah. Hey, I heard DJ come too quick, slam his phone to the concrete. We heard it hit the concrete. I was like, yeah, I got a rage kill.
Headshot.
I wonder what happened to that guy.
He knew he looked dumb as hell breaking his phone over an argument. I don't know. Kusho never gave up, but he said, "Oh, fuck them guys. They just keep banning me." I guess he's smarter than Kusho, huh?
Yeah.
But for all I know, he could be some chick on here with a voice changer, right? Oh, you just want to drop it? No, I want a philosophical answer to this empirical demonstration, sir. Or
I think
wanna,
I'll just like wait.
or I
wait,
want a concession of the data.
No, wait. I'll just say, right? Since I don't have like sufficient science knowledge in regards to this, I can like drop it for now. Sure.
Yeah, that'd be survey. Oh, okay. So that's a concession. You're not equipped for this level of argument. I'll accept that.
Great.
So,
That's honest.
James, do you want to ask him that question again? How's it feel?
Hey, how do you feel on your first loss? How do you feel now?
This actually isn't my first loss. I said I almost like never lost a debate. I have, but like that was like early stages. But
to a flat earther?
No.
So be honest. I got an honest question for you. Okay. Did you come in here thinking you were gonna find a bunch of uneducated people who wouldn't be able to formulate an educated answer for anything?
I expected a debate on which I would like. The reason I joined, I wanted to like listen to like the reasoning and everything, and I was like, "Yo, this doesn't make
I understand that because you believe flat Earth is a belief system where we don't have any scientific knowledge because we're not scientists. But I want to know? Did you find something other than what you thought you would find? That's basically what I'm thinking.
Sure. Because when I did come into, I have all the knowledge I needed for like at least a decent debate, but I had no knowledge of the arguments that would be presented by the other side. So the argument like that was provided, I have no knowledge on how to like argue against it or anything. So
I get that.
Why would you then debate? Why?
Yeah, I just want to point out some of us are really educated. We're professional engineers. We're prominent business owners. There's even rich people in here, okay, but they just don't brag about it. But there are people of status and authoritative positions that believe in a flat earth, and it's constantly said all the time, well, no engineer believes in flat earth, and it's untrue. It's not their undereducation that leads them to a belief, but their wide array of knowledge and vast subjects that lead people to a flat earth.
Can I ask this guy a question? What subjects are you typically used to debating?
I debate mostly like social issues.
That's the problem.
Uh,
That's the problem right there. Because social, listen, we know about this. So we have people that come here from, say, politics servers, right? Z politics server. That's like the big one. And
I don't do politics.
that,
I just like
listen, I'm just saying social issues and political debates and like that type of thing. Those are subjective opinions, right?
Yeah, all of it.
Here is objective reality. What does the data say? What is it? What can we infer or deduce from the data? It's a different type of debate than social issues, right? Because it isn't opinion.
I can like debate like objective like shit to an extent, but I'm used to using philosophy in my debates due to, as I said, like social issues.
Yeah,
debates,
you'd
which I
probably
mostly do.
crush me in a gender debate, but hey, I'm not debating gender because it's set in stone by the science. But hey, you know.
I mean, they found that DNA at that crime scene, and they can't find the person because they identified as a woman, but they got man's DNA, so they just can't find the person now. They got away with murder.
That transgender killed somebody, and we can't find him or her or they. Zer.
Hey, we got your male DNA on the crime scene. What are you talking about? I'm a female.
Oh no, you clearly left semen at the crime scene.
That was female semen.
Female semen.
Clearly, it's right here on the skirt. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Evidence says otherwise.
It was a simulation.
It wasn't sex. It identified as casual talk.
Imagine debating objective reality.
Huh.
Yeah.
I can't debate belief systems, bro. That's why I don't enter into religious debates. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Because my belief, my faith is set in stone. I don't care about other people's opinions on it. You know? I mean, I don't do religion because I'm not into rituals, but
You mean like the global religion? They got a couple rituals. They got the Cavendish. They got the Foucault's pendulum.
they got that thing at the particle accelerator too, don't they?
Oh yeah, dance to Kali, the destroyer.
Yeah. The sun ritual.
Bro,
Destruction
that
and
kid,
rebirth.
he left the server.
I bet.
He left the server completely.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Dude, that's $1 million fucking reply to the laser survey. I'll just drop it then, Battle Mod. I don't want to kick it, man.
Hey, you have to give it to him. He looked at the evidence and realized he was way over his head. And he bowed out.
Yeah, that's why I quit joking around and just asked for it, wondering is he honest? Is he an honest person? And I'll give him that. He's an honest person. Actually, he seemed like a decent guy, but understood what he wanted to do. That's why I didn't want to debate it. Well, let's just cover you. You basically believe this is the belief. Like when I said it's an observation, he's like, your theory or belief. Well, it's not a theory or a belief. It's an observation. And then they asked me, do I know what an axiom is? Yeah. It's a self-evident truth. What's up? I mean, just like my observation of a flat earth.
It's like everybody's first statement coming in is, so you believe the earth is flat. That's always the first statement.
Yeah, they're projecting. It's what they're doing.
Yeah. India's reply was pretty good. He said, what's the axiom for the globe? None.
That's usually when,
There isn't any. Dude, that like pulls the rug out from under them. Like, it doesn't matter like what they say after that.
Yeah,
like,
that was.
If you don't have an axiom, you have presumptions and assumptions. Like, you've already lost. You've lost from go.
Well, current science theories and explanations are held higher than demonstrations. So they override demonstration with theory and explanation. We can ignore what has been demonstrated because we theorize and explain how it could happen on this level. Because we got things that are true at the microscopic level that they argue this changes when it gets megascopic. No, it can't change. It's built on fundamental principles. That's like saying bricks. You build a house out of bricks, it's going to turn to wood, or I'm going to build a wood house. That on the microscopic level is wood, but when I'm done, it's going to be concrete, because when you put it all together in a conglomerate, it acts in a different manner than it did for the fundamental principles, or at the atomic level. If it's one way for atoms, quarks and shit, then if you build something out of atoms, quarks and shit, that's going to ring true through all of it. It's not going to change just because you put a bunch of them together. It's going to be true. So that's why I don't understand why there isn't a theory for gravitational magnetism, because it's true on the quantum level. Magnetism holds us together at the quantum level. We're made up of atoms. What's holding them together? Static attraction.
Don't worry, Mike. I'm gonna get you someone for debate. I'm gonna get you someone. Don't worry.
Oh man,
That guy disappointed.
If you get a good one going, man, I'll get rumpus anyway. It's all good. I can feel it coming.
Yeah, Mike, the further you drill down, it just all comes down to basically positive and negative charge and the relation between them.
Yeah.
And they try to act as if those forces would never come into play, or they certainly don't take it into account when they try to put forth their theories of gravitational forces.
Yeah, and doctors know damn well that the human being is an electromagnetic entity, right? You know that, dielectric. Electrical signals run everything in our body. We need electrolytes, acids, we're a battery.
Right, 100%. And most people, I was somewhat debating earlier today about light, just light in general. And it's a constant back and forth where somebody says, well, it's a photon. Oh, but then when it does this, it's a wave. Okay, a wave of what? What is waving? If it's a particle, what is that particle made up of? What is its atomic mass? Oh, its atomic mass is 0. So it's a particle of nothing,
Yeah, I love that. Just ask them if it's a particle or a wave and watch them squirm.
They'll just say it's both.
Well, quantum could get real specific on it, but not a lot of people can.
I would say this is that both sides are right and wrong at the same time. Because it really just depends on what experiment you're doing determines what value you're going to get as a result. If you do this experiment, you get a wave. If you do this experiment, you get a particle. So.
Yep.
But you don't actually get a particle. That's the thing, though. What they call a photon is really not a particle.
Oh, well, they've got arcs on the plate, right?
The reason they call it a particle because it has a momentum and it actually will exert what they call radiation pressure. It actually will exert a force on something, a pressure. Light will.
Well,
right.
Yeah,
I agree.
It exchanges energy, yeah. It can make things expand and contract.
So the momentum from the light can be transferred to solid objects.
Yep.
So this is where they get the idea that it's a particle. Plus, there's the Young's double slit where they get shot, where they get they take a phosphorus screen they'll get basically, you know, it'll illuminate one little speck, one little location. So that's the other reason they say it's a particle. If they do an experiment another way, then, you know, they get a wave pattern, interference pattern. So it just depends on what test you're doing, which really says to me they just don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm with you on that. I agree with that. We don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, someone
Right,
clever is gonna come up with a third experiment, and it'll show both of those two wrong.
But what they're
Yeah.
claiming is a particle, I think, is what like I think it was JJ Thompson. I think the way that he described it, I can't remember off the top of my head, was basically the endpoint or the grounding of dielectric acceleration, something
Yeah,
along those lines.
crossing the two things in the field, the connection point. Yeah, I've listened to him.
Yeah, it's like the discharge of. It's like a discharge of energy is what they're calling the particle, but it's not actually
It is
a particle.
the exchange of energy, like just like we said. Light delivers energy by warming things up, causing things to expand, extract, contract, change states of matter, such as ice. So yeah, it causes movement. The ground moves when it heats up.
Yeah, it's an energetic movement, right? It's not like a physical particle. Like when you have those little, I forget what they're called, but it's a little fan thing with black and white fins on it, and it's inside like a vacuum tube, and you can shoot light at it, and it starts to spin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an exchange of energy. You can make them. It's just when light hits it, you can make an engine like that. Just when it warms up, it starts to spin.
Almost as if there's free energy that can somehow be tapped into.
What do you know what a thermal engine is? You know the different kinds of engines. Basically, the one you're talking about is an engine that uses thermal energy to work. A combustion engine is an example of that, but this one gets its thermal energy from heat from the sun.
Right. I'm not too familiar with a thermal engine. Are you talking about something that would power equipment?
Well, yeah, a combustion engine is a form of a thermal engine.
Right. Oh, I thought you were talking about one that you said used the energy from the sun. I didn't know if there was
Well,
one that was on the scale.
that's considered a thermal engine too. It uses thermal energy from the sun to create a movement through expansion and contraction.
Right. Yeah, like that. I can't remember what it's called. A little glass tube thing that has
Yeah.
the fan in it.
Yeah, it's called a reaction engine. Combustion engines are a form of a thermal engine, but a reaction engine is too. It can be a chemical reaction, it can be a heat reaction. You can make them with a candle that the heat from the candle powers it like a windmill.
Yeah. I found the name of it. It's Crook's radiometer. What that little thing's called.
Yeah.
I got this guy. He wants to debate it. See.
You know what a Stirling engine is? That's a form of a thermal engine. A Stirling engine. You seen the engines that use a candle to power a fan? This is something we study in engineering. You can make high temperature engines, low temperature engines, power them with a candle, input a heat. You can use the same principle to make an engine that moves just from sunlight. So there is energy out there to use. I mean, light delivers energy. It exchanges energies and stuff. It's just whether or not it's economical or maintainable to draw that type of energy to create whatever energy you need.
Welcome to Flutter Mathopter.
Yeah,
Your
what's
mic is
good?
open.
Mm.
Good. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I just got out of cognitive dissonance. I do have like this question, and it's directed at one particular member. One particular one.
Oh boy.
Who?
Okay.
Me?
Oh no, not you. Not you. Definitely not
Quantum
you.
Eraser?
Nah. It's directed at
Cut the
actually
shit.
yeah.
At
Yeah.
who?
For them. Yeah, at
Go
cut
ahead,
the
ask
shit.
your question.
At who? Sorry.
At cut the shit.
Okay.
Oh, cut the shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
cut
right.
the shit and ask your question.
So what's yeah?
So you know how okay. You know how I guess what's the proper term? Globies? Globe earthers?
People who believe in the globe. I don't like labeling people so that it's easier to just treat them like they're not people.
Okay, so you know how people who think the Earth is a globe, you know how they have collected information and data regarding the Earth's shape. They have collected it, and they
Well,
they
yeah,
call it evidence.
it's the
They call it
process.
evidence.
Yeah, we like
Yeah,
to critique each one of those things on a specific basis.
yeah. So they call
Yeah.
it evidence, and and cut the shit said, cut the shit actually couldn't answer a particular question that I had. What
Yeah.
makes that?
I'll answer it.
What makes that? I guess evidence non-evidence
So
to
listen,
people who don't
all
think
right,
the
this
Earth
is.
is a globe.
I was trying to get into this when I said that, and I probably could have just cut you off. So, for me to tell you what makes an evidence not an evidence, we'd have to specifically address each thing you call an evidence. And then I could critique why that specific thing is not a proof of what you assert.
I'm like, sure, like we could
But when
definitely
we
go
do
that route.
that, people want to act like it's ad hoc. But see, science is all about reviewing science because with the growth, we know science isn't 100%, just our current understanding. So with the growth of knowledge, all things will change and all things will be questioned. Well, what was believed to be true 100 years ago isn't believed to be true now. So there's no reason why it should be an ad hoc. It's a review with growth of knowledge, and we can really say that 1,000 years ago they did some dumb shit, but and they called it this. But now here, 1,000 years later, we're way more educated and we know way more about the principles they were addressing. We should review that. and it shouldn't be considered an ad hoc. So if it was the 2-stick experiment, there's valid reasons why it's not an experiment. It's not a measurement. Aristophanes didn't measure anything. He had a hypothesis based on a bunch of assumptions. That's not evidence. Cavendish, we can cover why that's not an evidence, because first off, it's not an experiment. Second off, there's no independent variable, no dependent variable, no cause and effect relationship that's demonstrated. That's why it's not an experiment. So each thing can be addressed specifically. But when you make general statements about the corpus and the body of a thing, that's just called grandstanding, and it leads to nothing because there's nothing to actually address. There's no valid point there, if you gather what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you could give a specific point, then we would address it specifically. General vague statements don't prove anything.
Okay, that seems like a generally satisfactory answer that, for some reason, Cut the Shit couldn't provide.
Yeah, so we're not here to attack people, right? So
Yeah,
can
yeah,
you do natural science without experiment? What was
yeah.
your name?
Somebody let you out
Method.
of cog this for a reason, and I'm sure it wasn't just. Listen, so Cut the Shit pissed you off. We'll ask Cut the Shit right now to lighten up on you. Cool? Can we move
Yeah, I
past
just
that?
wanted like a simple answer from him that he could have like easily
I get
typed
that.
out. And it gets aggravating when someone literally does not answer your
Yeah, here,
question
can
with
you consider this? There's a lot of people here that 100% agree with what they hear, but they can't repeat it. And they get real frustrated when they don't have an answer, and they don't want to just admit they don't have an answer. What they need to understand is that ambiguity is perfectly fine. It's okay to not have an answer, or to direct somebody else that can answer it properly.
I'm aware, and I'm like,
pride kills us. Can you just consider that? Pride fucks a lot of people up. They just don't want to admit that they don't have the answer, bro. It's
wasn't so much
perfectly
as
human. It's
it wasn't so
perfectly
much as
human.
not having an answer. It was more like having an answer, but not explaining how they came to that answer.
I understand where you're coming from, bro.
That was
This
like the
is the
point
way.
of contention.
Yeah, I don't like to deliver the statements where this is the way it is and it's because I said so. But I'm a father. I know if I teach my kids like that and they don't know how we got from here to there, then it's just not going to fucking matter to them anyway. So that permeates through my entire life. If you want a person to understand something, they need to. It's just like, okay, mechanics, for example. If I tell you how to rebuild a starter, okay, cool, you know how to rebuild it. And you could just take good parts and put together a rebuild kit in a starter, and you could make a rebuild kit. But if I teach you why you do it, then you'll know a little more. You could actually take 3 old starters and build a starter out of one good starter out of 3 old starters, because you know why we do everything. So you know about the gaps, the clearances, and then you'd know more about the process. So you wouldn't just be the guy who's, okay, I know how to put this together. You would actually know how to build it, construct it, or manipulate it to make it work. And that's kind of my reasoning behind that. I would rather give a clear, concise answer and cover a topic fully to the end before I cover 15 answers or questions at once. That's just not productive. We're asking people to believe something here that is just furthest from their realm of thinking. So in my opinion, we had to build a bridge for them to get them from where they are to where we are. So I agree with you. I understand your frustration. Just everybody here is not like that. You have to consider this. We're people, man. None of us are perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. And hey, Roger, go ahead, man. I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah, I was So evidence, mapother, evidence. What is evidence in your eyes? Is it observing something and then declaring?
No, it wasn't
No.
so much as me
Okay.
using
So
my own.
yeah.
It wasn't.
Okay. So can we do natural science without experiment?
I. This isn't. This wasn't really my question at all.
Well, this is my question, right? You want to be
Right.
specific about evidence. So can we do natural science without experiment?
Hmm. We'll have to look further into that, to be honest.
No, you can't, right? You can't make a cause and effect relationship without manipulating variables, or else it would be pseudoscience, just looking and declaring. Won't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I look at a star and I declare that it is a big, giant gas ball, would that be science?
Without any supporting pieces of
Without
information,
any
a declaration
experimentation,
by
right?
itself, a declaration
Without
by itself is just a declaration.
right, without any experimentation, right? So we do not know what it is. We just look at it and then declare that it is the light in the skies are suns, just like just like ours. How would that be science then, if we cannot do experimentation on it?
I reckon we can
You
see
can't.
and try to see what they're made of, though.
No. So
Through
have you heard of
spectroscopy, we
Michikaku?
can try and see what
Have
they're
you
made
heard?
of.
Yeah, seeing, you just conceded that observation is not science. So only
No.
seeing is not science, right?
I'm
It
using
starts with
seeing as colloquially, not as in like visually observing.
okay.
Although
So
what we can do is point a telescope with a spectrometer attached to it, and we can look at the information that the spectrometer outputs when it is pointed
okay, and then
at a star.
how did you then manipulate the variables to then come to the conclusion that this is a gas ball?
We can take a look at the spectroscopy lines produced
Which
by
and where was this produced? On
Yeah,
which
hold up, Roger. You
this
know
would
how
be
I like
observed.
to attack spectroscopy? It makes the assumption that the light works the exact same way to the medium, the assumed medium of space over astronomical distances, that it would as if it was under our atmosphere, because everything we know about spectroscopy is based on how things work under atmospheric pressure. So then we make the assumption that we can apply this to everything we see, and it's a ludicrous assumption.
Why atmospheric pressure specifically, or did you just mean the atmospheric conditions?
Well, every test we do on chemicals to see what light they put off is done right here under atmospheric conditions. Any valid results. Now, then that's taken in the assumptions made that we can use this to see over vast astronomical distances. But it's a medium that's unknown to us, and we don't know that the chemicals propagate or light propagates through that medium the exact same way it does to our atmosphere. You know, light gets polarized when it comes to our atmosphere, and it becomes different colors. That's what polarization is. It goes from on the invisible spectrum, white light, into separated light with color, the rainbow. That's polarization. So all light that comes into our observable reality here on Earth is first polarized. But then we're going to make assumptions about spectrum of light and color and chemical content because we know how it works here on Earth. This is a ludicrous concept, and there are many scientists that also agree with me applying this to astrology or the chemical composition of planets, stars, and bodies we see in the sky. There's a lot of scientists that disagree with that. They say it shouldn't even be done. It's too many assumptions over vast areas. So it leaves a margin for error that's just unfathomable.
Astronomical.
Exactly. Exponentially infinite.
So yeah, we can't do experiment on things that are not in our reach, right? So the assumption you made that spectrography here on Earth would be the same billions and billions of light years away, right? You don't even know the distance, right? It's just an assumption. So that's not science, right? And Michio Kaku, do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he even tells you that in his line of work, nobody uses the scientific method, right? They're off by 10 to the power of, what was it, 10 to 120. I need to get the quote. Sorry, I'm ruining it. But he tells you that nobody in his line of work uses the scientific
Is
method.
it 10 to the
It's
hundredth or 10 to the thousandth?
120.
It's 10 to the 120th power.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, which is in the
that's
billions and trillions, dude. That's an
right.
infinitely large number. It's orders of magnitude.
That's the biggest mismatch between experimentation, right, and observation in the history of mankind. So these astrophysicists will tell you it's leaps of logic, seat of the pants, guesswork, right? So you just can't throw it out of the window. The only thing you will ever have, Mapother, is the Earth itself. Okay? So how would you then conclude that you're on a spinning water ball? Because that is where it all starts. The heliocentric model is dependent on the radius. And by now you've seen the black swan argument, right? Do you understand it?
Yeah, I have my own distaste for it.
Yeah, it's not about opinion, Mapother, right? It's about the physicality of Earth, right? They told us the dimensions. They told us it's this big, right? So surely we can go out and measure it. Won't you think? Okay,
I do
so
have
if it's not measurable,
like I
it's
said
not a
before,
ball.
I have my own distaste toward it, and like I do have like a minor explanation for it, but you guys like don't care about it. And
No,
when
it's
I
not
do
about
say,
feelings. It's about empirical evidence and demonstrations. The really is level, right? I just had a whole rant about astrophysicists not being really is level, and now you're going into not really is level. So if you have an explanation, right, that's all fine. I can explain it away with magical invisible unicorns pulling the light around the curve, right? Would that be sufficient enough for you?
no, I'm merely
No. You need demonstrations, right?
What is his your distaste? What is it?
I mean, like, okay, so I'm sure you've been told about atmospheric refraction in the black swan photo. That's got to be like the
Yeah,
number
welcome
one
to
thing
Flat Earth.
you've been told about it. Yeah. Atmospheric refraction. Light literally just, well, light doesn't exactly bend.
Right. So it makes
How light behaves in the atmosphere is kind of wacky at certain times of day and at certain temperatures and pressures.
Yeah. So do you know what you're invoking now? Or is this just something they told you?
Tell me.
Yeah, you're invoking terrestrial refraction, right? And you know what terrestrial refraction uses in the formula because it's all based in the math, right?
I'm talking more about atmospheric refraction, but if that's what you
No,
call,
it's terrestrial refraction.
why
Right?
terrestrial?
Because this is the definition, right? Go and look at Andrew Thomas Young. This is how they explain it away, right? Atmospheric terrestrial refraction, which means they extend the Earth by formula 7/6 R. They use the radius to prove the radius.
Mm-hmm.
That's fallacious. Won't you agree?
No, it uses a different.
Of course it is. How can
It
you
uses
prove the
no. It
radius
uses a.
with the radius?
It's not recursive at all. If that's what you're suggesting.
7/6R, the radius. They use the radius to prove the radius. Are you serious?
No, they use the radius to prove an increased effective radius.
So who
they
has
use an
ever
existing
measured the
value.
radius? So who has ever measured the radius if it's never if the horizon is never at the location they tell it it has to be, right? How can you prove the radius if it is unmeasurable?
No,
You're
it's
holding a
fully
double
measurable.
position here.
That's the problem. It is
So
measurable, and yet we see that for some reason it's
okay, so
further
point
away,
me
and that we can somehow see it. But in
Mapoto,
reality,
point me to the geometric horizon in the black swan image. Where is it?
fuck, where's the image? Can someone link it? Fuck.
Where is the geometric horizon in your image?
Where's the image? I'm trying to find the image.
Yeah, I'm posting it again. Where's the geometric
There.
horizon? Where is the geometric limitation of a ball Earth with the radius of 3959? Right?
Where? So, based on what we can see through light, through atmospherically refracted light.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Listen to my words. Where is the geometric horizon? The tangent point the ball Earth needs, right? The leading edge of a ball Earth with the radius of 3959, right? This ball Earth has physicality, right? So they claim this horizon has to be at 1.225 miles. Where is it? Where can we find it in this observation? Where is it?
Okay. Okay, you see the water? You see
Yeah.
the water, like,
Mhm.
okay, so you see the rigs, and you see that little line of separation above which the rigs are, right? And below that is water.
That's just water. So that is
And
not.
that's just water.
That is
So
not
at the
geometric.
distance of
No, this is
1.22
just
miles
water.
is where the actual point, the tangent
so you
is.
don't see it. So where can we see it, right? You need this tangent point to measure a radius. But you just claimed we can never find this tangent point because it's always refracted. It's always further than it has.
Yeah, of course. Based on the way that light works and atmospheric refraction works.
No, it's not how light works. No.
It
So
is definitely how
demonstrate
light
this.
works. We literally have experiments proving this time
So
and time again without assumptions.
Show me the demonstration where light bends over a ball Earth with the radius of 3959. Show me.
Define which refraction. That's what he's asking you. I think, I don't know. Maybe I should hush.
He can't, even the staunch globers cannot demonstrate this. They will tell you the geometric horizon cannot be seen ever. It is only based in the math, okay? You will only see one horizon, the apparent one. The geometric horizon does not exist, but it has to exist in your model. This is the physicality of the ball Earth, okay? So you're denying the ball has physicality by using a formula that extends the Earth bigger than it actually is. 7/6R. You make the Earth bigger, okay? Do you understand what is happening here?
Interesting.
Of course, right? They use before the black swan image. Let me tell you, before the black image, they told us, right? The horizon is the tangent point where boats and buildings could get blocked by, right? This is the leading edge of a sphere. Look at this building getting blocked by the horizon. Then came along the black swan image, right? And then they threw out the geometric horizon. They told us, no, the horizon is only an apparent location. We cannot see the geometric horizon. It is always refracted. It is always being extended beyond the geometric limitation of the ball Earth. And thus they threw out the radius because then it cannot be measured. It's unknown, right? Al-Biruni was claimed to measure the dip angle He didn't know about refraction, so what did he do? Right? What did he do?
He pre-assumed it. He just added the numbers that he wanted.
So you come into this circle jerk where globalists claim, well, we have this formula that proves, right, that the black swan is faulty because we can extend the Earth, we can make it bigger. Look, right? They backwards engineer it. So
You don't make it bigger. You just
they
see.
7/6
You see
R
further
makes.
because of light refraction.
Yes, but it is only in the math, bro. Listen to me. It is only in the math how they can quote unquote prove it. There is no demonstration of light bending over a curvature at a rate of with the radius of 3959, right? This is only a formula. Refraction does not make you look further. It limits your vision. It distorts your vision. It does not make you look over a hill. Okay?
It does distort it. You said just now.
Distort does not mean extend the horizon beyond the geometric limits of a ball Earth.
Here, can I give an example?
Sure,
I'm a
yeah,
hunter.
I have to move. I have to go. So
I'm a hunter.
okay.
So
Good word, Roger.
I've never seen a deer, an elk, or a moose refracted over a hill. Never shot at a deer, an elk, or a moose that wasn't there. It was just a mirage. And I do shoot from long distances.
Yeah, you know what else we found? You know, would you like to know what else we noted when we did figure out light refraction?
Who's we?
Globies hit.
No, it's not Globies. It's a certain person who noticed something. So are we talking about Snell's law, where he talks about light going from one media to another?
No, I'm talking about the distances involved that would actually make light refraction, like atmospheric refraction, appreciable enough at a certain distance.
Oh, I know what the index is, so I know what distance is. I know how it works.
I'm not talking about the index.
And actually, well, actually, it does apply to Snell's law. It's an inverse square. So inversely square proportionate to the distance to the observation. Yes. I do know what they said to notice. But what we actually do is send laser light through a medium and create equations based on that, whether the medium is water, crystal, sugar water. But see, the problem is the atmosphere isn't a crystal media. It's not a crystalline media. It's not a uniform media. It's fluid. And it's one media, it's not two. So the incidence angle equals the incidence of refraction when light enters one media and then goes in from it to another media. So this is the inference of direction change for refraction through one media, the atmosphere. So Snell's law shouldn't even be applied to the atmosphere because it's only one media, it's not two. Snell's law actually identifies that it's two media. He says it's from one media to the next. So there's not multiple media in the atmosphere.
Actually found it.
Well, like I said, specifically, each thing specifically. Oh, Metabunk, yeah. Don't really care about. I don't care what Mick West says, because he's the one that says there is multiple media in the atmosphere, but it's just not true. Yes, I would agree there's varying density, but the refractive index isn't just based on density, it's consistency of material.
Density, heat, temperature, what that medium actually
I know
is.
I know all them things that apply to the atmosphere. I made a statement, clear, concise statement. Consistency of material. You went to effects, distortion effects, just like Roger covered. Heat distorts images. It really doesn't reflect it in the manner that you're saying.
It
We see
absolutely
this.
does if you're on a sphere.
No, it doesn't matter about a sphere. We see this on the road where cars can appear to hover above a road after a rainstorm because heat's making water go up in gas and it distorts the image.
Yeah,
So,
but
so
that's
there's
the same concept that is in the black
it's not
swan
the same
image.
concept.
Yes,
It's not.
it is.
No,
Yes,
it's
it is.
not.
Yeah,
No,
1 second.
because
So,
listen,
so
hold
you,
up. So what do you think the black swan image is an example of? Because the image isn't the argument, it's an example. So what do you think the black swan image is an example of?
I think I've stated it before, but atmospheric refraction. It is absolutely an example of atmospheric refraction allowing us to see further.
No, that's not what I asked. Your answer to the example is atmospheric refraction, allowing you to see further. So I'm going to give you a specific point.
The items, the oil rigs in question, and the water line are not actually there. They are below.
Well, listen, I'm going to
They are not
specifically
actually
address
there.
that. I know what you're saying because the argument is the distance to the horizon. So objects on the horizon are said to be able to be refracted into your view from a distance. But no scientific premise about refraction says the horizon can be refracted to your distance. Can you give me a citation for a scientific?
Why not? Why not the horizon? If it's made up,
Can I finish
it is
what
made
I'm
of
saying?
matter.
Because it's the incidence angles of light. Objects on the horizon can be refracted because light is shining across them. There's not that incident angle of light for the horizon itself or land doesn't exist. It would be down. The sun is above the land, it's shining down at the land. The incident angle of the light would not refract the land to you. It would be reflected straight up to the sky so that the land would appear to hover above the sky or the horizon, which is the place where the sky meets the land. And it'd be the same way over water because the sun's above. The incidence angle would make the light refract at such an angle, it'd be projected into the sky. You guys always leave out.
Why not? Depending on the atmospheric conditions, it doesn't have to. Absolutely does not have to.
It does have to because of the
No, it
incidence
doesn't.
angle. It's in Snell's law. The incidence angle dictates the angle of refraction. It's in Snell's law. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about refraction, not reflection. If I recall correctly. Wait, Snell's law, let me review
It's
that.
pretty much the same thing, buddy. All the media you're talking about reflects light in a degree that we call refractive index. They're pretty much the same thing. Same as scattering. Scattering is a diffusion of light through reflection or refraction, whichever way you want to state it. Moisture molecules in the atmosphere reflect light until it's diffused in a spread pattern and becomes invisible. Listen, the angle the light comes into the object is the angle it will come off the object. This is not denied by any science. So you cut me off before I could ask for a citation that says from any scientific community that the horizon itself can be refracted. Because they all say objects on the horizon can be refracted, such as Chicago city line being refracted across Lake Michigan. I can buy that because the light is behind the buildings at an angle to where the buildings could be angled and reflected up to me. But the land isn't, neither is the surface of the water. The incidence angle isn't there. It doesn't exist.
Great.
And I'll wait for that citation where a scientific forum says the horizon can be refracted. I'll wait for that. I've been waiting for fucking years for it. See, I love to debate people who can repeat what they read, but can't go into the founding principles of the concept. I love that. That's why I said specifics. I like arguments with specificity. Arguments that lack specificity also lack value.
Very basic, man. Just provide the citation that says that the horizon can be refracted to look flat, like it looks. But you're saying it's a ball, but it looks flat.
Yeah, turns
The
out when you
horizon,
actually have a big enough
the
ball,
horizon, the horizon is being refracted.
Are you going to make another assertion without giving citation to back it?
Citation
back
about
another day.
refracted horizon doesn't exist.
Oh, I'm sure you won't. If you're going to go read for 4 hours, you think, and find your citation, I'm going to tell you it's a wasted. I look for it every day. I've been looking for it. You think I don't do research? You're crazy. How do you think I know all the founding principles behind 90% of the arguments in this argument? Because I research. I love to read. It's my hobby. It goes along with my career. You got to read all the time. Goes along with my best love. If I didn't want to read about cars all the time, I wouldn't know all the shit I know about cars and equipment, mechanics. A person's only good as good, their knowledge is only as good as their research. If you
That's
went to
probably why you're
college,
so articulated.
yeah, if you went to college, you would know this. The first thing you're taught is how to research because they don't give you all the information. You got to research it yourself. Because 90% of the careers you go to college for require research to be successful in it and to maintain your licensing. Like engineering, you get new stuff in engineering, you need to know that. You got to keep passing that fundamentals of engineering, and
I
you
have
got
a
to
question for him.
recertify, you know.
He's
Go
saying
ahead,
that
Sasha.
that refraction is happening on the black zone. Can he tell us which of 5 type of refraction is happening on that black zone example?
Well, yeah, I didn't even cover that, but that's where the premise comes that the horizon's not refracted, because in the 5 existing premises of refraction, not one of them say that the horizon can be refracted, but a few of them do postulate that things on the horizon can, because of the incidence angles of light. And that's stooping, towering, it's stooping, sinking, towering, looming, and miraging, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, why would the horizon be refracted? Because from the point of view,
No, that's not what I asked. I said don't make other assertions of it. I said give me a scientific principle or link that says, a citation that says it can happen, because nobody's ever demonstrated to be true. I don't want to listen to your philosophical concept about why you believe it's true to be an apologist for the fucking globe model.
And
It's
that's
just
first thing.
ad hoc bullshit.
And second thing, for atmospheric refraction, you need to prove radius first. You cannot calculate refraction and then say, there is a globe. You need to have a globe first and then calculate refraction.
You're right. The index does include R or radius.
Yeah, we will presume R and then we will calculate refraction. Is it?
Most of these guys that quote refraction don't know everything that goes into it. They don't know all the variables involved, and they couldn't equate it over distance if they wanted to.
And then let's see how much percentually that refraction is effect on black swan example.
Yeah. I mean, without knowing the ambient, listen.
It's only
Here-
1,000%.
Here's the thing that gets me, bro. Every image you're given, there said refraction, and they don't even know the ambient conditions. They don't know the ambient conditions for the distance of the observation or the day it was taken. They don't have any of that. And in science, it's, logical inference. So where is the evidence to lead you to the logical inference of refraction?
Yeah, and you don't have one for ever. You don't have refraction that you can see more. You have only refraction that you see less.
Yeah, normally refraction does. It shortens the distance to the horizon.
Not normally, ever, always is doing that, Pat.
Yeah, in the main, here's the thing. The distance to the horizon for an average man is supposed to be 3 miles. So refraction is said to bring into your view with light, delivering the image for you to see objects on the horizon within those 3 miles. You guys,
know what we need to show
hold
the
up.
Bolivian
They walk right past this. That refraction is said to bring within your view, where you can see it in 3 miles, an image at 10 miles out. But here, we absolutely have an observable 10-mile horizon.
Yeah.
The camera zoomed, so we know refraction didn't deliver the image to it, and it's taken at 1 foot, not 6 foot. So a 6-foot observer should only have a horizontal view of 3 miles. That's all it's mathematically possible on a globe of a given radius. You can zoom 15 miles onto the ocean any day, man. Any day. In varying weather conditions. And you guys always say refraction. Can you show me the ambient conditions in that image? Give me the ambient conditions for that image so I too can make the logical inference refraction. I know the ambient conditions for that day, but I'm not giving them up. And I also know they don't make they do not equal out to the logical inference of refraction. It was a non-humid day with pretty consistent temperatures throughout the distance.
Well, with refraction, you're killing only the geometric horizon, nothing else. You will kill the geometric horizon with refraction. If you say refraction. But if you say refraction, at least, do you know anything about refraction? You will speak about spectroscopy, however it is. But 5 types of refraction doesn't happening on black swan example. Why is that? Why we don't have 6th one? Why we don't have 6 type of refraction? When in 6th one, it's saying that the horizon is moving forward because of blah blah blah. I don't know what, but why we don't have that? That's very strange. Well, we still didn't discover that refraction. Where is blobby guy? Disappeared.
You scared him, Sasha.
But next time he will speak about me like he spoke about got the shit. refraction. 10 times more, not 2 times more you see because of refraction. That could be reasonable. No, you see 10 times more because of refraction. And which in that video, even you don't see any kind of, you see the clear day, you know, but some kind of refraction is happening. Everything is magic when you need to hide the curvature. It's there, but you cannot see it. You can't see. You need to go to ISS and you will see. Your flat earthers, you need to go to space and you will see the curvature. Let's go to fucking space to see curvature. Does anybody has ticket?
Yeah, they're gonna give 2 seats for people on the Virgin Galactic.
But that's a lie. If you watch all that news, they said that somebody will go in July this year. In UK on radio, they said.
Didn't you watch
someone
it the past few days? The Virgin Galactic went to space, and then the guy from Amazon went to space, and now
the guy
they're
from Amazon
gonna
went to space. That's all right,
they're
but
gonna take
you didn't go and I didn't go. You know, I want 2 persons. I don't want even 2 persons. I don't care.
they're gonna take thousands of donations, and they're gonna give 2 seats out of all the donations.
Yeah.
So if you're lucky, maybe on the note say you're a flat earth and you want to prove you want to go back to the globe, so you need the seats.
Where in studio? I don't need seats in studio.
In the airplane, they say he say it's a how do you say this top how do you say top
Okay, yeah, they will go there 20, 30 kilometers and that's it. And they will say we were
top of the
in the space.
line top of the line technology to go to space.
But that will not be a space. That will be like only a higher atmosphere, I would say. Nobody was in the space. How they will go to the space?
I think they went for 4 minutes.
In the space.
Yeah, that's what they did. They launch that rocket airplane
In
from
the
another
air.
airplane.
That I understand. They was in the
They
air.
launched the
Somebody.
rocket they launched the rocket airplane from another airplane, and they went currently over 280,000 feet. And then they made it to space 4 minutes, and they came down.
But we know that they was on 280,000 feet. For sure.
Prove it.
Huh?
Prove it. I mean, disprove it.
Yeah. I'll believe that point.
I mean, in the same legend of information that they were, or the tracking of altitude and speed, they went from the speed 1.1 Mach to 17,000 Mach, 19 million miles per hour from 1 second to the next. So that looks legit.
Of course. Especially when you're flying with like a 2 Mach, you need to be like I think trained for that. You cannot take some guy put in an aeroplane and how to say fly 2 Mach. That guy in an aeroplane will die.
The insurance will cover it.
But we are speaking about 17 Mach.
Well, I'm just gonna
17,000.
go ahead and claim my second win for the night.
Good job, Batamont. Well done. You're on point.
See, when I don't get rumpused, all that fucking reading pays off. But hey, some people don't like my delivery.
You're lucky Helios not here.
Yeah, generally I like when they come in with that idiotic shit and they don't want to listen. I ridicule them until they fucking listen.
I think the guys today they were kind of open to listen, and they you had some decent exchanges.
A few.
Yeah.
I like the one kid. He was like, "I want to go philosophical."
That was good. That was gold.
He was a good kid, though. I give him that.
Yeah.
And I'm
I
damn
would.
near 50. I'm damn near 50. I can call you 30-year-old people kids. Yup, I can do that.
I was gonna tell him before he left. I was gonna say, hey, since you do a lot of debates, maybe you have a friend that can debate this topic. Because he admitted he can't debate it. So.
Yeah, he
But he
couldn't
left the
process
server.
the data that he was listening to. And he was listening to me and Indio joke about it. Like one guy said it didn't have a glossary, and I was like, wait a minute, isn't the abstract a glossary? That's kind of fucking dumb. So he didn't want to get ridiculed for not understanding it. I mean, a survey or an experiment doesn't have a glossary. They have an abstract. And just so when you say your science experiment doesn't have a glossary, you're just showing your ignorance to what science really is. It should have a prediction, an abstract, data to be used in, a proposition, test variables. But
In the philosophical manner, he was gonna hand wave all the evidence, but you put it so articulate and elegant that he was like, I cannot disagree with this.
Yeah, he was just going to attack the logic behind the whatever evidence we use. And I tried to point out to him that we have scientific evidence. It's not a belief. We're wanting to debate the credibility of our scientific evidence. And that's what it boils down to. And no offense, but the education level of the people that we actually debate, it's uneven. People like QE is just intellectually taking advantage of people. That's all he's doing. He really, I mean, he mostly what he demonstrates is people's inability to understand the concepts that they're using, the premise they're using to say something's wrong. He's really good at showing that they don't understand the premise under which they're saying it's wrong, and so much so that they don't even understand it. It's like most of these high school kids when they come in here and we use these big words and we're specific. They say we're using word salad and we're just some idiot using big words trying to sound smart. But the truth is we're educated people that are being specific about what we're saying, and to do that we use the words that colloquially define the premise we're saying. And the only thing they show there is their ignorance of the English language and science. We use science-specific terminology, and a person calls it word salad. Well, they don't know much about science, then, do they? Especially the branch of it, whatever they were questioning you on.
But this is the kind of way they debate in schools today. If you go to YouTube and look at the debates in
Oh, I
high
know.
schools, that's what they're doing.
My sister has some virtual classes on whatever that platform is. You guys know what platform they use to get groups in a class. I can't remember the name of it right now. But I listen in because I will opt my child out in an instant of a gender conversation, because there's no law that says she has to. This isn't even part of the curriculum. It's not part of the state curriculum. Literally, I think one of the biggest things about COVID is getting our kids on the internet where there's no law and where state curriculum doesn't matter because you got a teacher from Pennsylvania teaching a kid in Michigan. So they're not worried about state curriculum. So they can't be policed by the state. Literally, our state doesn't allow them to teach what they're teaching. This is what the concepts they want to teach, they made it privatized it. It's privatized. It's not, they're not preaching our curriculum. Because I argued this with a teacher and she said, "Sir, we don't have to adhere to state curriculum." I said, "Well, then my kid don't have to be in your class." And she said, "Well, this is true. She can opt out of this class." I said, "Well, knock this crap out right now. And don't think I'm not going to make a YouTube video about this crap." And I should have. But I thought I was recording it and I wasn't recording it. You know what I mean? I tried to screen capture, record everything that was going on. What the hell is the name of that fucking classroom? Virtual classrooms are on what freaking platform? You guys don't know?
Not really at the moment.
Court is using them right now too. What the hell is the name of that platform? Zoom.
Zoom.
Yeah, Zoom classroom. It's a Zoom classroom. But they're literally this is what they're doing. They're bypassing state curriculum laws so they can teach whatever the fuck they want to our kids. And the teachers are unaware. They just don't have work in the damn classroom no more. So they're taking work on the internet. It probably pays better, you know. But I watch these Zoom classes because I homeschool my child. Our state curriculum says we have to take certain electives online. And this is what the gender and social equality crap, those aren't electives. So they're nothing in my state curriculum requirement. They shouldn't even fill them. So they're going to teach this non-curriculum class, but give me a curriculum elective requirement. You know, they're gonna give me a credit for a class we didn't fucking take. And this is illegal. You can't say, "Oh, I taught your kid's genders, but I'm giving her a science credit." Now you've made my kid proficiently deficient in science.
Don't
She
you
didn't
pay
get
like a lot of property? Don't you pay like a lot of property taxes for your child to get educated? But instead, they getting this.
Well, it comes out of our taxes and it's supposed to come out of the lottery. But yeah, I pay more for education than a lot of other people do. I'm a single man and I'm taxed as self-employment tax, pretty much. So I'm 35 to 38% of my money goes to taxes.
The amount that people pay in taxes, it should be like quality education with practical things.
Yeah, most
Instead of
people
this.
that work for a living, if you're married, you work for a living, chances are you're going to get back more in taxes than you paid for it. And these are the people that bitch about where did their taxes go. It's like, wait a minute, dude. You paid $7,000 in taxes. You got $12,000 back because you got kids. You didn't pay taxes. You got no right to even speak on where did your tax money go. But that single guy that's actually paying in extra, he paid for your taxes, plus he's paying for your kids' education. He's got a right to bitch. The single guy gets back, like 20% of what he pays in taxes. Single people, period. You get It's almost like you get penalized for being single.
Yeah.
And you get penalized for working for yourself. I pay more than they pay. Single people, they pay a lot in taxes. I won't take that from them. But as a business owner, I pay more. And then they bitch, we don't do our part. Wait, my money is what's paying for your systems. I pay a larger chunk of taxes than you do. 35%, figure it out. Figure out what I'd pay for 35,000 for 100. If I make 100,000 a year, I paid 35,000, and I make more than that, quite a bit more.
Damn.
Yeah. Why do you think I like to do the non-profitable organizations or the donations? Because if you're paying $350,000 in taxes, and the government says, "Hey, you can donate to people," like literally, I can donate to your average person if they're low-income people. I can call it low-income help for the needy, but they have to meet the requirements, and I have to take their name. I have to have their economic status, and I have to show that they're in that class that the state says is okay to help them. But then I can give them money, and I can write that off my taxes. I would rather do that than give it to a corrupt system, so I do. You know?
Yeah.
And you can do that for 40% of your taxes, so I do. I adopt people. I go to the shelter, and people who wish somebody gave a shit, feel like the world don't give a fuck about them. Around like 2 months before Christmas, I'll go to the shelter and I'll pick out 10 families. Me and my daughter meet them. I make my daughter do this because it's something she's going to have to do. It's a bylaw written into my estate. She's going to have to do it to inherit anything from me. She's going to have to take care of people. So she's going to have to pick people out every year. And actually, she gets the same joy from it that I do, because these are people that felt like the whole world ended, and they're in the shelter. I've helped people. The auto industry crashed. They had nice home, good money. Now all of a sudden they're in the fucking shelter because their job crashed under them and they lived on credit. I went in and bought them homes. Took them out of the shelter. Now I'm going to buy you a home. You got a car? You got a license? I'm going to better equip you to look for a job because you are an experienced person. You have a good work record. You're going to get work. I'd rather help you than a dope fiend. You and your whole family's living in shelter. I can't even fathom it. Worked for the auto industry your entire life. Worked for Ford your entire life. You're not supposed to end up like this. The end of your life.
Yeah.
I'll go help people like that. But like I said, 40% of my taxes. I'm not going to get into numbers. I don't like to brag or put myself above people, but I can have quite a bit at 40% available to me to help people. And I get a joy from it, so I do. You know how happy kids are to hear. Did you say we're leaving the shelter today? You're going to help my mom and dad? That's right. We're going to put you in a motel right now, too. Come on, get your stuff, kid. I love that.
You get a tax break too.
Yeah, you can write it off on your taxes. It's supporting the homeless, the needy. It's a non-profitable charity. I didn't make no profit off it. I could donate. I could give to my church. I could donate to the homeless shelter. I could donate to a non-profitable organization. But all these things, like if non-profitable organizations weren't set up, and this is why people donate to them, because they can just write it off their taxes, then money would go directly to people who need it. They'd sign up for some state program, they'd be on a list, and people would say, well, I want to donate all this money because I can write it off my taxes. And you get a list of people, and you go through the list and help these people, But instead, we have organizations which require boards and directors and people to distribute the money. So a portion of the money goes to these people who work to distribute it. You know what I mean? So the entire your money doesn't go to the people that need it. That's why I don't do that. I stopped doing that. I still donate to the church because my church directly funds the homeless shelter that I pick from. It's a Seventh-day Adventist homeless shelter. So, and I don't go to church no more. I don't keep up with the religion, but the pastor is my friend, so I do keep up with him and his family. I think he's a good guy. I think he just got it wrong because he's been brainwashed.
And the church has a lot of hands to get this done, and a lot of churches they put a lot of time and work into this.
Yeah, so when the church distributes your money, okay, you might have an old church lady that's retired, but the pastor's giving her $300 a week under the table, and everything's getting done. It doesn't matter if it's 3 a.m. and you just got burned out of your house. They'll go to your house and help you. That's my Adventists are big on ministry. Part of ministry is taking care of the homeless, the needy, the hungry, the widowed. They believe in that form of Christianity. That's the one thing I do like about Adventists.
Mm-hmm.
Part of being a Christian is helping other people. So they ministry. That's ministry. Ministry isn't going to another land and just preaching the word of God to people. It's helping people. Good Christian, the Good Samaritan helps a person. Jesus was a good Samaritan. He didn't condemn people, he helped them. Think about it.
Yeah.
You sit in church and tell everybody else they're going to hell because they don't believe in your religion. You're not a Christian. But you go to church and you work actively as a board member and volunteer your time and bring food to hungry people, help the homeless, then you're a good Christian. It's that simple. If you don't walk in the ways of Christ, you're not a Christian. You don't need a religion to be like Christ, too. You need to know that. He was the way. His life was an example of the way to live. I have too many mixed ideals. I sit in church and I want to argue with people, you know what I mean? So, especially when they're like, look at the clothes that guy's wearing. Who gives a fuck what kind of clothes somebody's wearing when he's in the house of the Lord? How the hell can you even make that comment and call yourself a Christian? I don't know. I mean, we got clothes downstairs that we're giving away to people free. If you think this dude needs a new outfit, take him downstairs. Give him a razor. Let him go in our back room. Clean up. Give him a new outfit. And feed him a damn meal. That's Christianity. And we got all this stuff. That's just it. Just all of our members aren't. Not all of our members are like that. I can't be party to people like that. I don't.
Dude, one day I was with my house family. They go to that day went to the Catholic church, right? And I went with them, whatever. Dude, the father, right? The father. He
Yeah.
was talking. He was giving this story about a lady, a girl that came to church one day, and she was a bum basically. But he was saying that she had a t-shirt that said it said marijuana, and he was proud in himself of addressing this girl and kicking her out of the church, out of the Catholic church.
Man.
And people was cheering him. And dude, this was before Flat Earth and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And I raised my hand in the middle of him talking, the father. And I said, Father, why would you kick her out of the church? Like, I was serious about it.
That's a valid question. Yeah. This is
And
the
he
Lord's
said,
house, not yours, Father.
yeah, he said she was doing the wrong thing, and she didn't look proper for church. This was his excuse. She didn't look proper. She wasn't. I was like arguing with him, saying that this is, this is the house of the Lord, and
Yeah, listen, I
maybe she
don't get
was
it.
looking for, maybe she was looking for a place to be at, and maybe to, he looking for community or something. People
Well,
started booing me and people started tell me to shut up.
didn't the Lord create us naked? Why should clothes make us any less of a person? Right? You came
Yeah.
into this world naked. That's how the Lord sent you here. Naked. And he was good with that too. I'd say, personally, I believe that he wouldn't care if we were all in the church naked. As long as we were doing good Christian deeds and not being sodomites. Right?
He said she looked like a bum, and she had a shirt that said
Oh.
marijuana, and I was like, wait,
Yeah,
am
see,
I
that's,
hearing this
listen,
right?
this is why I
Maybe she
like
was in need.
this is why I like my pastor. My pastor feels like me, but he's got a lot of prominent business owners who support him. He drives a Cadillac because we give him money, you know what I mean? And I give it to him because he's a good man. If my pastor seen somebody in an outfit he didn't like, he'd do just what I said. He'd take them downstairs. He'd say, "I think maybe you need some clothes that are good for church, and Pastor John's gonna hook you up with them. Are you hungry? Do you need a meal? You guys need food at home? Do you need any help?" He would do that. I believe he is really a Christian person. He would feel sorry for you. He wouldn't condemn you. You know what I mean? That's
And that would
why.
be the right thing to do, but people was cheering this father, and he was like talking
Yeah,
shit about this bum lady.
yeah, and see, my pastor, he wouldn't. You can't call him father. He wouldn't accept that. He don't call none thy father, but the Father in heaven. You know,
Yeah.
he knows that there's a lot of people in the damn church that they don't even support the church as much as the other people. Now, I mean, I do it, and I don't think it makes myself any better. But I'm talking about the people that sit down there and give you maybe $5 tithe out of a $10,000 income a month, and then they talk about people who come in a bad outfit when they could afford to wash that dude's dirty clothes for him if they were really Christians. They'd say, "Hey, you came in dirty clothes." And if they were real good Christians, they'd know the church has got a washer and dryer in the basement and a bunch of new clothes that we give to people that need stuff. you know, you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, we literally have that. If you were an active member in the church and active in Christianity, you would know that, and you would say, Pastor John, because you would know Pastor John's a good person, and he don't want you talking like you're talking, and you just throw him a bone. You just hook Pastor John up. Look, Pastor John, I think this guy needs your help, because this is why I like him. Pastor John gets great joy out of helping people. He does. There are a lot of, the church is corrupt. There's a lot of corrupt people in the church, but there are good people too, and he's just one of the good people.
This guy sounded like he was trying to sell a car or something. I think that story was made up. That's what I felt. But he was pointing out the marijuana thing, that she brought this shirt that said marijuana, and she wasn't properly dressed for church or whatever,
I know I'd
for
hit him up
service.
with. I argued this with Pastor John, but didn't God give all herbs and seed bearing plants unto me?
Yeah.
And he'd say, "No, Mike, it's ownership's in it." Pastor John knows what natural law is. We've had them arguments. He'd say, "No, Mike, ownership is a part of a social contract. He didn't give it to you. He gave it to everybody. It's all of ours. We can't own nothing here. This isn't our place." That's why he also understood that render unto Caesar what is Caesar's meant don't give Caesar shit, because Caesar doesn't own anything here. Nobody does. Ownership's a man-made concept. When Jesus said render unto Caesar's that which is Caesar's, he said something about you, even your state of knowledge. You didn't even know the world you lived in. We gave this whole world to all of you. You can't own shit. Caesar don't own shit. Give people what's owed to them. And really, you don't owe people nothing. You don't have to agree with them. You don't owe them allegiance. You don't have to follow their rules. And you really don't have to give them a portion of what you seize from yourself. We live in creation, or even if we live in nature. So we took from nature what's ours because we're a part of nature and it belongs to us. We took it, we use it. That's ours. Nobody owns shit here. We can't take none of it to the grave. Matter of fact, it owns
Yeah.
us. It owns us if you think about it, because we come from it and we will return to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the land owns us more than we own the land. One day we'll just be soil. People get
Back to
burnt
the
in it.
soil.
I don't know why people get I don't like burnings or incinerations. I don't like that shit because you're robbing Mother Earth of her. Return that stuff to Mother Earth. It's where it came from. You're fucking up the cycle. There's still energy in your body when you die, and it should be returned to the system, the ecosystem. The vessel isn't yours. You don't own it. It's not infinite. It's borrowed. It's like a rental moped. When I'm done using it, I got to give it back. You know, I'm not gonna get incinerated. Nobody's gonna put me on a shelf. You're not gonna put my ashes on the shelf. I want to go back whence I came. You know, the minerals and nutrients from Mother Earth. They nourished all my ancestors. All our food, all our life came from Mother Earth, and we're supposed to go back to it. Well, hell, when we crap, we give back to Mother Earth. You know, why when we die would we want to rob her of what she's supposed to get back? I don't know. With embalming fluids and incinerations, just I know the ideal rotting in the grave sucks, but that's what you get. That's what you were born for. Accept it. Don't live in fear. It's like you got to know life and death go together. You don't have to fear death your entire life. You just have to live your life like you're going to die someday. That's it.
So what would be ideal? A casket or dig a hole and go in the hole?
Personally, I would just like to go in the hole.
Me too. Next
I
to a
mean,
tree or something.
what do I care about this fucking body when I'm done? I think they do all that crap for the. You're not worried about me when you burn me or put me in a box to where Mother Earth has got to eat the box up before she can get me back. Because, I mean, I'm gone. I'm not in the vessel no more. That's just it. So many people look at the dead body and say, that's my friend. No, that's the vessel that contained the essence of your friend. But your friend is no longer with us. So the
Bro,
vessel
some of
should.
these caskets go for thousands of dollars.
Yeah, why are you going to pay $10,000 to get put in a fucking box, man? That's my point. I know what a casket's because you can pay 40 grand for a casket, dude.
Yeah.
I want the leather. Give me that pimp silk. No, bitch. Send me out the way I came in. Put my ass in the ground butt naked. I came from the dark butt naked. When the water broke, I came into the light. Now the light's over. Put me back in the dark butt naked. I'm not. What am I going to be scared underground? Fuck, I'm dead. Right? You
Scared I'm
do it.
dirty.
They do it for themselves because they don't want to go through life thinking that, that their parents are rotting in a hole somewhere and then one day they're going to rot in the hole. Don't let your fears fuck up the ecosystem, man. You're going to rot in a hole someday. That's just all there is to it. You're going to die. Life and death go together. My kids know
Yeah.
it. It's because I don't want them to, get hit like a brick wall and go into depression when I die. When I die, that's okay. Well, I knew it was coming. I knew I
Do
didn't
you
have it
do you know
forever.
do you know anything legally if that's allowed? Because from my understanding, people say that you cannot bury anyone in a hole. Is that illegal or
Yeah,
something?
I would like to challenge that. They say it pollutes the ground. How so? How many generations died right on the fucking earth? How many people decayed right out in the open on the top of the soil?
That's
How
what
is
they
it?
say, pollutes the ground.
Hell, I don't know. I should look into that because I would like to be buried.
Disease and shit like that. Corona. We don't want the corona to go in the rivers, in the water streams. I don't know the specifics, but I know people. I've heard people in the past saying you can't bury people on a hole without the casket. It's
So
never made sense to me.
in Michigan, you don't have to be embalmed if the body is buried within 48 hours.
Okay.
So basically, they embalm you so you can have a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Can I be buried naturally? A natural burial does not use embalming fluid, a casket, or a burial vault. Instead, remains are placed directly in the earth. So yes, I guess you can do it.
Okay.
And in
It
Michigan,
makes sense.
it's legal, but you have to be buried within 48 hours of the death.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to be rotten. You're going to start
For me,
rotting.
that's ideal. My, at least for my understanding.
Well, I don't think.
24 hours, 48 hours.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
go.
cool. I'm cool with that too, because I don't need I don't need a funeral procession. I don't believe in funerals. When they died, the way it was in the old days, when they died, they died. You buried them. You buried them before they started rotting, and then people would get together and have a wake. A wake is a
Yeah.
celebration of your life. They'd all get together, get drunk, eat, commune, and talk about all their good memories with you. That's what you should
Yeah.
do when people die, because when you mourn, and this is what I tell my children: when you mourn, like when I die, if you feel bad about me, you're not feeling bad about me. You're feeling bad because you no longer have me. You mourn for your loss. And when you mourn for your loss, you're not even giving my life credence. You should be celebrating my life, not mourning for what you don't have anymore. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
selfish. My grandmother told me this. That's selfish. We live and we die.
Yeah, and a lot of old people, they wanna go. They wanna rest. Long
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, hell, my grandma
Yeah.
was 98. She was ready to die before she did. You
Yeah.
know what she said? I guess the Lord still got something for me to do here.
Yeah. Some people want to meet their creator, so just no, don't die, don't die. Yeah, actually, I want to go.
Yeah.
See you later.
Oh, well, life is suffering. It really is. But I wish people would remember that death and life go together. Can't have one without the other. And that's why they call it a dualistic world.
Yeah,
Dualism,
just
you
like
know?
some people have a willing to live, a will to live, and they live a long life based on will. Other people, they do what they do, and then they wanna go. You
Yeah.
can see both sides.
Well, some people suffer so much they're just ready to go.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an animal. When I've saved dogs from parvo, right? So my dog had parvo. I liked the dog. It had nothing to do with how much I paid for him or nothing. I loved him. He got real sick. I wouldn't let him die. He kept trying to crawl off, go off by himself, right? So I'd take the dog with me to work. I had one of them little, like a needle without a needle, just a syringe that you give your kids medicine with, you know. And I'd give him 5 millimeters of Pedialyte. I keep putting fluids in them because they puke and shit out everything they eat. So I just I'd keep giving him Pedialyte and formula and milk, colostrum, you know, and just kept on doing that till one day I took him home. That was like 3 weeks, you know. He quit trying to go and run off and die, you know, get alone. Well, one day I woke up to go to work at like 5 in the morning, and the dog wasn't by the bed where I left him, you know. And I literally set the alarm clock and get up every hour. So I'd only been sleeping for an hour, you know. I'd get up every hour and put a certain amount of fluids in him and colostrum. Colostrum, because it's the first shot. It's what cows get. It's packed full of nutrient, you know. Plus, it helps. It's got chemicals in it that help your immune system. God damn it, cat, quit that. You know. Oh, my damn cat keeps messing with all my shit on my table. But
Giving colostrum.
yeah. But I woke up and he wasn't there, and my old lady had left the door open. So I was like, damn, he done crawled off and died. You know, I figured I'd find the dog dead. I looked through the hole upstairs, can't find him. I go downstairs, I start the coffee pot and turn around. I just walked past him. He was laying by his food dish, and I didn't even know it. So I start the coffee pot, I turn around, and he picks up 2 pieces or a mouthful of dog food, drops a bunch of it, and is eating 1 piece at a time. So I was like, man, I think I can leave him home now, you know? Because
He
he
started
done,
eating.
yeah, he dropped the will to die and picked up the will to live, and he said, I'm going to fight to live now, you know?
Yeah.
So I literally, in one day, I worked 16 hours, man. I come home, and my old lady said, I said, well, how's the dog? She said, he ain't left, you know, the food dish all day. I tried to give him normal food, and he just keeps wanting the dog food. I had this high protein dog food I bought. But then when I went up and said something to him, he fouled me. He fouled away. He act like he was never even sick. Next day I woke up, he's whining and shit. I'm like, what? And he went to my drawer. I keep big bags of jerky, venison jerky. He goes to the drawer where I got the venison jerky.
That
Here,
makes sense. He likes
I'll
the
be
jerk.
right back. Yeah, he wanted some. I'll be right back. I got to do something with his cat.
The cat wants some love. Where's the Globies? Battermall's gone, so Globies, you have a chance now against me. I'm an easy flat earther. Globy, Globy, Globy. Let's check cognitive dissonance again.
Yeah, talk to you later, guys. I have to jump off.
Later, bro.
Man, this cat is young. He ain't hearing it. I was like, leave my shit alone. Fuck you, Grandpa. I want attention. Give me some attention, damn it. You know what I had to do, Jemsy?
You fed him fish.
No, I got the brush. I'm brushing him right now. He wants his butt.
Oh, yeah.
He wants his butt brushed. He wants some attention. He's a fluffy fucker. I brush him a lot. I think I forgot to brush him tonight, and he was pissed about it because he seems to be calm now. So I usually brush him twice a day. You know. I think I forgot to brush him, and he's thinking, "Hey, Grant, my hair not fluffy. Come on, fluff me up. Make me sexy. Come on." Because I tell him when I brush him, making him a sexy boy.
You talk to him. Yeah, you talk to him.
Yeah,
Looking good.
he's like, "Look, dog, I ain't looking so good. Get the brush, put the sexy on me." He's my boy, yo.
I always
He's-
talk to my cat.
What's up?
I was just saying, I always talk to my cat when I'm petting him, brushing it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Listen, they're part of the family. He starts messing with my shit when I don't. I got a table. Like, I got all kinds of shelves and tables the damn cats crawl on in my activity room, but I got a table next to me where I usually shoo them away. Don't get on that table. It's mine. It's got my stuff on it, you know? Bag of weed, my wallet. This fucker's dragging my wallet and trying to run away with it. He knows I'm gonna steal your stuff. You ain't giving me my attention. You'll notice me when I take this wallet, punk. He ain't dumb. I think he took my cupcake. Yeah, damn it. He's like a pack rat, dude. He takes my stuff and hides it. Then took my pack of bubble gum, my cupcake. God damn it.
Little bastard.
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to figure out where he hid it. Under the couch, under the bed. He still fits under the dresser. It might be under there too. Damn it. I wanted that damn cupcake, damn it. I got the munchies.
They're worth it.
Oh, he is. His name's My Buddy. That's his name, 'cause he's my buddy. I live on a farm. I got a dairy farm. People drop cats off all the time. You know what I mean? So I got a bunch of cats. Well, I let the dog out one day in the winter, and he comes back with this little ass mama cat. She looks like she's barely just barely old enough, probably her first heat, and she got one kitten. So I like, first thing I thought, the dog wants to bring the cat in. Cat comes in. It's a feral cat, but it comes in. Well, I took it back outside. I took the baby, put it in a box, took it back outside, tried to get it to show me where the other babies were, tried to get the dog to show me, but I literally think that was the only kitten she had because she's real little and it was one big kitty, you know? But so the feral cat takes to the house. She likes the house. And I got a big tomcat, and he didn't seem to mind her, so I just ended up keeping her. She don't act feral, you know. It was somebody's baby, but she only fed the damn kitten, you know. I think they threw her out when she was young. In her first heat, she had a baby when she wasn't supposed to. So after 2 weeks of titty feeding it, she didn't want to feed it no more. So she just brought it out the box and sat it in my lap. His eyes wasn't even open. So I just started feeding him myself, you know. Just give him diluted whole milk. Distilled water and whole milk. So he's a big, fat, healthy boy. He's my baby, though. Because I fed him from a bottle, he's my buddy. If I'm in the house, he's my hip hugger, dude. He follows me everywhere.
Your animals, they know you. They know your soft side. They're gonna
Right.
bring your kitten.
Yeah, the damn dog said, "Dad, this is my cat," and it really is his cat. Like he wants to follow me. If we come upstairs, the two cats and the dog follow me. But do they sit next to me? No. The dog gets on the couch, or he'll get on the love seat, and the cat gets on the love seat with the dog. He's loving on the dog all the time until he wants my attention. I don't know how I did it, but them boys, like my tomcat, dude, he wants to be taken care of, he wants to be loved, but only when he says. And this one, he's a boy, he's just like that. It seems I attract them cats that they want to be loved, but they want to go do whatever the hell they want to do. I'll come tell you when I want love and punk. You know? I try to pick him up just because I feel like petting a cat, and he ain't trying to hear it. Unless I'm brushing him. You know? Both of them will do that. If I break that brush out, you'll see three cats.
It's game over.
Yeah. If I break the brush out, 3 cats line up. The dog lines up too. He likes his butt brushed. I just start brushing the dog because I brushed the horses. And it got to be every day when I was done brushing the horses, he'd just sit there. And I'd be like, come on. And then he wouldn't come. And one day my daughter says, I think he wants his butt brushed too, Dad. He's sitting there waiting. He thinks it's a brushing area. He's waiting for his brushing. So I went and brushed him with a horse brush, and then he was happy. He came on. So I was like, man, the dog wants to be brushed. So I start brushing him. Well, the cats are always around in the house when I do it, so they notice, and they come up like, what's that? It's my butt with that. Yeah, come on. As soon as you touch a cat's butt with the brush, man, they're on it. Or a dog. Oh, I like that.
I wish I could have seen all this shit, like literally.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, they're fucking. You get done brushing the dog, and the cat comes up and starts rubbing on your hand before you can put the brush down. You know what he's asking for. At least I do. I'm like, oh, you want this? Hell, that little female, she's still little. She likes me to take the brush and scrub her chin with it. Like I was holding it one day and she just started rubbing her chin all over it. Like, it's my chin with that motherfucker. That's how I realized she likes her chin scratched. I guess I knew though. Animals always like you to scratch that area they can't reach. You know?
And then they start kicking that back leg once you hit it. They're like, "Oh God, yes, yes, right there."
Yep. Yeah, she looks like an Irish setter when I'm scratching her chin. She's pointing right at me. Right there. That's the spot. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't.
You ever wiggle their ears like cats? You know how when you Q-tip your ears, it feels super good. So for me, I always whenever I see my grandma's cats, most of the time I'll squeeze the outside, the base part
Yeah.
of their ears, and
Pinch
they
your ear
fucking
and rub it.
love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I do that with this stuff I use on the cows. It gets rid of mites.
Uh-huh.
I put, and it's also got stuff in it, ether. So if flies land on it, they'll fall asleep. So no flies or fleas. But yeah, I rub them down with salve. I rub their ears. I keep their ears clean. I don't like mites. My fucking tomcat, he gets mites. He gets grubs in his neck from sticking his head in holes. Most people take their animals to the vet. Me, if he gets a grub, I just shave the area and lance it. You got to cut it out, and then remove the grub. Yeah, my vet showed me how to do that, so I just do that myself. As long as it's not close to any main arteries or nothing, you know what I mean? I don't like to do it on the neck where the main arteries run down the back. I'll let the vet girl do it. She's cute. I like to have her in the house anyway. She's just young. I won't hit on young chicks. I know they like rich dudes, but you're just robbing. You're just robbing a fucking 30-year-old out of the opportunity to have a true marriage if you're 50 and trying to hit on her. You know what I mean? You end up being an attendant care wife, taking care of me when I'm 70. I don't want all that. Marry some dude your age. Get some chick my age and we can die together. That's what marriage is about.
So you're gonna tell her that if she forces you to do it? If she like really forces your hand?
You can't force a person's hand.
No, I mean if she really puts you like if she goes up to you straight up and is like, "Hey," like if she actually puts you on the spot over that, you're really gonna tell
Yeah,
her
dude.
that? You're gonna turn her down?
Yeah, I'm better than that.
Yeah, man. You have
Not
to.
not all men yield to the nanny just because you throw it at them. I got
Amen,
more.
brother. Amen.
I got morals and principles, bro. That's what I'd tell her. Get a man your age. It's what you deserve. If it's the money you're after, I like her anyway, so I give her some money. Hell, I got a big stable, so I let her run a refuge here, a horse refuge for displaced horses. Because in Michigan, there's a lot of horses that are just starving in fields because people lost their auto industry jobs and that's what supported their livestock. There's people that live on farms in Michigan that don't even farm them. They work for the auto industry and they never made a dollar off their farm. They lose their auto industry job and they lose their property. Well, there's no way you should lose your property if you own 300 fucking acres. First off, the government will pay you to not grow corn. That'll pay your taxes on your land plus give you money. And you can grow cash crops besides corn. I can't see why anybody that lived on a farm would lose their farm because they lost their income. I would turn my farm into an income. I mean, mine already is, but hey. But shit, she's got 12 horses. I got 6. My daughter's friends down the road, they couldn't afford to take care of their horses no more because the woman divorced the man. So I saved their horses, and then she told me about somebody down the street, and I tried to give her horses back. I was like, hey, because I like her daughters, and they miss their horses. I was like, I'll just give you your horses back and pay for your horse feed for a couple years, until you can do it yourself. Because I like your daughters, and I would like them to have a horse. My daughter likes horses. I'll buy her a pony. I don't care. But she said no, because the girls like coming down here. When I took their horses, I like the kids. So I was like, hey, you're welcome to come visit them whenever you want. Now, they had 2 horses, right? But now I got so many horses down here, they really enjoy that. They come down and hang out with the veterinarian. And like she said, she don't mind it. She gets free help whenever the girls are in the barn. So they like to come down here and they'll shit them. 12-year-old and a 14-year-old, and they'll brush horses all day long. Them kids love horses. They're good kids. I like their mom coming down here too. That woman now, she's my age and she looks good. Like a classic car with low miles you find in the barn, you know what I mean? I'd pay her fucking bills. She's kind of like me, though. She got morals. Picky about people. Believes in a godly marriage, but comes from a failed marriage. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to get around that when you believe you're supposed to have a life partner.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then you got kids, you got to wonder what kind of people you're inviting to your children's life. I don't know. She's cool. I've taken her out a few times. I think she's just me and her are about the same way. We're kind of happy with our freedom right now, so fuck it. We hang out though. At least she knows if she needs any help, I'll help. Girl had a minivan, but has a need for a truck on her property. She turned her property back into a farming for profit farm. And she did it on pies. This woman sold pies. And I help her with that too. I let her sell her pies out of my cider mill. She runs my cider mill now. I pay her to do that. I think it's another reason. Don't want to date the boss type thing. But you got to respect those kind of morals and principles. At least I do.
I do too.
But I've told her the only reason I'm the boss is because I want her around. Shit. She's just country. Country likes country. I don't want some city girl that's got to go to the bar every day or even once a week. I'm not bar type people. I got my own bar. It's on the side of the barn out there. You want to shoot some pool and drink some drinks? Go out there and pour you a shot. Make you a mixed drink. I got the best liquor they sell. I don't drink it a lot.
Will you marry again, Batamon?
I don't know. I can't say no. Fuck. If I fell in love with somebody and they fell in love with me, yeah, I probably would. I wouldn't want to live in an... I don't know. I guess I would consider it a non-godly union anyway, but hey. That doesn't mean when you love a woman, you still don't give her what she wants, which is normally a marriage.
Do you have to go to the state and sign that stuff, or will you do it a different way?
Oh, you do have to get a marriage license, yeah, for a state-sanctioned marriage, yeah. We don't have common law marriage here anymore. Or you could just live with a woman for 7 years and buy her a ring, 3 years actually, but well,
Well, your daughter has to approve.
of course. Yeah, she thinks she's the boss of the house because, she's like, well, you're the only boss now, Dad. We used to have this argument. Mom said I couldn't do this, Dad. Tell me I can do it. No, I can't do that. I can't overwrite your mom, but you're the boss of Mom, Dad. Well, now that's not an argument. I'm the boss, you know what I mean? And now she says, well, you're the boss, and I got you wrapped around my little finger. So really, I'm the boss here, Dad.
Yeah, she's taking over the management little by
Yeah,
little.
and then there's the house belongs to the woman, the barn belongs to the man. And if I annoy her, she'll say, "Go to your barn, old man." And I'm like, "What? Wait, what? You heard me. The house is mine, right? I mean, I'm gonna inherit it anyway, and it's kind of hard to argue with that shit." I'm like, "Well, do I really gotta go to the fucking barn?" No, I just want you to know I can send you there. I'm like, damn, you sure you gonna get my Trans Am when I die? I could sell that son bitch. I could sell it before I die. Spend the money. I'll get that money, old man. She's not really spoiled. She's a good kid. She's like me. She likes to troll me. She listens to me on here and she's like, "You're no different on there than you are in life, Dad. You're trolling me all the fucking time." 16 curses at me. I'm like, damn it, kid. You know what she says? Mom's not around. Mom didn't hear me cuss. You always said, well, my brother got to cuss when he was 15. He just couldn't let my mom hear it. But I mean, listen, I let her get away with things because she listens. She takes care of her responsibility and she thinks about the future before it gets here. I'm pretty sure I already raised that one right. I think I'm done raising her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I think we're just at that point where now we're just two adults. Even though she's only 16, she knows this. I got to prove to any man she wants to love or wants to love her. And she's cool with that. Because why? Because, well, Dad only wants the best for her. And Dad's a better judge of people than she is. He's been judging
And
people
she
for
knows that.
Yep. Dad been judging people for a long time. I can notice traits in people that she won't notice. She knows it. The last one, I was joking around with her, and when she brought it, the current one, she talks to him. I was like, I don't know about him. I'm sensing some bad stuff in him, and she's like, man, that sucks, Dad, because I really like him, and I still got to go to school with him. And I didn't say nothing. Like 4 hours later, she's like, well, Dad, do you really think? I was like, no, I was just trolling you. She's like, I was wondering. I was like, no, he's a good kid. He's a good kid. I'm trolling. I mean, he was respectful. He come to my house. He was respectful and decent. I think his parents kind of got the same morals that I do. Kid already knows what he wants to be when he gets older, how he's going to do it, You ask a 15-year-old what they want to be in the future, and they tell you their entire plan for how they're gonna be what they want to be, then you got to respect that, especially if that's what you want from your kids, and it is. So I expect my kids to know their plan by the time they're 14, just like my dad did. least have a good
We
idea
do.
of how they're going to get there.
We do talk about, young people and everything. We pass through that, and we do get a lot of trolls and all that kind of childish mentality, but there's a lot of very respectful young people out there. There's a lot of good kids
Oh,
out
there
there.
are. There's a lot of them that come here that are respectful, just want to passionately disagree with us. They're still respectful
Yeah.
kids. That's not why I don't want to not debate them because they're disrespectful. I lack of experience and lack of understanding. They're at a remedial high school understanding. They have remedial understandings of most sciences. And when you get to an academic level of college, you find out that most of the remedial shit is just bullshit. It's a simpleton's way of looking at something. And most concepts are more intricate and more in depth and less certain. You know what I mean? What's absolutely certain in high school isn't certain in college, and you know it. Like gravity. It's just one example. In high school, you absolutely think it's proven. You get to college and you start taking college level physics, you know damn well it's just a proposition. It's an explanation. It's a label for an unknown cause.
It's a house of cards, isn't it?
It is, but it is based off of reality. But you also learn one thing. In physics, there isn't one vector. They say there's this preferred downward vector. Well, that's not academic level anything. That's high school level. Everything goes down. Well, this isn't true. And we know it. When you get at college level, there's two vectors, up and down. Gases rise, not all things fall. You can't say mass, anything with mass falls, because then you've just said gas falls, and not all gas falls. There is no downward bias for gas.
Yeah.
90% of gases rise to a certain level. And they're considered to have mass, so there's no one preferred direction for mass. It's a kinetic theory. And yeah, that's just a theory too. But it's a better explanation than gravity, and we can demonstrate 90% of what's said in it in a lab. Or even in your garage with gas tanks. Open your propane tank and just crack it a little bit and leave it there. You'll see the kinetic distribution of energy when you smell the damn gas.
You taking the weekend off, Bottom?
Me? No, I don't know. Not this weekend. I'll work 8. I'm doing driveways this weekend, so I'll work 8 hours. But when we get behind, I do driveway. I do asphalt maintenance. I have a genite division and an asphalt division. Genite does seal coat. They do pothole repair and crack fill. And I'll go work doing me and my 2 nephews. So I'll take over a crew, and me and my 2 nephews will do driveways and parking lot repairs and maintenance. And I'll send 3 guys, well, 5 guys altogether, to the asphalt crew so that they're overmanned and they can get more work done and they can catch up because it's rained. We just went through the rainy season, so now they're behind. They're behind again because of. But we're always here after 4th of July, but it always works out. So that's why I give them their 4th of July holiday. I spent 20 years never having a summer. And after about, 14 of them, I said, fuck this. My guys deserve to at least have a week of the summer where they can go to the lake and shit. And 4th of July is the best time to do it. They can go swimming, hang out with their family at the lake. So I make sure they get a paid week's vacation for 4th of July. And generally, because asphalt is seasonal and you get the winter off, you generally don't get a vacation during the season.
How's the lakes level doing around your area? Because there's like some issues with lakes going low levels.
No, because we got 10,000 lakes here, and through the evaporation process, either the inland lakes go low and the Great Lakes go high, or the Great Lakes go low and the inland lakes go high. Just depends on how the precipitation cycle is working. So
everything normal?
Yeah, everything's about normal. Yeah. So, but Lake Michigan, we've got some flooding around the fucking Great Lakes, but the inland lakes are at an average level, so it's kind of not normal. Like there's more water right now than there normally is. And I think that's from rain patterns that have come down straight from Canada. So we're getting extra water from Canada, We're seeing it in Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. They're high.
Maybe the water that the other lakes are not getting in the West Coast, you guys are getting it.
Well, it could be if it's, evaporation's high and then high pressure pushes it all the way here. I'm a long ways from the West Coast, but yeah, it could happen. Because, the water dumps down and a certain amount of it goes into the soil, but once the air heats back up, a lot of it evaporates right back into the atmosphere. It's just a given.
Yeah.
It can't all get down into the ground quick enough. If you have rain for one day, the next day it's drying up out of the soil and going back into the atmosphere because it just doesn't seep down through the ground quick enough. Soil holds moisture and then soil dries out and that moisture evaporates into the atmosphere. So, Yeah, my daughter's right now, she's wanting to get into the company because, mom's not always here now, you know what I mean? But my daughter absolutely loves living on the farm. She don't want to go live with mom. Even though the mom might be getting back into a position where I'd consider spending weekly time with mom. It was drug addiction that separated me and my wife, And she went to rehab and she's got pins that say certain amount of sobriety, you never know. But she's putting on weight again, so it appears to be sobriety. So I would say, yeah, you can go spend time with mom, but instead my daughter's like, well, I could just go to work every day and work at the office and I can see mom at the office. And
That's cool.
I like to let the kids do what they want to do. At 16, she's not a child anymore, You got to respect her wishes. I mean, you don't have to. A lot of parents will force their kids to do shit they don't want to do, but they don't understand. Down the road, when your kids don't respect you or trust you, it's because you don't respect them. They don't listen to me no more. That's because you make them do shit they don't want to do all the damn time. And it's not just shit that they have to do. You know what I mean? When it comes to taking care of business, kids got to get an education. kid can't be lazy. You know, you got to teach them to clean up after themselves. But other than that, you shouldn't make them do shit they don't want to do. Hang out with people they don't want to hang out with. Go to church if your kids don't want to go to church. Even when I went to church, I never forced my child to go. If she didn't want to go, she didn't have to. My daughter kind of liked church. She still likes to go every now and then. Every now and then, I got to take her in and drop her off. I'm the one that can't deal with zealots, lukewarm Christians, fake people. I can't deal with that crap no more. Too old for that shit.
Churchians?
Yeah, I'll end up saying some shit, man, I regret.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
just being a man. I don't hate none of them. I just don't agree with the way they act because they think they're saved by by grace. Grace is a fucking gift. You can't claim that you own a gift. This is mine. It's come to me. I know. No, it's a gift given freely when somebody's pleased with you. Grace translates to gift. My grace, if I display grace, it's me giving you something freely out of love. Not because you earned it, not because you believed in me, but because I wanted it. I wanted to give it to you. Somebody's got to be pleased with you before they're going to give two craps about you to give you something out of the grace of their own heart. You can't claim grace. You can't say it's owed to you just because you did one thing. You can't earn grace. Grace is a gift. Just because you did something doesn't mean it's owed to you. It's a gift. It's given freely. That's why they say out of grace and the goodness of his heart, he gave something when nobody even expected him to. That's grace. I'd say if you want grace, you should. The man showed you the way. You should live like he did, in hope. Hope and faith are pretty much the same thing, right? Got faith, everything's going to be all right. That's hope for the future, right?
I try to hope.
Right. I do
Sometimes
too.
it's tough, but
Can't lose faith. What else you got? Faith is basically just hope that everything's going to be all right and there's going to be a future. Boy, this cat just ain't quit bugging me. He's down there playing with the brush now. Come on, Grandpa. You know you ain't done brushing my butt.
I'll show you where your cupcake is.
Right. Yeah, I ain't found it yet. I done looked and I don't want to get him. I'm pretty sure it's under the dresser. That's where I ain't looked. He knows I don't like to get on my hands and knees and crawl around and look under that damn thing. The cat ain't dumb. He's smart. He knows how to troll me. I know that's what he was thinking. Oh, you ain't gonna brush my butt? Oh, you like to troll them people? Here, how about I troll you? My buddy got trolls. My buddy got jokes. Hey, the funny thing is, if he can get that wrapper open, he'll eat that damn chocolate cupcake too. He's done it. He's smiling like he thinks he got it. That's my cupcake. He ain't gonna get down there. That's mine. I'm gonna eat that.
Has anybody else noticed the weird weather events?
Yeah, I've been looking at some of those.
3 dams in China have broken and flooded.
Wow, it's funny because I was talking about this, like I was talking about the dams breaking like months ago. I was like, this could be like an event in the future, and now it's gonna happen. The dams breaking.
The future is now.
But for me, it kind of looked like it's something that is planned, like they build the dams to maybe break them in the future. It's just me, my conspiracy mind.
Well, if you think about a dam breaking and a valley flooding, it's a very effective way of offing some people, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. Do we even
A lot
know?
of people are getting washed off.
Yeah, but in China, how will we ever know? It's like they are rearranging the furniture. They are doing some re-landscaping in just weird places. All these weird floodings, hailstorms, just really unusual.
We see maybe that say that don't buy things made in China because they're cheap made. So maybe the dams are made in China. They're cheap made, low quality.
No, but you've got sluices and stuff. You can regulate the flow that, so that a dam wall
Yeah.
doesn't I don't know, did they use shit cement? What did they do?
And also, I don't know, building the dam and then building infrastructure and houses down the stream of the dam. It's like bad planning. People talk about bad planning for a long time. And that made sense to me that this will happen.
Yeah, wars and rumors of wars. And rumors of war. And pestilence. I think it's fair to say that we are now in the time of great tribulation. It has definitely begun.
I live to my north region. There's like many dams, more than one. I haven't made the calculations at what will happen if those break and if they'll affect me, but I thought about it. They're not as big as, and I live near the sea as well, so a lot of that water will just level out to the sea, right?
Obviously.
Yeah. But I do worry, and I was thinking something like this will happen in the future with the dams. And I know other places that I've been at that they do worry about this, about some huge dams that they have built.
Jamesy,
And yep,
look at that thing I just posted.
check it out. 1 second. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And if you search for that thing, you see it everywhere. Those white round balls. And I saw a photograph yesterday where they made a cloud formation that was really unusual between two of these round ball things. Very scientific. Round ball things.
The first time I heard about weather modification was over 20 something years ago. And it was someone telling me that storms and hurricanes were this technology to make the storms stronger or make them weaker, depending whatever the the controller of the technology wants to do. And I was young back then. Didn't understand completely the ramifications of that, but
So these round ball things are called NEXRAD Doppler radars.
they're mobile.
But a lot of them are fixed in place as well. You'll be surprised if you search.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I know. I'm in the Caribbean. There was a storm called the Hurricane Maria, and it was like a category 1 hurricane before it reached the islands, and in less than 24 hours, it turned into a category 5 hurricane, and then it shut down the electric grid once it reached this Doppler radar. It was you were able to see the storm going into the island, and then it reached this specific point of the Doppler, and the whole place got shut down. So you see the patterns, and then another similar one. You can see it zigzagging up and down like a zipper. Like you just grab a pen and you do a zigzag up down up down up down in a the same left to right, and you go up down up down up down up down, and the storm was basically doing that up down up down up like a straight line up, straight down, up down. It was it looks very GMO to me. Organic GMO. And you see many of these storms getting slower and even stopping in the same area when they reach a point. So they're going in a pattern, and then they reach a place like an island, and they stop right there. They slow down drastically. I said stop, but they don't stop. They just slow down.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. What y'all talking about?
Flat Earth. What brings you to the Flat Earth Discord?
I'm a flat earther, so I don't know.
We was talking about you, but you showed up, so we had to quit.
Good one now.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, that just wouldn't be right talking about you right in front of your face.
Kind of messed up. Two-faced.
Well, not really there, son, because I was being honest about it. I'm wearing the same face.
What are you being honest about? Come on.
I said I was talking about you, but you showed up. Damn.
What were you talking about me?
About how flat you are.
And how funny. He said you was a funny guy, not ha ha funny, but funny.
Well, looks aren't everything.
Looks are not.
Well, you know, It's just a little sugar in this tank, not much.
Yeah.
Raw, you got the giggles. You high in the motherfucker, ain't you?
What?
You wake and bake? Yes, she
Yeah.
did. She's like, damn, these motherfuckers know
Yes.
it all. Yeah, you can't be fooling no flat earthers now. We know.
Yeah, Roar's been having the
100%
giggles thing
high.
since she joined and before that. So
I know.
she's fine.
I know. I just gotta pick on her. Sauce Nazi, seem sincere wanker, honest earther, space
paint.
Man, you got space herpes, space AIDS.
I know, right? I got all the.
You're a space criminal. Christ, you want them? You don't want them rolls, do you?
No.
I got the bell tracks for them there space herpes. I can cure that there condition.
Oh, really?
Well, sure. I just click X. Globus hystericus. That's probably because of the giggling. We'll keep that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You a giggling motherfucker, and you waking and baking and what kind of munchies? You got the munchies lined up?
No.
She rolled over, blazed the hooter, sat the Twinkie down, got a cup of Kool-Aid.
No, her giggles are organic, natural phenomena.
God bless.
Got some buttered toast sitting over there. Like I'm stoned. I know I'm gonna eat that in a minute.
You're still looking for your cupcake.
You're looking at it, but you're too lazy to stand up and grab it.
Oh no, I got it. Fuck that.
Oh,
you can reach. That's because you can reach.
I got the broom and just swiped it under there. I ain't gonna lie. And the cat's mad.
The cat's
mad.
up.
He's mad, yo. He's circling the table. That motherfucker got my cupcake. Nope, that's mine. That one there is Boston cream.
Ooh.
That cat got the munchies too.
Oh man, I only allow myself so many sweets like that. Can't get no donuts.
Only one sweet every 2 hours.
No,
Every 2 hours?
one a day. I can't get them donuts till tomorrow. They're only open on Thursday and Friday. They're only open twice a week. I usually get a couple dozen, but this week my daughter had a Girl Scout meeting and they had it at the house, so there went my donuts. That's what I get for being a nice guy. It's cool though. I ain't mad.
I can't do sweets.
Really?
Same here.
I
That's so weird.
I try to eat mostly real food, but I like at least one sweet a day. That's why I got that cupcake sitting there. I'm waiting on it. You know what I mean? I figure if I don't eat it till tomorrow starts, and then I can eat another one tomorrow too. I can have two tomorrow. I ain't have none
Shut up,
today.
Batamol. Shut up, Batamol. You and your sweets. You know I can't eat sweets. Keep talking about sweets.
Oh yeah, you're diabetic. Shit.
Oh, damn.
What's the other guy? You say you can't. The other guy said he can't eat sweets.
Well, my grandma was diabetic. I know how to make some sweets you can eat.
Give me the menu. I mean the recipe.
Diabetic. You can eat apple pie without a shitload of sugar and cinnamon in it, right?
Sure, I could. I shouldn't.
Yeah, we used to make it for my grandma without apple. Well, actually, my grandma knew how to make it because my grandma was diabetic. So that's the one that lived to be 98, bro. But she maintained her sugar. Most diabetics only check their sugar so many times a day. My grandmother would do it like on the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. She tried to keep her sugar nominal.
Yeah, you can manage it. Type 2, and she was probably adult diabetic. Like she got it when she was older. So
Yeah.
listening to you guys probably had like, your grandmother probably lived like a decent life with decent food, farm food and all that kind of stuff. So her structure, her bones and organs had a good input for most of her life.
Yeah, she was an adult diabetic. Yeah. You were born with it?
I was around 8 years old when I
Okay,
was
I'm with
diagnosed.
you.
Yeah.
So it
So the
affects
hammer has been hitting me since I'm like a child.
Yeah, it affects your development too because it absolutely affects the way you break down and digest food.
Yeah. And since I'm
I'm
using
with you.
pharmaceuticals for most of my life, it also has side effects.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, my grandma was bummed. Well, you know damn well she was an adult diabetic because she was eating apple pie first and loving it, and then couldn't eat it because it had so much sugar in it. So she figured out how to cook it where she could eat it as a diabetic,
Yeah.
Yeah, so yep. She I got grandma's cookbook and then I got grandma's diabetic cookbook. Cause she died
Yeah.
here and like I got my grandma's cookbook. It's a generational cookbook that like somebody started it a while ago and then somebody else wrote it all down in a big empty book and made it to where multiple generations can just keep adding recipes to it. My grandma had a book in her room about diabetic cooking for a diabetic. I mean, literally, I should probably publish this book. It's pretty intricate. Probably make some money off of
It's handwritten.
it. Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's where you find the secrets.
Handwritten book, Cooking for a Diabetic. And before it breaks down recipes, it tells you what you absolutely have to avoid for diabetics and for different types of diabetes. My grandma studied all that. Like how potatoes starches break down to sugars and stuff like that. So the conversion rates too. She considered all that and wrote a good cookbook on it. So my old lady
That's
was
some good
telling me that.
Yeah, that's good information.
When my old lady read it, she was saying that we should publish this. You could probably there's not too many diabetic cookbooks, so that diabetic people, and it's okay. It's formulated around a person who loved food but couldn't eat certain foods once they became diabetic. So it literally would enlighten people to treats that they can have and foods they can have that don't spike their sugars because they avoid things that convert to sugars or raw sugars. Both.
Yeah.
So, like, you eat a bunch of potatoes, your sugar's going to spike, right?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And for a period of time, too. So you might want to decide whether you're going to take long-lasting, long-working. Do you do two different kinds of insulin, the fast-acting and the long-acting?
I do both, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. My grandma.
Unless I'm just eating like eggs and meat, butter, fats.
Yeah.
I could do less insulin, but still my body's like addicted to that shit.
Yeah, a lot of people. Some people do the long lasting in the morning and the fast acting at noon and dinner. Just
Yeah.
depends on how you are. My grandmother would do it according to what she's going to eat, when she
Yeah.
wanted to eat it, and how her sugar was. Like I said, she took her readings hourly, so
Yeah, it's a
she
pain in the fingers.
yeah, she would map that shit, dude, hourly. She could show you on a graph. And she tried to keep it from spiking. So if she was going to
Yeah.
eat, like she liked cheesy potatoes and sausage, if she was going to eat that, she'd take the long lasting first and get it going down and then eat real quick and try to keep it nominal. She tried to avoid highs and lows at all costs because she believed it was detrimental to her life. Which it
It
is.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You know it is.
Yeah.
The more nominal you can keep that, the better your immune system works, the better your digestive system works, and the more energy you have, the healthier you
And the
feel.
body metabolizes everything normal the way it should.
Yeah, because that's the way it would be in nature, nominal, or a
Mm-hmm.
little low or a little high. Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit, and the body will adjust naturally.
Yep.
But if it's too high, it's bad, and if it's too low, it's bad as well.
Yeah, and that puts your
And
body.
if it's doing that up and down constantly, it's even worse.
Yeah, that stress can give you a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my buddies was fucking diabetic, and he used to drink all the time until it finally, fucked with him. I had him move in here. He had a valve surgery on his heart, and I started treating him like my grandma used to do it. When he first got out, I checked his shit hourly, but then he couldn't take the pain in his fingers, so I did it every 3 hours. I understand, but I tried to keep him as nominal as I could, especially after having an open heart surgery. But he lived 20 years after they quit fucking drinking.
Yeah, good thing I don't drink alcohol and I don't drink too much sugary stuff or eat any of that, but
Yeah, I
still,
couldn't.
carbs are everywhere. So when I eat
Yeah.
carbs and stuff like that.
Yep.
The alcohol like beers and stuff, that's really bad for diabetics.
It is. It's I couldn't believe my buddy even fucking drank.
Yeah.
Tried to tell
Because
him.
the alcohol will make the sugar even worse.
Yeah, no, he didn't maintain his shit. He'd boot up insulin even if he didn't eat anything. He'd be like, "It's time for me to." There were a few times we were working in the garage, and he's like, "It's time for me to take insulin," and I'm like, "Larry, you ain't ate. You don't need insulin if you haven't eaten." "Oh no, I got to take it at the same time every day." "No, you take it according to your sugar."
Yeah.
So if you're gonna take it, eat. Eat something
Yeah,
first.
if you gotta take it and eat, depending on what insulin is it, which insulin, how long it's gonna kick in. But
Yeah,
yeah, you gotta,
he used
you
to
can't
do this
just
so much.
take it and not eat it unless his sugar was high and he was taking it because he knew his sugar levels were too high.
Yeah, that's because he ate too long after he took it the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So listen, he used to do it so much so that I had a fucking first aid kit with glucose shots in it. Not a needle shot, but the glucose they give you that's in the thing like you give to your children with
Yeah, the pill.
instructions.
Yeah.
No, it's not
The
a
tab.
pill. No, it's
It's
like
like,
liquid It's liquid
oh,
glucose, and it
yeah.
says the instructions are like 5 millimeters is the first you give them. if they don't regain full consciousness, because you know what it is with low sugar.
Yeah.
They really don't know you don't know where you're at or what you're saying or what you're doing.
You can get in a coma.
Yeah, so
I've been in
that's why
comas a couple
I
times.
don't want him to go into diabetic coma. So I got that glucose. You know, you got to refrigerate that shit too. But still, honey's another a good thing to avoid that. You can give them a straight shot of honey, teaspoon of honey. The natural made maple syrups, those are good forms of sugar that can boost it. It won't boost it enough to keep you up. If you took a shot and you didn't eat, it's not going to bring you up so far that now your sugar's high and you need another shot. It'll bring you up to wake you up enough to eat something long lasting.
Well, and that's because you were following up on that kind of situation. But if someone gets a diabetic and the person is on the floor, like the diabetic's on the floor, and you don't know what's going on, and some people might think their sugar is high, and they will give him an insulin shot when
Yeah,
the sugar
yeah,
is
no,
actually low.
yeah,
Yeah,
no. I know too much about it. I wouldn't do that. I pricked her finger first, checked her blood. I know how to do all that.
yeah,
So my grandma
yeah.
was diabetic,
It could be high, it could be low, so you gotta prick the finger and check do the
Yup.
test real quick, and then you know what to do.
Yeah, and then if they're like at 12, then you want to start bringing them up. Give him 2
Yeah,
teaspoons of honey or 2 teaspoons of maple syrup and wait a couple minutes. If you don't start waking up, give him another one. When you wake him
yeah,
up, get him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Give him something long lasting. The minute he wakes up, give him an OJ and a PB&J. Something long lasting. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, a
I
long
mean,
last.
while the person is down, you won't be able to give him the sandwich,
Nope,
but
no.
you could do the sugary water or the honey, like you're saying. You could put it in the
Yeah,
mouth, and
honey's best because it doesn't roll down their throat and choke them. But
yeah,
just being in their
yeah,
mouth, they start to absorb it.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Some
Even
glucose tabs that might do the trick as well.
yeah, that's what the fireman told me. I had the fireman come out a couple times, man. The damn fire department come out and do it, and they're the ones that hit me because I knew a lot about it and I talked to them about it. And they're like, "Well, Mike, you can get things for this." And even they said, "But don't just give him a glucose pill just because he's down. You don't know that his sugar's low. It could be high. It could be having problems on the other side." And I'm like, "Oh, I know that."
Mm-hmm.
Before I put any honey in his mouth, I pricked his finger and checked his blood sugar. They're like, "Oh, okay then. Well, here, this is where you can get this. You can get the over-the-counter glucose pills. You can get the liquid. The liquid you got to refrigerate, and it just comes in a like the medicine things for your kids. The shot, the damn needle without a needle, whatever the syringe. It's just a
Yeah.
syringe, and it'll say,
If you prick the finger and it's, let's say, around 100, it could be something else. But if it's like
"Yeah,
under 70, if it's under 70, that's a low hypoglycemic situation. If it's over 300 or 200 or 500, 600, then it's hyperglycemic, which is high sugar.
yeah." And he was hyperglycemic. That's
Yeah.
what Larry was. Larry was hyperglycemic.
Yeah.
But he'd take that shit when he didn't need it, and he'd bottom his ass out.
Yeah.
Especially, you can't do the long-lasting insulin and having not ate. You just can't do that
Hmm.
because it's going to knock it down real quick, and then consistently over 2 hours, 3 hours, keep it down. You know what I'm saying?
It will stay in the system for about 24 hours, depending on the brand, which one is it, but most of long lasting is around 24 hours. 12 to 24.
Yep.
Yeah.
I saw a company that supposedly is coming up with some type of implant or some injection that it might give enough insulin for months, like months. That's their claim, like 6 months, 12 months supply
Yeah,
of insulin.
yeah. I think his long lasting was Tricivian or Tricivia or something like that. Tresiba. Yeah, I read something about an implant that would just control insulin, give it when needed. How the hell would
Yeah.
that work? Do you got to keep refilling the thing or something?
There's those that it will be like a pump that is refilled, but the one I saw recently, they're saying it's some type of hormones, some type of injection that they'll inject into some area of the body, I think the pancreas or something, and it will be like almost like a year of insulin. So it's just like an injection that it will last for a whole year. That's
So it'll
something
make
new that I haven't heard before.
so it'll basically make the pancreas work again for a
Something like
year.
that, yeah. Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. So maybe they figured it out. It's a deficiency, a hormone deficiency, and they found they can't just boot enough hormone into you to make your pancreas work again forever, because something's deficient and it's not producing the hormone. But they can put a level in that'll maintain you for a while.
Yeah.
That'd be an injection once a year to keep your shit working properly and normally would be a lot better than all the other crap you do. Because I know you probably got 6 pills to go along with insulin, Ruffy
Yeah.
pills and all that crap.
Oh yeah. One pill a year will be like a dream instead of multiple needles daily.
I hate needles. I couldn't fucking. I go to the doctor. They ask me if I'm allergic to anything. You know what I say? Needles.
Needles.
I'm allergic to needles, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like needles.
That's what I say when they offer me the all the V shots that I'm missing. Every time I go, they say, "Oh, you're missing like all these V shots." I'm like,
Yeah, I know. I hate that crap. My insurance keeps sending me letters. I finally wrote a letter back and said, "Look, bitch, you sent me 15 fucking letters. Do you think I didn't get them? Because I'm not going to take the shit, not even if it's a requirement of your insurance. I'll get insurance from a different company. If they maintain it that I have to do that too, I'll stop paying for insurance and I'll put money in the bank. Because you don't have to have insurance if you have an account with certain amount of money in it just for medical care. I'll start my own damn insurance fund. I'll put a bunch of money into a structured account where it makes it a fixed rate. Then the only time you take from it is medical care.
dude, there's a case right now in Massachusetts, a type 1 diabetic. His his kidneys are failing, and he's gonna get a kidney implant or transplant, right? But because he doesn't want the new V thing, the new V shot, he hasn't taken it. The doctors don't won't do the surgery,
They
won't give
won't
him
do
the
the
kidney.
they won't do the
Yeah,
kidney, huh? Ain't that a
yeah.
bitch?
It, it touches me because I read the news and he's a type 1 diabetic and they don't wanna help him because he doesn't wanna take that shit. I'm like, damn, like That's so close home to me. Too similar to my situation, but I'll try my best to keep my organs working properly, so I don't need to go through that. But it's all right. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's cute. My brother
He,
has 3 cats.
he's bitching at me. He's mad.
Where's the brush?
I put the cupcake and the brush in the same drawer. That's what he's mad about. He's like, motherfucker, get one of them out. I probably will have to go downstairs and get him some fish or he won't shut the hell up. He don't want petted. Think he's hungry. I'll be back in a minute. Get him some damn food.
A father of three children aged 12 and 10 and 8 was reported to be denied of his much-needed kidney transplant just because he remained without the V-shot. LifeSite News it said Massachusetts-based Bernard was told by the UMass Memorial Health Center that they could not conduct his kidney transplant unless he gets the V-shot. The 37-year-old had been diagnosed with type 1 diabetes since he was a child. He was hospitalized in 2019 after having a major reaction to a drug prescribed to him and was told he would need a transplant since his kidneys were failing. His wife Megan will be his kidney donor. So he had an adverse reaction to a drug that caused his kidney failure. Now he needs a kidney. His wife will provide the kidney, but the medical providers will not do the procedure because reasons.
That's sick.
I read that he had an adverse reaction to a drug that he was prescribed, and it caused his kidneys to fail. So some drugs can be kind of dangerous, huh? Drugs are hell of a drug.
True.
The big giveaway for me is the fact that they will not accept any liability.
Give the man a chance. Listen, I've done some research, and the diabetes mellitus that they call juvenile diabetes is admitted to be an adverse reactions from some V shots and a combination of things as well. And now this guy, since he's a child, he's been taking needles, probably 2, 3, 4 needles every day of his life since he's a child. And now he was given a drug, and as an adverse reaction, his kidneys were damaged. Give the guy a chance. Just do just give him the kidney. Like, come on. Isn't enough that he's been suffering since he's a child, taking the V shots, suffering from sugar levels most of his life, and now that he needs the help. Even his wife is providing the kidney, but no, we won't do it because we require you to have this thing injected into your body before we can help you. I don't know. It's kind of bizarre world. I wouldn't normally read this, but it can kind of makes me. Feels familiar because I have a similar situation. But it's kind of crazy what they do. Now, this is kind of like an example. Like they can deny even medical help because you don't do what they say. Even though the V shot they want him to take have nothing to do with the transplant. It's like two different. Is the kidney transplant is not dependent on the other thing, on the V-shot, but they still want to push it.
And then if he's got life insurance in case something bad happens to him, if he takes part in a medical trial, then his life insurance will not pay.
Right. Yeah.
And if you then get damaged and you turn to the government and you say, well, I can't earn a living, I'm permanently disabled now, then there's nobody on your side who will vouch for you and say that this was due to the jab.
I'm gonna tell you, I've seen this happening to so many people, and like I said, the diabetes mellitus is an adverse reaction from what he was given when he was young, most likely a V shot and possibly other stuff provided by the same people that don't want to give him the new V shot and don't want to do the transplant if he doesn't do what they say. It's just crazy. Give the man a chance.
So what happened with Tanwin? I missed it.
He conceived, can't debate. He couldn't debate Batamud. Let me see what he said. He left the server.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because one of his comments was that he's a debater, and I think he said that he never lost a debate. And he was like, I'm gonna debate you. But then Batamud broke it down for him, and he was like, ugh, my Wi-Fi is not working.
How convenient.
How was it? Yeah, we gave him the laser test, and he said he was gonna take 2 minutes to look through the laser test. And after he looked through it, Barrymore said a few things to him and explained to him that he was gonna debate the information, the test, not philosophy. He was like a philosopher. He wanted to hear what we had to say, and he was gonna tell Barrymore how he was wrong based on philosophy. But then, he realized objective reality and the test that we provided.
Yeah, empirical
Philosophy doesn't have much say on that, and his
Right.
opinion doesn't have much say on that. So he realized that it wasn't gonna work. So I'm looking for what was it? He said,
You already know he's back in his regular Discord group saying he dismantled Flat Earth, right?
I was gonna tell him, hey, bring one of your debaters and that knows about the heliocentric model, and maybe he can debate for you. Okay, one of the first thing he said, my Wi-Fi cut out, and
Yeah.
then give me a minute. My internet died. We can continue this. And then he said, where is it? Oh, it's a bad amount. I'll just drop it then, because he looked through the test, and I guess he realized he wasn't knowledgeable on the heliocentric model. Oh, and someone told him, "Hey, how are you gonna debate your model, this heliocentric model, if you don't know anything about it?" And he realized, okay, I think I stepped on the wrong place. And I asked him, hey, how does it feel your first loss on a debate? Your first loss. Because he said that he never lost a debate or something.
Yeah,
I
he
guess
was
it's
like touting his like high school win rate.
yeah. I'm a good debater in high school, philosophy.
Oh well. Hopefully it gave him something to talk about.
That might give us some sort of perspective, when people join a flat earth server, in their minds, they're like, oh, bunch of flat earthers. They go to YouTube and they look debunk flat earth, flat earth debunked videos,
Right.
and they're just making fun of strawmans, and this this young guy will be like, huh, it will be so easy to, debate these flat earthers because their belief is wrong. But then when he realizes it's not a belief what we talking about,
Yeah.
and the strawman that he probably had in his mind is just that, fantasy, a strawman, then whatever he thought he was gonna do when he came in, he was dismantled from the beginning. And at least he was honest. He was kind of honest. It's just that I guess after that he left the server. He lost the debate to a flat earther. How ironic.
To be honest, once I saw his profile picture, I kind of knew how it was going to go.
What did that tell you?
Whenever anybody has like an anime profile picture, I just like,
oh yeah.
how far can you really go?
I'd say
Yeah.
that's true 90% of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I would consider myself to be in the 10%, but
I watch anime too. I do.
Yeah, I like a good anime just fine.
Yeah.
what's your
But
favorite?
sometimes if you're too much into it, you can kind of warp your mind into have this thinking about, I don't know, anime mentality in a way. And if you don't, you could take a lot of information from the animations, cartoons, manga, and that kind of universe. And if you don't inform yourself in real things, your mind can be diluted into this kind of fantasy land. So a lot of times you won't be able to process information in reality, or don't have enough information of reality, because your mind is full of this crap. But yeah, it's probably just me.
10 lose confirmed.
I like One Piece, Dragon Ball, One Punch Man, Hunter x Hunter, stuff like that. Action packed, funny stuff, some decent violence, but I like them funny too.
The one I got into recently was like Attack on Titan.
Yeah, I like that one too. There's a lot of gore, like a lot of blood, and yeah. See how they bite people by their their heads off. Attack on Titan, that's a decent one. Pretty decent one. Not for young audiences, I'll say.
There's a lot of cosmology in that one too.
They have like the animals, I guess. I think I watched the first season. There's like 3 seasons now. I watched the first one and some of the second season. I haven't watched the whole thing. What's your anime, CI? Really?
Actually just typed it, but my favorite anime of all time is Steins Gate, only because I went in blind, followed by Code Geass and Puella Magica Madoka. Those are my top 3.
What's the name again?
Steins Gate is my first one. The second one is Code Geass. The third one is Puella Magica Madoka. For
What are
Steins,
those, Japanese? Yeah,
I mean, it's anime,
anime, yeah. I mean, I've
but,
seen some Chinese stuff.
well, for Steins Gate, don't read the description. You want to go into it completely blind because the description of the anime spoils like the first 15 episodes. Like literally, like the description of it spoils like the first 15 episodes. I was lucky enough to not read it. I don't read the description of anime. I just watch it if someone tells me it's good.
Yeah, I do the
Yeah.
same thing. I go completely blind.
Yeah.
It's like a significantly better experience because you have no idea what you're expecting.
I agree.
Code Geass I was spoiled to, but I still enjoyed it a lot. But the Steins Gate and Puella Magica Madoka I went in completely blind. Had no idea what it was about.
How can you watch an anime if you're blind?
Okay, not literally. Going in blind means you don't read about it or you know absolutely nothing about it when you hit the play button.
Oh, okay. Just messing with you, bro.
That was a good one.
I'm gonna
Also,
watch anime completely blind.
my profile's from Steins Gate.
Science Gate. I'm gonna have to
Steins
look that up.
It's really good, but it's slow.
My first introduction was Akira. My father got me into it.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
Kira.
What I took away from Akira was that absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Doesn't God has absolute power?
Speaking in the realms of
People.
regular Joes, so to speak.
But all men perish, right? We might have maybe some emperor or king will have power, but it wouldn't be absolute, right? Would it? So at the end, it's gonna turn old. It's gonna require people to clean his ass eventually. Or he's gonna die. What is Akira about? Is it like shooting, swords, or what kind of stuff?
It's kind of like a dystopian future.
Oh, dystopian future. Feast of the North Star. Have you watched that one?
Haven't.
That's a classic, decent one. It's like very masculine.
Is that the one with the
Like,
Nani meme?
It's a guy with seven scars on his chest, and he pumps his muscles to beat everybody up. It's like anime and steroids.
Is it satirical or is it totally taking itself seriously?
Oh, it's serious, bro. It's some serious stuff.
Okay.
No, for real. Yeah. Fist of the North Star. It's decent. I mean, if you get into it, it's definitely a decent anime. It's very masculine, bro. Like you feel like a man when you're watching it. I normally will smoke some weed and sit down and watch some episodes about anime because kind of like if I don't have to smoke all the time, I don't. But if I'm gonna sit down and watch anime, I like smoking a bit. I get more into it. You recently quit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I can quit easily. I don't buy any. I just sometimes get some here and there, and just a little bit. A little bit will last me a decent amount of time. Because all you just gotta do is hit it a little bit, and that's it.
I mean, like if I'm around friends, I might have some if they're offering, but normally I don't go out of my way to find it.
Yeah, same here. But when I'm watching anime, I like watching it when I'm high.
As actually like watching Clannad, but like it's so overrated. Like Clannad is like so slow. There's no meaning to it. It's like it's not even good. Like One of my friends said I would love Clannad and cry at it. Dude, that shit was the cheesiest thing I've ever watched in my entire life.
He's definitely a Glober.
Me?
Your friend.
Oh, yeah. He is.
He's very
Zach,
cheesy, the anime.
you've seen Clannad?
No, I haven't.
It's not good. Don't waste your time. It's so bad. It's one of the worst anime I've watched. Only anime worse is probably like Tokyo Ghoul, third season.
CI, have you watched Fist of the North Star?
No, but it's one of my friend's favorite anime of all time.
I will say that's one of my favorites of all time. Yeah, yeah, it's an old school one, but it's a good one.
He showed me like the first episode, and I'm like, wow, this is old.
Yeah, my dad mentions that one.
You gotta watch the old one because some people will see the new versions. It's like a movie or a few episodes of the new ones, and they're okay. But the old style, that's the real stuff right there.
I think the oldest one I've ever
And
seen is
and
like
and watch
Bebop.
it with subtitles. Like watch it on
No,
Japanese
of
subtitles.
course.
Yeah, and I never watch dubs, only subs.
I used to watch dub. I don't anymore.
I feel
The
like a lot is
Japanese
lost in translation.
Yeah. I don't watch dub
The same
anymore.
thing with AOT. It's very dialogue driven. So, yeah.
Dude, I can't lie to you. Like, every one of my top 3 anime has made me cry like a baby. I
I
cry at
shed
like
some tears.
I cried a lot of anime though, except for Clannad. That shit was cheesy.
Not like a baby, but I shed some tears on some anime.
I think animation is one of the best mediums to convey a story.
My parents disagree. Like, they said they would, like, I tried telling them about Death Note, and they said, well, I would only watch it if it's a live action movie. And I think you know where this is going.
Live action is so limited.
Yeah.
Yeah, Netflix Death Note is so bad.
I feel like if Game of Thrones was like an animation, it would do way better.
Possibly, yeah, I will agree with that. Yeah.
The logistics of doing a show and like it's incredible.
Big part of the market, they don't like anime, so that's why they will make it like that, like movie style, real people acting.
They don't like
Most people that
much.
I know, they don't like anime.
I've red pilled all my friends on anime platter. Not that they're mutually exclusive.
Have you guys noticed that the Asian series are trending a lot?
Which ones?
Like Asian series and movies, like Korean, Chinese. Like a lot of people are like listening to music from the Asians, even they don't speak their language, but listening to their music, watching their series, like their episodes of programming or whatever. It's kind of, you know, like we do watch anime, but
Yeah, I've noticed
I don't know.
a Train to Busan has reached a little bit of popularity. That's a Korean film, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the Korean music and what we call like novelas. So cheesy stuff. It's like weird as fuck, but they're trending a lot. Even McDonald's have the Koreans in
Oh
in their menu.
yeah, that's true.
Are the Koreans like Japanese and Chinese mix or something?
I wouldn't know.
I'm just wondering. They're in between, I think, right? China and Japan, I think. Just people.
I spent too long in that Chatterbox server.
Were you there?
I was horrible. I got the Pickney guy. I was like, how do you get 3 buildings to fall from 2 planes? And he was like, oh, he's trying to find a way around it.
Gravity.
You that one.
Bagak.
Bro, I just want to say this. Welcome back to reality.
They're like everything. They were talking like Freemasons. One of the guys had a Freemason book. And then I'm like, hey, you know, like most all your astronauts are Freemasons. He's like, dude, why you gotta keep talking about all this stuff? I'm like, why is it all connected? Why is it like one organization runs everything and they're little puppets that
Why
run the
not?
show?
You know that they talk about communism is bad, blah blah. Do you know who founded NASA? Communism. One of the directors of NASA.
And they brought up like the medical system. I'm like, have you heard of the Flexner report? And they're like, not everything's like a government lie, conspiracy. I'm like, you read the Flexner report? And they're like, no, but what you're saying is, and I'm like, all right, stop talking. You need to read this.
You're a flat earther, so
No, but
you're a flat earther, so whatever you say, we can hand wave it.
I actually there was one guy that agreed with me for a lot of stuff, and then there was a guy there. I really got through to him. What really got him to understand. I told him when you hold a bowling ball up to your face, there's a physical edge to the bowling ball, and that will never move. It's always going to be there. You know, there's going to be a certain size, measurements that bowling ball. The edge won't change. The measurement won't change. And then that stuck with him.
That makes sense.
And he was arguing for our points, but he was like, I still believe it's a ball, but why can't you guys answer these questions? And it was really stumping him that nobody on his side could answer the questions that we gave to him.
Who was it? You and Crit?
No, he changed his name. It was like some before that, like SUM, but he changed it to something. I don't remember what it was.
From the flatter side, you by yourself?
I was with Crit.
Oh, that's what I asked. Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe I didn't hear you. It was Crit and I think Django is there. Someone else. They want to talk about gravity usually the whole time, and they flop. They go back and forth between Einstein and Newtonian for like 3 hours.
Yeah, last time you and I were there, it was over a week ago, and this guy, he mixed gravity with Newtonians and Einsteinians. He was talking about the same gravity at the same time, both gravities.
His idea was that I can use Newtonian until I go to space, and then I have to use Einsteinian. And I was like, oh, can't do that.
yeah. I've had the same problems in real life talking to people.
And then they're like, you guys been around this long and you can't come up with any other reason why things fall down. You've never had a hypothesis and done an experiment why things fall. And I'm like, I mean, we can speculate, but we're not going to insert, we know things fall down because this. We know why things go down instead of sideways because of this.
You guys don't believe in gravity? No, we don't believe. You're the one with the belief. Believe.
Where are the Globers?
Gravity took him away.
It's about time for all those EU kids to come in, troll us like last time.
The only time I really get to have a discussion is in real life nowadays. My friends always bring it up to me.
Your friends tell you, hey, flat earther friend, how do you explain black holes?
How does a chicken sandwich work on the flat earth?
Yeah. How does the top bread falls between the bottom bread and the ham and cheese if there's no gravity?
Started a
You gotta
conversation
tell them,
with
you
one of
know.
my friends that started at like 8 p.m. and we talked about it till 4 a.m. and eventually he just called it quits and drove me home. And since then, he's never talked about it again.
It's funny because they know they can't stump you. So it's like they always formulate these gotchas in their head. Like I know he can't respond to this.
Yeah,
And
I
then
know
they
he's just
say it.
like building up ammunition for the next time.
Yeah, they're slowly like, oh yeah? Explain Jupiter. And then you're just like, what? You explain Jupiter. What is Jupiter? Like, ah, I didn't think about this. I thought you knew what Jupiter was. I always get Jupiter as an example of gas pressure without a container. Like, look at Jupiter. I'm like, yeah, what about it? Well, don't you know it's a gas plant? It's like, wait, it's a gas plant. How'd you know that? Well, I easy, easily done. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, gas pressure next to a vacuum is like the one point all of my friends concede on.
So they're all flat earthers now?
Basically. They just
Yeah,
haven't
'cause
realized it yet.
you can't concede that and just go on about your day.
I
The
know.
whole model's gone when you concede that, man.
I know.
Yeah. Sure, they're walking around with some fucking new fantasy.
No, but ever since I brought that up, that like I've noticed in conversation, they'll bring up flat Earth every now.
That's good. It's a good
So
sign.
it's in their mind for sure.
Yeah, it's just about getting that screw in their brain that rattles around. You know, you're never going to get it out once it's in there. It can't get out because it's reality. You know, reality is not going to suddenly ever change. You know, it's flat and stationary.
There was also a moment too where I was out having a smoke with one of my friends, and the sun was illuminate only like part of the sky with the clouds. I was like, "Well, how do you think a huge gas ball 93 million miles away would illuminate only one portion of the sky?"
Yeah, monkey. Let's
Yeah,
see monkey.
the moon is such a great example of that.
Monkey. Sponge.
Yeah, it's a dead giveaway with the moon, you know, because it
Come on,
illuminates
monkey. Don't leave.
an even
Don't leave, monkey. Don't
smaller
leave me,
radius.
monkey. Monkey. Monkey.
Ook ook.
It's got cogniz, it says.
Yeah, I muted him. Monkey.
I'm lost. What's going on here with Monkey?
Sponge monkey.
Yeah, monkey, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, Sponge Monkey. Okay.
Welcome.
B. Carls would like to speak to you.
I don't know. I've had enough time with Glovers and convince them that their pencil doesn't fall because bending and warping space-time. Ah.
Alright, Mythic will speak to you, monkey. He's more sensible than B. Carls.
Looks
He
like
said
a
he wants
kid.
to type. Sarugaki. Sarugaki. Sarugaki sensei.
Hey, hey.
Welcome to
Sarugaki.
Flat Earth.
Thank you, thank you.
What is that name? Where does it come from?
Oh, it's an old name I got off of that Bleach anime back in the day. I've just been using it since.
Japanese anime.
I don't watch anime.
Loser. Boomer.
I'm a loser boomer.
There's
Not
like
you. The one that said he doesn't watch anime.
I think most anime is like borderline pedophilia, except for like Dragon Ball Z or whatever. But
Yeah,
most
most
of it's
for
like
sure. Yeah.
Bro, if you want to be a real man, you gotta watch Feast of the North Star. Then you'll be a complete man. You'll be on steroids without steroids.
Intense.
I think that what I just said triggers more people than the ball. If you tell them, if like a hardcore anime fan that watches all the weird stuff, you tell them it's borderline pedophilia, they go, it's not, and then they'll start screaming at you.
They'll go nani.
Nani? Yeah, there's definitely some bad anime out there. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think it started that way. I think it turned into that.
Yeah, a bunch of Glovers took it over. Thinking about balls and dick-shaped stuff, black holes, Uranus. Let's put this in anime. Sounds like fun.
I call them globalists because it's not enough that they believe in this shit. They also have to call you completely retarded for not believing in this shit. They need everybody in their religion before they are happy with it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of globe-tards in the globalist religion. But the globalists, they know it's flat.
They just want people in their religion.
Yeah, the people pulling the strings definitely know.
Right, Monkey?
La monk.
They don't want to admit it's a religion, though, of course, because they think they have all the science on their side. Yet they want us to do their homework for them every time they have a question about shit. Like, you can actually do research. Have you heard about this? It's called research. You should go and do some homework. I mean, in their case, it's so simple. They have all the measurements. They have all the so-called experiments. Like, they can just double check the scientific method up to their experiments. They can take the measurements and go and verify them specifically for themselves. Like, it's not hard.
Yeah, they don't want to debunk themselves.
Debunk.
Debunk.
And see, that's the thing. Like,
The
they...
monkey.
The monk, yeah, because
Yeah,
they're
well, technically
they're
they are
monkeys and
demonking themselves. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they're
That's
not monkeys
perfect.
anymore.
Yeah. That's it.
The monkey.
You don't want to demonkey yourself.
I don't think they're really scared of the fly earth reality. They're scared of the responsibility it entails.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about all of that fucking sci-fi fantasy? You know, big deal. You can let it go. You know, it's realizing your entire world's just deception upon deception upon deception, and you're gonna have to do something about that, however little or small. But you got to do something. You know. Else I mean, if you just sit around, if you just try and ignore it, you're like the most fucking pathetic person ever. You know. And who likes feeling like that? So.
It's the trouble of even acknowledging it is what I see a lot. Like that's the first step is acknowledging it, and they can't even do that.
It's more like it's discernment of information, you know, because if you're accepting fantasy as reality, there's a problem there because you might take that into so many things in life. But if you can discern information, and you know, because even if you're a glober, you can be functional. You can, I don't know, be a mechanic or an engineer, you know, work on economics and do all this stuff. But if you have fundamentals like, you know, morals and I don't know, the reality of the world, which is important, I think you take that into the rest of the things you want to do in life and not let yourself being dragged into fantasies and lies.
But it's just comfortable to believe in the ball. It means they don't have to do anything. You know, you see all these stupid comments under sci-fi videos on YouTube, like what is the one? Born too late to explore the Earth, born too early to explore the universe. You know, it's like even if the fucking heliocentric model was all real, and we were out in space exploring, none of these people would do that. They're too like lazy. They wouldn't even be doing it if they could. You know, because we're giving them a reality in which no, you're born at the perfectly right time to explore the Earth. There's still tons to explore, but you don't want to do it. You know, we're giving you the opportunity, but they're not interested. Just
You hear
want
what
comfortable
Crypto said the other day
fantasies.
about the moon and space? He said, right now these guys are playing video games about exploring the galaxy, but in their heads, all they're gonna do is be on the moon playing a game about exploring the Earth. So it's like
I think I
it's the
remember
same
someone
thing.
saying that.
It's like where even if they did what they wanted to do, they wouldn't do it anyway. They would just sit there and play a game about the Earth.
Yeah, because
They feel
exploration and discovery is scary. It's into the unknown, and everybody's big fucking pussy nowadays. So, like Globers.
feel warm and fuzzy with balls all around them.
The elites must be loving themselves whenever they see people regurgitating that stupid shit. Born too late to explore the earth. It's like, yes, got them exactly where we want them, Actually believe there's nothing left to explore or discover.
I want to be like the Great Magellan and explore. Well, sorry, son, too late. Everything's been discovered.
Exactly.
What?
Meanwhile, they haven't even explored their own local area, like the next town over or the town past that. Like, you can.
Yeah, they're not even willing to explore things that they only need to sit in a chair and think, to do. Ideas, concepts. So like they're not willing to explore or discover anything. Never mind colonizing other fucking galaxies, you Looney Tunes, man, honestly.
Says we're gonna be an interstellar. We're
Hold
gonna
on,
go.
back the truck up here for a minute. How can we explore further here if we don't colonize Mars first? I'm missing something.
Yeah, you're missing brain cells.
You need to go to Mars to develop the technology necessary to explore Earth. That's
Brain
obviously what it
function.
is. Everybody knows that once you get to Mars and you're like 6 people and you've gotten rid of the other 7 billion dead weight people, that's when you can really be innovative, And we'll discover real technology, we'll come back and we'll fully explore Earth.
It's funny. They're building a Mars base so they can build a moon base later, right?
You know what thought just kind of crossed my mind right now is I'm of the assumption most of us in the server have faith and believe in a creator and whatnot. So, and that we're all trying to be a thorn in the side of tyranny or whatever, and stop their evilness. So I get that, but just let's go on a thought experiment here. Let's say they achieve their 500 million in perfect balance with nature. What the fuck are they going to tell these people about the rest of the people that are gone?
Orphan trains. They've done it before in history,
Yeah.
right?
They've probably got something in store we can't even see coming,
Oh, well, the beer bug got all the other ones. You guys are really lucky. I don't know.
Here's the thing: can we actually verify for ourselves, without going to any authority, that there's 7.8 billion people right now? Be the same way will they be able to verify there's 500 million people? Will they even tell them there's 500 million people?
I don't think there's 7 billion people.
I don't as well.
That's a
I
lot.
don't know
It's too
how
many.
many, but I don't think it's that.
Like they said,
And
1 billion in India? No way.
We could make an assumption it could be more, it could be less. I'm more or less, I guess my question was, if they got their stupid goal of 500 million, like I'm trying to picture myself one of the 500 million left. And I'm trying to ask them, like, where the hell did everyone else go? And they're like, well, they ordered a pitcher of beer and they're not here. Sorry. Like, I'm just supposed to believe that? Like, the
when you
beer
look
bug.
when you look into family histories and stuff, you see families in the past that used to be huge. I think there used to be more people in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Way more.
What, dude, do you see how many cities there are in remote areas?
How
Like, 'cause
many
all the
empty
city
apartments
planning is-
everywhere in every city? How
Yeah.
many empty houses everywhere?
No,
Like, where's
even
the
like the
people?
ancient structures, they're everywhere.
Have you
There's
guys
empty
researched?
places everywhere.
Have you guys looked at the ghost cities of China? That's crazy,
Yeah.
man. Entire buildings just sitting there empty. That's nuts.
You know
Isn't
what?
that
They built
newly
them, right?
constructed cities? in China.
You
I
know why
think
they say they built them, right?
Yeah, I heard that, but I thought you asked how they built them. Was it forced labor? Or, well, I mean, the whole fucking country has to do whatever. I said sneeze at noon. Everybody's got to fucking sneeze at noon. So
No, I mean, they're ghost cities, like they're newly constructed, aren't they?
Yeah, made in the last like
yeah,
5 years.
Yeah.
I was
Made of
just I thought
cardboard.
you were asking how they were constructed. But the reason for them wasn't that supposedly isn't one of the presuppositions that to house some of the elites while they're culling or something.
For their cities basically that they're gonna manage, kinda. That's what I heard.
Huh.
Or to house like quarantine camps. That's another one.
Carlos, what would you guess the world population is around? Just total guess.
Oh, see, mine
Ooh,
goes
that's
back to
hard.
that chart. You seen that? You know what chart I'm talking about, where they show the world's population and its growth?
Probably in passing, but don't know exactly. Don't remember exactly.
If you're referring to the one where once we found penicillin, the population just started skyrocketing and
Yeah,
life
like
length.
they claim all this retarded nonsense, like, oh, the birth rate was lower because babies died, but people lived way longer. No one had autism or cancer or heart disease or this, and I'm like, yeah, right. This is a bunch of crap. I think it
People
goes
live
up and down.
way longer.
Yeah, I think it goes up and down. I think we're in a very far downward swing compared to how many people there used
Yeah.
to be.
Well, you think of it like this: if their goal is 500 million, then they really fucked up letting it get to 7 billion. Apparently, you know. If it's more like 1.5, 2 billion, something like that, then they've kind of just fucked up a little bit, you know. So
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. You're like, why the fuck did they let it just get our numbers up to this high?
yeah, exactly. If you got to be somewhere at 9 o'clock and you're there 5 past 9, not that bad, you know. It's fine. It's only 5 minutes over. You're there at fucking 10 o'clock. Yeah, you really fucked up, you know. So same idea.
I know. Start doing the math on this. Let's say a couple thousand people want to have the population at 500 million. Well, we just got to get rid of 6.9 something billion people. Like, and then those 6.9 billion plus the other 500 million they want to keep alive all find out. Yeah, good luck.
That's
But I
what
mean, we
If
thought
the population is
sorry.
around 1.5 to 2 billion.
Yeah.
Would we
But
necessarily notice like a 75% decrease?
Yeah.
It's the
They
chart
got
I'm
a
talking
lot of
about.
their, they have a lot of their eggs in one basket. They're hoping the blue pillars and the normies will not take the red pill or will not seek other information or will not. Somebody said something about I found Jesus, or I don't like these people that they do jail time and they come out, I found Jesus and all this. I was listening to that conversation. I don't know how long ago. Personally, I kind of think he finds you rather than you finding him, or I don't know. Maybe it's a little of both. Sometimes you're seeking him and he finds you. Other times he finds you because he had to. I don't know. Thoughts? Go ahead.
Well, I personally believe you bring everything to you in life through your intention, your thoughts, all that. So I guess it would be he comes to you, you know, when you're ready to bring him to you.
Okay, so you're sort of agreeing with what I
Your
was
cell
saying.
phone connection. You bring it to yourself.
There, Barclay posted that graph somebody was mentioning a minute ago, I think.
Yeah, I posted it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So like,
it's
I
ridiculous.
think this is a huge error because to think that everything advanced society is way more advanced, but yeah, nobody had any children. And everyone died all the time. It's preposterous.
Yeah, this seems extremely generalized.
Well, this is showing like I think in the year 2100.
How many died in World War II? And one combined.
Well, this isn't going in depth. This is like the future population. It's trying to say we're going to be at 11 billion in like 80 years or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard some dumbass try to say at 9 billion we're gonna level out. We won't really grow or shrink anymore. And I'm, who the fuck told you that? And how the fuck could you know that?
I think the Deagle report is very telling. You know.
Oh, that's.
But if we do a good job with vaccinations, we can reduce the population by 15-20%.
I'm gonna be listening, gentlemen, but I gotta run mom to an eye appointment, so I'll participate after a bit.
No.
Oh, fuck. All right, I'll stay here. Sorry, screw the appointment, Ma.
I don't know.
You know. But if you take into account the wars, the invasions, the eradications of nations and towns and carpet bombing everywhere, and it happened. A lot of this stuff happened in a, I don't know, kind of close period of time. You know, all the governments killing a bunch of people everywhere, and then you take into account the how do you say, the abortions and all that stuff. I think the population is way low what it's supposed to be.
Yep. HIV scare and all that, man. That must have put the birth rate on hold for a bit or lowered it. All these types of things, man. Yeah, I just think if they want 500 million and it's almost 15 times that, they'd probably be scrambling compared to what they're doing.
Yeah, they'd be pretty stupid to keep up their plans this whole time and been like, oh man, each time we do this, we just forgot to maintain all this work and effort we put into this.
Yeah. I mean, we see it going on right now. Silent genocide is taking place right this minute. And yeah, people don't know it.
It's been going on for a long time. It's just that, you know, the world is a big place in reality. It's a big place, but I guess they couldn't invade and take out every nation at once, you know. So when you look at in the past, let's say the Russians massacres, the Chinese, just on those sections, we're talking about a lot of people, millions and millions and millions of people. And then you see now the Arabs, the invasions in all these nations, in the Americas, all that happened, invading all these nations. And I know a lot of the history is being messed around, but the killing has been happening. There's no joke. And it's section by section by section.
Yeah.
It's been going on for a while.
Hey, Gems, are you there?
Hey, yeah.
Hey, can you join me in the crypto server?
Sure.
Okay.
See you guys in a bit. Well.
It is pretty crazy that 20 years ago he would have just asked him to join him in the communism server.
I mean, besides going full anarchistic society, it's not really much choice. I think crypto's the best we got at the moment. But as far as I consider it, really, it's just make the money you can with it, get out, get tangible assets, and try and get off the system, you know.
I'm just having a good time.
When you say communist currency, you're referring to like the transparency of Bitcoin.
Talking
Like
about what the word crypto meant 20 years ago.
Crypto means
right,
dead.
yeah. Okay.
Crypto is short for cryptography, and it, like crypto Jew, it means communism. Just look it up.
And that word comes from dead. Crypt.
Corpse is what means dead. A crypt is where you put the corpse.
Yeah, where you put the dead people. But yeah, I'm referring to like what you have is dead basically because it goes into a crypt.
That's a good video, Flamin. Kind of seen that.
How come there's no one talking?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yes, it's quiet. Flat man king.
Yo.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, anybody here?
Always in here. Hello.
Yeah, I was wondering why it's
So quiet.
well, yeah, what's so quiet?
It's been for the last like 3-4 hours. It's been quiet.
Yeah, what's going on then?
Sorry?
Yeah, what's going on?
Just packing stuff. Yeah. Not much.
It's the afternoon in the UK.
Yeah,
4
Romania
o'clock.
too.
4 o'clock time.
Yeah. The heat is coming back.
Yeah, I thought
We
this
had
was like 24/7.
we had a week of rain, and now next week again above 35 Celsius.
Yeah, I guess we run everybody out of exhaustion. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
All these people logged in, but there's no one speaking.
Funny. Yeah. It's kind of busy in Jampanda, but it's only the globe trolls. I haven't seen Jean in a while.
Yeah, you sound kind of tired yourself. You know.
He's having a holiday, something. Vacation.
Oh, it's holiday. Oh,
Yeah.
holiday. Yeah, okay.
They're discussing on TV. to restrict people from going to supermarket in the weekends if they don't get shot, to constrain the people to take it.
Hello, everyone.
Roger, Roger.
Hello, Roger. Welcome.
Did anybody find any curvature yet? I want to get them in the lobby. Some people from the lobby here.
No curvature detected, Roger. Back to you.
That's a shame. Let me see. Oh, we can play. We can play Quantum Eraser Numpty clip. This is a new one. Let's go.
Go for it. Sounds like a plan.
IB Hunter, April 2021.
How do you test for it?
Yeah.
You measure it. It's a measuring device. Like, how do you test how long a piece of board is? You actually measure it.
Wrong. Measurements are not tests. Tests are qualitative, i.e., pass or fail, whereas measurements are quantitative. You're an abject moron at a preschool level.
Gravity can be measured as a force.
Wrong. Fairy tale gravity doesn't exist. There's zero scientific evidence for it. Furthermore, you're not even mindlessly parroting the correct pseudoscience. In your dreamland paradigm pontificated to you by your Wiki Discovery Channel pseudoscience priest, they've been telling you for over a century that gravity is not a force.
Look here, you big dummy.
From De Sitter on Einstein's theory of gravitation and its astronomical consequences, Royal Astronomical Society, 1916. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force. From Professor Bekenstein, Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. From the physics hypertext book, gravity isn't a force. From Phys LibreText, the answer is that gravitation is not a force between two objects. You're not only a delusional ball-tard spinning space monkey, i.e. a fanatical religitard putz, you're 106 years tardy with your continuing education credits.
I just want to know what the link is between gravity and his device.
The link is that there's a downward force.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
The force of gravity is different in different areas.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over.
Gravimeters are basically a tube that's brought down to a very low vacuum, and it drops a prism and there's a laser interferometer that measures the acceleration of that prism when it falls.
Sounds like natural science to me. We not only have a natural vacuum chamber, this one has wheels. I got an idea, Professor. Instead of dropping a prism, let's drop oxygen or hydrogen or nitrogen or helium atoms and measure their acceleration down.
The amount of mass in the ground in the given area is what causes the acceleration to either be more or less due to the amount of mass below it, which is exactly what the Cavendish experiment is.
Wrong. You or anyone else for that matter can't even define mass. At best, it's a concept. Concepts don't physically attract each other. 2. The Reverend John Michel Cavendish fiasco wasn't a scientific experiment. He had no viable dependent variable, hence no scientific hypothesis, ergo no experiment. Number 3. As mentioned previously, you're appealing to 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics via Phys LibreText, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. You have to get up to date with your pseudoscience debate.
Well, that's basically what I just told you. The gravimeter is Cavendish in a vacuum.
You can put that disheveled monkey in a vat of molasses or jelly beans, or put a purple tutu on it and dance a jig with your newfound Floggadish romance. It ain't gonna matter. It's demonstrably 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience. And the gravimeter is your illegitimate wiki surrogate spawn.
It works because that's the way they find oil. The fact that you have oil in your vehicle is a good indication that it actually works.
What the hell did you just say?
So let me get this straight. The fact that I have oil in my vehicle means the gravimeter works, therefore Reverend John Michel Cavendish was a legitimate, validated scientific experiment, therefore the universal law of gravitation holds and is our current understanding of gravity, ergo spinning monkey ball?
Ay, caramba!
Google gravimeter.
Go Google your Floggadish.
Mass attracting mass, all you have to do is look at something fall, and you're looking at mass attracting mass.
What if I look at something that rises, like a helium balloon? What then, Professor? Perhaps your mindless wiki parroting ass in a sling?
Okay, look.
Go on.
Let me explain it a little different. Okay. You drop something and it's like, maybe it's gravity.
What if I drop a helium balloon in? Maybe it's not. And Crayon Muncher, you didn't explain anything. You just declared a maybe. My word.
The experiment is actually taking the measurements and making the device in the first place.
From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. In experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. They shockingly left out measurements in building the machine. Do you make synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats? You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Why
And
would the Cavendish come first?
Because it was done a long time ago.
Say what? Preschool non sequitur fallacy.
But why did they do Cavendish?
They were trying to measure the mass of the Earth.
Yes, and dark matter's created from nothing by luminescent gerbils. Wrong. You're either suffering from clinical level delusional Dunning-Kruger disorder or you're lying. My money's on the former. From Professor Lauren Hodges, Department of Physics and Astronomy, Iowa State University. Cavendish didn't calculate a numerical value for big G or M. M meaning mass?
You're busted.
And what would it show, this Cavendish?
It showed the mass of the Earth, and pretty doggone close, actually.
That was a good one.
Something on this blow.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How is the day?
Not bad.
Beautiful sunny day in Kentucky. Sorry, go ahead.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, is it cool? Is it cooler than 90 degrees? And you got Mike. Mike is here.
77 degrees Fahrenheit. Somebody else said
Morning,
hello.
Dave.
Hello to you. Good morning. Hank Hill live from Texas, and your mic's working. Go ahead and talk for 10 minutes. Joe.
Chopper Dave out there making his rounds, going round and around like a helicopter blade. How you doing, brother?
Same feces, different time frame.
No different in the fecal matter, huh?
Correct.
Well, you reap what you sow. If you eat corn, you're gonna get rid of the corn.
Yeah, that's what they say, right?
Yeah, I was enjoying that QE clip just now. I used to have all of those links that I had picked up from QE, and I just, being lazy, just posted them in QE's message on the Discord. That way I could always go to it and get those, but I can't find QE in my messages anymore. Maybe he slid out of my DMs and I lost all those links. My
Well,
mistake.
they're all on it. They're all on his channel though. You still go to his channel and get them. I don't know. YouTube might delete this shit.
Yeah, I just have to redo it all over again. But yeah, I enjoyed going to other places and talking to people about flat Earth, and enjoyed having all those links, to rub people's nose in it when they call gravity a force and all that stupid stuff. I really want his links on evolution.
So, what's some of the Discords you try to go visit to see if people will talk to you? I was thinking about trying to do that.
Just going to other rooms.
Just like any random room.
I still get invites from people that were in the Hangouts. So, like, they'll send me their room, and then I'll go there and destroy them. Because the atheists like me in the Google Hangouts. The atheists, I don't know. I guess they like to have me around for some reason. Atheists are my favorite.
And they're very easy to confuse.
Well, the good book says that eventually the Lord gives them over for a reprobate mind. Right? So when you're dealing with a bunch of reprobates, it's not that difficult. And if any atheists out there hears my voice and would like to challenge me, come on in. Let's play. Right? I'll play by the rules.
Right, but the weird thing is the reprobate has to do with sin. I say more than it does your ding dong belief.
Well, my belief in a ding dong is substantiated.
Right. But the reprobate, Noah, days of Noah, the guys that were constantly at war, murdering, killing, pillaging, raping, that's reprobate.
What exactly is pillage? Does that just mean going to somebody's house and just ransacking it and stealing everything?
Tearing shit up, stealing what you want, burning up the rest, whatever. It's not your shit anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah, but couldn't reprobate include launching deceptive campaigns to, trick the mind of the people? It doesn't really have to be, killing and putting your penal in any old hole that comes around. It does include other things.
Right. Well, Hillary Clinton, Bill, Bush, Obama, reprobate. I don't see anywhere where there's a possibility that they are not reprobate.
Yeah, that's a possibility, right? But if they've been atheists for 30 years, they probably believe a whole bunch of stupid shit.
Right, but none of those people are atheists, bro.
The people that I go talk to in the atheist chat room are not atheists?
No, not that. I'm talking about the ding-dongs that I just mentioned. Like the Satanists and the Luciferians. They created atheism to get people that believe in God and know the truth to get out of that. They know there is a God. Hell, they got their own, and both of them, it's the same God. They're both ding-dongs. Luciferians and Satanists. They both worship evil. But the whole point of their position is to get you to not believe in good. at all. Not to put any faith or stock.
Yeah, I will. I would agree with that. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, they believe in God, but they don't want you to.
I
Yeah,
normally
I agree.
start with like one good question to stump an atheist. There's always that one good one that they can't answer, because if they do, then they have a God.
Well, don't leave me
But
hanging. What's that one answer? What's that one question?
well, normally I ask them where their power comes from, or where their energy comes from, where their intelligence comes from. There's a couple of different ways you can, I guess, henpeck it.
Oh, I know what you mean. How did rocks develop consciousness? That's what you mean, right?
Right, similar, but I try and make things as personal as possible, so I get the most honest answer.
Okay, so them being a conglomerate of elements, right? And naturally occurring daughter elements, right? Written by the genetic code given to them by their mother and their father. Where did they get their ability to become intelligent, right? And that's why I always bring up abiogenesis. And they say, what does that have to do with evolution? You read the title of Darwin's book? Origin of Species? What is origin? It's the beginning, right? What does that have to do with evolution? It's the title of the book. If you ignore that part about preserving preferred race or the preferred races or whatever, right? So it's obviously a very racist book, right? But they hold it true today because it gives them like a godless creation story, and they like that.
Yeah, I like to make it personal, because I'm going to catch them tripping. Personal questions into where they're at in their mindset give you a clear insight into where their mind is at. Where do you get your energy from? Well, I get it from the food, okay? And the power you have, well, I get that from myself. I work out, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so who feeds you? Well, I do. Oh, so you're your own God, aren't you? You're the one that makes all these decisions for yourself. You're the one where everything comes from, right? Now you're no longer atheist. Congratulations. Welcome to the party.
Maybe I should invite you next time I go hang out with the the atheists.
Bro, a lot of those people, when I get into conversations with people that go, I'm atheist, oh, bro, they do not like me. In 5 minutes or less, they will not like me. Because I just ask simple questions, but I ask personal questions because I'm trying to show them where they're at. It's not always easy.
Last time I did go over there, I did tell them I'd be back one day. After I fucking...
And you're bringing a cannon with you.
Hank,
Yeah.
do you live around Austin or around Houston?
I don't really talk about where I live. I try to stay like personal life separate. But I've been to Austin and Houston.
I was just wondering. I'm in Humble. I couldn't remember. You told me. I couldn't remember.
Speak up there. Can't hear you.
Said you had told me before, but I couldn't remember which one it was. I'm in Humble right now.
Yeah, I just tell people East Texas, right? Because you got from Oklahoma to the coast to guess where East Texas is, right?
It's a good thing you're not in Rhode Island.
Yeah, that wouldn't work, would it? Pizza guy who works in Rhode Island. They'll never find me.
I work in East Rhode Island. Well, it's only 8 square miles. Let's go get them.
Yeah, no, you live in Rhode Island. You just say, "Yeah, I live out east."
We're over there.
Oh, you give them the East Coast. Yeah, I live on the East Coast.
Right.
Now you got between Canada and Cuba. Have fun.
You might give them northeast. I live in the northeast.
You know, I've always stayed anonymous, you know, to try to protect my children, but my children are adults now, so it's almost like, should I dox myself?
And I bet your children are putting their faces and names all over the internet anyway.
No, we're pretty well trained to be anonymous. We're especially trained not to give out our address. Yeah, my kids are homeschooled, bro. Come on.
Oh, come on. They're not using Facebook and having their Insta, like having their friends follow their GPS tracking location on Instagram or anything like these other kids are doing.
Right, but the Globers don't have that information. Imagine what someone like Jim Panda would do, you know?
Yeah.
He'd give that information to all his friends, and I don't know. And this is me thinking like 2015, like if I get into this, I better not dox myself. Right, because it'd be pretty shitty if my kids are just, you know, trying to like fit in, make friends. I'm homeschooled. I'm kind of weird, but not really that weird. I'm just not like you because I'm not brainwashed. You know? You're like, oh, your dad's a flat earther. I'll start over. I'll try the next town over. You know, I'll make friends over there. That'll be fine.
I mean, I give out, if somebody really wanted, I give out enough information where they could probably figure out who exactly I am, but I'm not too worried about it. Like, I don't friggin', it's not going to affect my job or anything like that. They can go ahead and try to get me fired or some shit. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I'd like to see somebody fire me over my belief in a biblical earth. That wouldn't go well.
Religious persecution against the white guy in America. Oh shit, here we go.
I just use my parents' address, and if anybody ever went there, they would just admit, yeah, he's crazy.
The other thing, too, is, I don't know, for some reason, a lot of the Globers, even though they think I'm an idiot because I'm a flat earther, I hear them a lot like, oh, lunatic, he's one of the good flat earthers, whatever that means. Like, so apparently I don't piss them off, which too much anyway, which means doxing is less likely.
Yeah, I used to worry about it, but nowadays it's almost like, man, if I told you guys like my surname, like it would make a lot of sense. You'd be like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Bro, on the older apps, I used to dox myself just to see if somebody'd really be stupid enough to show up at my house.
That's boredom, huh? You just really wanted somebody to come over and play with you, or what?
Nah, I was in chat and somebody'd come in and they'd start talking shit. They'd, mess with people in the chat room and stuff. And I'm like, dude, if you really got a problem, like, come on over. Oh, you really want me to come over? Hell yeah, here's my address. Well, that's not your real address. Shit, it isn't, man. Come on over. I got the bottle of Everclear outside sitting in the yard waiting for you. Come on. Nowadays, if I gave out my address, somebody would send something to somebody else, to somebody else, to somebody else, and then they would show up at my house. And that's just stupid. If you're not going to show up, I don't care.
So you got to think, my 2015 self, I'd seen, streamers get swatted and people like, like I can't imagine like people breaking into my house unannounced. I don't think it'd go good for them. And then like the police, like, oh, Like, oh, wait a minute. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't hurt nobody. What are you guys doing here? Who swore an affidavit?
Shit, I'll still give them the address if they really want to show up. They just have to deal with the drum mag.
Single or double drum mag?
Oh, it's a big old 65 single. I'm looking.
Yeah, from what I see, these people are too scared to go into VCs. So why should they show up at your house if they're too scared to go into VC? How scared are they?
No, that's what he's saying. Is like what these guys do is they just find out, they dig to find out information on you, and then they share it around with everybody, and then they, eventually just some nobody from who knows where is calling you up on your phone or knocking on your door, harassing you.
Yeah, doxing today.
Calling your boss or yeah, they've done it where they've gotten people fired from their jobs for being flat earthers. They've attempted to have people's children taken away from them, claiming it was abuse. These people are low that do this shit.
They'll end up. So that's the thing. Like today is so weird because if I gave out my address to some numpty that was talking shit, said he was going to show up to my house, all right, here you go. Next thing I know, I'll have 15 people 2 weeks later in my yard that don't even know that guy.
Might just be me, but y'all sound a bit paranoid.
Bro, I'm not paranoid.
Dude, no, that's the thing. Like, it sounds like paranoia, but not even kidding. Like, this is what goes on with the Globers over. Some of them over in Gem Panda's server. Some of them guys, like, this is literally like what they do is they keep logs of information on flat earthers to find out as much as they can about them, and then they go and dox them and try to get them fired and shit like that. This is like known. It's in the open. It's public. Like it's not just paranoia.
It was more, I could see it a lot more back in the day, like 2016, 2017, like Hank was saying.
I haven't really seen as much of it recently. You're right, but
I remember seeing Poncho get raided.
One sec. If I hear Cuddles correctly, his reaction is more out of mercy for the people that will turn up and have to get dealt with, right?
Have the Everclear and an extra chair sitting outside. We can sit down and have a drink, talk it out. If you want to get whooped, I'll just start drinking.
No, as far as that goes, what you keep saying about people showing up to your house, it just sounds like you're just getting drunk and trying to start fights online. I don't see these Globers that are afraid to come into VC like whoever that was saying. I don't see them showing up at your door. They're going to do the other methods like I was talking about.
Right, but that's why the liquor though. If you're a big grown ass man, you can drink like a grown ass man too. Come on. Challenge starts at the door. Bottles waiting. Shot glasses are outside. I'm friendly about it. I'm not gonna. Oh, I'm here to talk to you. Oh, bang bang. No, that's stupid.
You're just looking for a drinking buddy to have out on your porch.
He's just trying to sucker somebody in to get drunk with him. That's what it sounds like.
It's a good one though, isn't it?
I mean, if somebody were to show up and you were to have drinks into the night and have a real good time and were to become friends, that would be work. That would be cool. But has it?
It would totally be worth doxing myself. It would be, but nobody's ever showed up. But I stopped doing all that back in the turn of like 2010 and shit because everything started changing.
Look, I just know that I have the ability to like piss people off just by talking to them and not even trying, because sometimes I say the wrong shit and not realize that other people get offended so easily. But usually my size keeps
Snowflake.
confrontations down to a minimum because I'm a large individual, and over the internet, you know, people don't really want to mess with you, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't send the cops to your house.
Yeah.
Like I heard this one video, and it was of a guy, he's streaming, right? And in the middle of a stream, this is from like Australia, his wife, you know, starts picking a fight with him, arguing with him, just trying to get him to like come out of the game and respond. And then she's like throwing shit at him in the middle of the fight and in the middle of the stream. And then he starts like, I guess, you know, fighting back a little bit, not really like knocking her out, but just kind of throwing stuff back. And maybe he like pushed her out of the room and whatever, and was like, I'll be in there in a minute, you know, that thing, I'll be in there in a minute. She's like, I cooked dinner, asshole. And anyway, he gets charged and she didn't get charged, you know, because he was obviously the aggressor while he was playing video games. And anyway. Not that he was in the right. I'm not taking his side. He should have paid attention to his wife and ate dinner with his family and kids. But, you know, she wasn't exactly like 100% innocent either. Anyway, I just see how shit like that goes, and it's like, I don't want to deal with you fuckers.
This takes you right into a Bill Burr stand-up.
Bro, chicks will intentionally start fights just so they can have drama. When she starts running
Some
her
of them.
mouth, she's starting to fight.
Some of them will.
I think they probably all have done, I think they probably all have done it at least once.
Most of them. Some people are virgins, but that some is a very slim number, bub.
If they haven't done it yet,
Most of them.
they will before their day is done.
I got friends with criminal records for shit that didn't ever happen. Hell, there's a whole jail filled up with people, just a whole jail. For people that didn't do anything, but the chick said something to the cops.
Well, then there's like 99% of people that put themselves in prison because they were talking to the cops or didn't understand what they were doing in the court, you know, or they trusted their lawyer. But most people put themselves in prison. But there is that, you know, unfortunate unknown number of innocent people like in the system. But I would say even those innocent people, like 99% of them put themselves in there. But you're right, there is that unknown number. It might be 1%. I just say unknown because I'm an idiot. But this unknown number of, you know, people who didn't put themselves there, who didn't initiate violence, but still ended up in jail. That fucking sucks, man. That sucks.
Happens every day. Innocent men are locked up because somebody said something that wasn't true.
Yeah,
I've
but
watched
Hank's point is that even though they said they got sent there because somebody said something that wasn't true, they didn't defend themselves correctly, and therefore they had a part in getting sent there.
Yeah, he's talking about latches.
He's talking about people incriminating themselves by not, you know, or whatever, just not knowing their rights or how to handle the situation.
So when you put yourself in an interrogation room with a cop, they're like recording your like verbal and nonverbal communication, and they can make all these inferences, right, out of your nonverbal communications or whatever to make you look guilty. Like, oh, he was angry when we asked him. Oh, he wasn't angry when we asked him. Either way, it makes him look guilty, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make you look guilty. So if you say something and then later on, your lawyer tells you, "Oh, make sure you emphasize that you were afraid for your life," and then you weren't emphasizing it. Well, then you're going to prison. You know what I mean?
Well, the biggest problem is not asking questions. People get, and I get in the heat of the moment, it's hard to try and sometimes stay calm when you're about to get kidnapped and fascist people with weapons are gonna do it. But most people don't ask questions. What's this about? What do you mean by that? If I don't understand what you're saying, how can we have a conversation? I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, latches.
Yeah, tell me about the latches.
Latches don't excuse the law, though. Misappropriation of law. All these, I get where you're at with the whole, like, most of these people are in jail because they're, ignorant of reality. And for some part, yes, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. However, the law is clear. No evidence, no crime, no time. Well, you have no evidence and no crime, but the dude's still doing 10-year sentence. Whether or not he agreed or he signed something is inconsequential. They know that he was coerced. Fuck, they coerced him into it. Coercion is a war crime. Especially when you got a gun on your hip or guns at your side, people with guns at your side. It's still a war crime. But yeah, I'd agree people suffer. They have the ability to do something about it, but they just choose to be lazy. But latches generally ensue when you don't start asking questions, when you act like you know what the hell they're talking about. Domestic violence? What do you mean domestic? I don't know what you mean by domestic. I think I know what violence means. I'm not so sure, though. Now they have to explain to you what domestic means and violence means before they can even try and hold a trial. And even then, you could pull a Bill Gates or a Bill Clinton. What do you mean by that? I don't believe that's true. They can't hold you accountable for what you don't believe. That's just stupid.
So if a murderer murders someone and he just doesn't believe he murdered him, he's not accountable?
Different story, but in their kangaroo courts, yes.
What he's saying is, if it's like an actual victim, that's a different thing, right? But if there's no victim, you're in a kangaroo court, and what they're doing, right? They're trying to get you to contract, and if you go in there and you act like everything's kosher and everything's going on as normal, right? And you're not asking any questions, then you're basically going along with it. Like your actions are causing a latch. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically what they do is they start with presumptions. They get you to not rebut any of their presumptions, their beliefs, their theories.
Yeah, they get you to confirm it. Oftentimes, they get you to confirm it through like you don't raise an objection to what they're saying. You just go along with it, and so from their point of view, and they can argue that you agreed with this. They said this, and you didn't say anything against it.
I mean, it's in shoot, don't get me to lie, and I want to say like Proverbs 17 or 19. The one who accuses seems right until another comes and questions him. The accuser always seems right until you, the accused, get the opportunity to clear that shit up. But see, if you act like you know what they're saying, then all right, well, he knows what he did wrong and he knows what we're saying. He doesn't have any problems with what's been said so far. Look at him. He's just sitting there like a dumbass.
It's called tacit approval.
Right, and that's how they get latches. Latches ensue when there's no rebuttal to presumption. And it's stupid that you should have to rebut presumption because bearing false witness, presumption, is against the law. It's against the law in every different way that you can bear false witness. Scamming, money laundering, criminal racketeering. So it's a big nightmare. The problem is they've convinced people that they need permission to have freedom. Freedom exists from day one. The moment you take that first breath, you have freedom. Until you commit a crime, harm, injury, or loss to another man, woman, or their property, you don't have any obligations to anyone for anything. You're not under anything. You're not under jurisdiction of anything. You're not subject to shit. Because most of the contracts you signed, you didn't sign with anyone. Well, the definition of a contract is two people agreeing on terms within the four corners. Well, if there are two signatures, two people agreeing, there isn't a contract. Now you're playing with fairy dust. Well, I signed that, so I have to do, but who did you sign with? Who did you contract with? Who? Well, the government. Okay. Is that male or female? Well, the government's 2D. It's ink on paper. That's all it is. The government doesn't do shit. People do shit. People that work for that piece of paper do shit.
People like to throw that term conspiracy theorist around, and I often tell people, like, the biggest conspiracy theorist is like, the investigative cop, right? The cop who's investigating these crimes and the district attorney, right? So these guys, what they do is they, come up with these theories that, hey, these guys over here, it's like they're committing conspiracy to do crime, right? This crime syndicate, we're investigating them. Or maybe it's an individual who's doing the crime, but they come up with all these theories that all these people are doing these crimes, but they don't have to take the stand and swear that they did it, right? They just, presumption, like you said.
People separate the two, though. Like they assume that when a cop is doing it, he's going based off of evidence, and he assumes that a conspiracy theorist has no real solid evidence to go off of. He's just making giant leaps of, and seeing pattern recognition where there is none and stuff like that. They think that there's they just write it off without ever looking into the theory itself, whether or not it's legit. They just assume that it's, made up. Even when it's been like admitted, like false flags and stuff like that the government has admitted to, they'll still call that conspiracy theory years later.
Right, like oh God, Martin Luther King.
Gulf Tonkin, like or even shit, Pearl Harbor. Like it was known that it was admitted that we intercepted messages that were, we had the cipher or whatever to decode their messages, and we knew that the planes were coming to Pearl Harbor, and we sent ships out to sea so that they would not, like the destroyers didn't get hit, because they put them out to sea. They allowed the other ships and stuff to get hit, and they would use that as an excuse to get into World War II because the public didn't want to go to war again. They said it was Europe's war, blah, 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 blah. And that was the excuse to get the United States in.
Not only that, they were trying to get funding for more of the big battleships, and they couldn't get the funding they needed. So when they did that, they destroyed all the old ships, right? Which meant that they, the excuse was, we got all these old ships, we already paid for all these ships, and, they wanted more carriers, right?
Right. Well, the whole thing makes good TV. That's why they did it. It has nothing to do with, somebody did something bad, somebody did something wrong. It's about making good TV.
It's just the complete opposite of what they sell you, that the military is there to protect you from foreign attacks, but when there are foreign attacks, they don't protect the public and just protect the military assets that they want to keep.
Yep.
Right, but
To
let's
get them into a war that they politically decided that they want into. It has nothing to do with, defending this country and staying out of entangled alliances and shit like that, which is, it's totally anti-American. It's treasonous, actually.
Right. Well, I mean, let's not overlook one of the oldest laws. Standing armies are illegal. Standing armies are against the law everywhere.
That's why we always have an excuse for, we always have a scapegoat, somebody to, say, cause this is causing instability in a region. And, it's not a standing army. We're just actively fighting this war. We've had like 7 years of peacetime in the entire history of the United States, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It's ridiculous. So as long as we don't call it peacetime, it's not a standing army.
But the emergency that they use to keep going into all this shit has to be demonstrable. They've never shown evidence of a reason to be in an emergency ever. But the emergency's been going on for 200 plus years. Same emergency. All these war powers and all that shit is under emergency shit. All the stuff they're doing as far as so-called constitutions go, if you actually go and you read, it's clear. There has to be evidence of an emergency. Evidence. I've never seen any.
Well, the emergency is that, if we don't bomb countries into submission and force them to have a world bank, right, or can't force that, right, then people we have that. We need to take everything out of Australia and give them paper. See, because that makes sense, right? We got to prop up the petrodollar because, without war, the petrodollar would just fall the wayside and we wouldn't be like the superpower that we are now, right? Because we can wage war relentlessly for like decades without blinking an eye, right? We'll just send all your children, right, to fight for the World Bank and not bat an eye because we don't give a fuck.
Concept of freedom, concept of rights is lost on most people. In most countries and on most continents. Until you commit crime against someone else, there's no jurisdiction for police, for attorneys, judges, for the military, for the sheriffs, for any of it. There isn't any. Because if there were, there would be an affidavit from the victim or the witnesses, which you only have in murder cases most of the time.
I remember one time I went to like the jury selection where they were trying to select a jury, right? And they were like, "Do you think that this guy can be convicted of?" I think it was like something with a minor, right? Without any witnesses, and I was like, "No, I don't think you can." Right? I quoted the Old Testament where 2 or 3 witnesses are required to establish the truth, and I was like, if there's no third party impartial witness, like, how do you have a case? Because that's not what the Bible says. Like, the Bible says there has to be witnesses, because if it wasn't like that, then she could, say that he hurt me, right? And how would anybody be able to tell the difference? And I didn't get selected, obviously.
Well, like a fun one people don't know about. All right, and this is this is a case killer. Most of the questions that I pose or you will pose as a case killer.
What's the question?
I had a brain fart there for a second. Is this appealable? Is this an appealable matter? If the answer is yes, you better start asking more questions and not understanding faster than shit.
Because that means it's criminal.
Well, no. If it's appealable, you're not in an Article 3 court. Go read the state constitution. Article 3, once it's done, it's done. That's it. The judgment is done. There is no appeal. You committed the crime. There's evidence you committed the crime. Now you're going to do the time. The end of story. If it's an appealable matter, you are not in an Article 3 court. If you can appeal any of the charges on any merit brought to you by the other side at any point in time, even if it's 20 years down the road while you're still in jail, you're not in an Article 3 court. There is no evidence. There's no evidence of a crime if the matter is appealable.
So if it's appealable, that's a bad thing?
Yeah, because in an actual court, a real court of law, not at law. I'm at the docks, I'm not on the docks, I'm not in the docks, I'm not under the docks, I'm not out on the boat. I'm at it. I'm standing far away, but I'm at it. Okay, well, if you're at the law, you're nowhere near the law. The law's still a distance away from you. They're wordsmiths, man. It's all mind games.
Word magicians.
Right. Court at law. Well, I need a court of law. Well, this is a court of law. Wonderful. Where's the law? Well, you broke this code. No. I asked you where the law was. That's a code. Code is a rule. Rules aren't laws. Not unless there's fascism, communism, totalitarianism. Those are the only times rules can be laws, is under a system that, just so happens to be against the law. How ironic.
So when you say, let me see the law, what do they say? Because they can't produce it. They can only produce, like, the code.
Right. So then there is no law. In that matter, there's no law. There's no jurisdiction. There is no authority to act. There's no duty of care. There's nothing. They're blowing smoke up your butt.
Laws can only be made around private property. or the damage there.
Right. Well, laws can't. You can't make a law that disagrees with the previous law. Like murder is against the law. You can't make a new law and go, murder's okay now. Stealing is against the law. You can't make a law say, oh, well, stealing if it's under, $5,000 is okay. But that's what they've done. They've even gone beyond that to say, oh, you can't pick your nose on a Friday while you're walking, southwardly down the street. Well, that has nothing to do with harm, injury, or loss to anyone else. It disagrees with organic natural law completely. So it's null. Child support, not a law. Arbitrary administrative gobbledygook.
Yeah, one thing that I don't think a lot of people realize is when they go into child support court, like they're going in and contracting with those people, right? And then they let their lawyers speak, and it's like, wait a minute, do you have any like knowledge of the events? Well, then what are you speaking for? Like, excuse me, hearsay. Sorry, were you there? All right. Every time they open their mouth, right? Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll one up you. Real quick. Earned wages are private property, and it's covered under a maximum law. It's covered under ancient laws. So I go to work, I bring home wages. Who has the right to tell me what I can and cannot do with my private property?
That's why it's not called a wage tax. It's called an income tax.
Right, but what is income? What's the definition?
I don't make an income, so I don't worry about it.
Right, I don't either, but that's not the point. What's the definition of income? They don't know out there in TV land.
It would depend on what the index told you the definition was.
According to the IRS code, income is wages earned while in a foreign country. Foreign businesses run that you pull in wages from in another country. So say you live here in Texas or Rhode Island and you've got a business in China. You're making money off the Chinese people. Guess what? You're getting your money sent back to Texas, to Rhode Island, to whatever. Now you have income. It's foreign. Go over to the CFR. Guess what? Foreign. Again. The CFR
So that's the
agrees with
definition
the
of
IRS.
income. That's the definition of income.
Income I don't really deal with. I haven't even looked that one up. I stick with, wages and
I don't even have wages. I barter.
right, and that's a good thing to do. But nobody has the right to come in and tell you anything about your wages. If I come to work for you for $15 an hour and I do my work and you pay me, nobody has the right to step in. There's a law that's 3,000 years old that protects me as a free man.
I'm gonna pull a QE. Free man. What's that?
Right. Well, I mean, freedom is an interesting topic because some people say that without obligations, you can't truly be free. And some people say, well, if you have obligations, you're really not free. You have to do this. But
Yeah, but freedom is a concept like bendy space-time and shit.
yeah, but racketeering would be a concept then. But racketeering actually has application in real life: harm, injury, or loss against another man or woman.
Yeah, racketeering has a victim, so it's not completely
Right, but freedom has the opposite effect. Freedom, there is no crime. You have peace. So it's more than just a concept. It's a manifestation of peace.
It's this concept that everybody can get along and follow the rules. That's never going to happen.
No, give everybody big ass guns. Watch it play out. Nobody wants to get shot. I guess I'm not going to steal anything because 15 people in Walmart are going to shoot me if I try and steal a fucking $5 DVD. Guess that's not fucking smart thing.
I wonder if anything's going to change come September the 1st here in Texas.
Bro.
I'm not sure any other state has a constitutional carry like they passed. Not that they passed it. I don't agree. It says shall not be infringed and whatnot, but I'm just saying, like, your arbitrary rules wise, because come September 1st, you can conceal or open carry. Most states that are so-called constitutional carry are just open carry.
Well, all right. So in one sense, what you're saying is that the state of Texas, the so-called governor, all right, he passed a law that tells the people and the cops what they can do and what they can't do. So you got the people being told what they can do, which is a right that they already have from God. And then you have in the same token that law is telling the cops what they can't do to you. They can't take you to jail for open carry. They have to, but see, now they're up in the game where they have to try and confuse everything in reality more. So I guarantee you there's a couple of new jails, probably a new prison, and there's new training videos coming out for this, just like they did with the whole conspiracy theory thing or the free man guys, all of that. There's training videos and all this shit. All of us are considered domestic terrorists if we believe in rights and freedom, obligations to peace. So it's going to be another thing. But see, I've been in jail. I've talked to people. I've seen people that, oh, dude, my buddy accidentally, left a gun in the car or whatever. I borrowed his car. He left his gun. I didn't know. It's his gun, not mine. He gets pulled over. Now he's looking at a felony. For what? It's not his gun. And two, he didn't even know it was in the damn car. But now he's looking at a criminal record without even a crime. All right. We talk about necessary antecedent here. Necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. Necessary antecedent for a crime having been committed is a damn victim. If there ain't a victim, there ain't a crime. It's bullshit. And if I want to freaking do something stupid, all right, at my own house, and it could potentially harm me, that's my business. My business isn't anyone else's business. And that's what weirds me out the most about the cops and all this other shit, because they're sticking their nose in my business, and it's none of their business. These people don't know me. They weren't there for me when I was hurt. They weren't there for me when I needed help. They didn't do shit. But now they want to butt into my life.
Make all these presumptions and then accuse
Right.
you of being some sort of criminal.
Oh, you must be one of them sovereign citizens. What the fuck is that? What does that even mean?
I had a cop ask me that one time if I was a sovereign citizen, and I was like, I said, "What do you mean? Is this like a trick question or something?"
Bro, he committed a crime. The moment he starts that sovereign citizenship, he's committed a crime. According to the FBI, sovereign citizens are considered domestic terrorists. That's the FBI's definition. It's on their main page. These cops are taking shit from the FBI and going, "Whoa, sovereign citizen just means somebody that..." No. You've pitted an argument where if somebody disagrees with you about your belief, I'm a fucking terrorist. Just because I said, no, you're wrong, the law does not read that. Now they can shoot me. They can shoot me without any consequences because they've called me a sovereign citizen. It's a hit. It's attempted murder when they call you that. That is a crime. I actually had one label me as a sovereign citizen. All I asked him was, what was the emergency and how can I help you? What's the emergency? How can I help? Is that an emergency, vehicle? Well, yeah. Are you emergency response personnel? Oh, absolutely. Okay, where's the emergency? How can I help? Oh, we got one of them sovereign citizens. Dude, that's a war crime. The moment that came out of his mouth, he should have been locked up, put in prison for the rest of his life. According to law. Because he just put a hit out on me. They're going to put that in the system that I'm a sovereign citizen. Well, that means I'm a domestic terrorist. They're saying I'm a domestic terrorist. Now, anybody that sees me and pulls up my name, they can shoot me without any consequence. Even though I haven't done anything to anybody. Not harmful. But we're free. We're so free. Drowning in freedom.
Can we pause for 1 second and see if anybody lives on a ball in here?
Yeah.
Does anybody in here live on a ball? Or think they do? All right, back to legal semantics with Cuddles the Cowboy.
I think we're running out, Dave. I think we're running low.
Love all topics about truth. I'm just as passionate about magnetism and the air pressure as I am law.
Good, man. Everybody's got their passions. It's all good. I just wanted to see if there's any spinning oblate paranoid dwellers for real quick, but there's not. They seem to avoid this channel. We ask too many tough questions like measurements of Earth curvature and stuff like that. Oh well. Back to you guys. Y'all are doing good.
I mean, I can take questions all day on this stuff. It just the answer may not always be what everybody likes because people gotta figure stuff out. I can't say things for you. I can't do things for you. I can't write these letters for you because if somebody questions you and you don't know diddly about what's on that piece of paper, well, you're screwed.
Kind of in a nutshell, it's each person's responsibility to be informed of their legal rights in any situation. If they're not informed, that's on them.
Right. Well, see, like, all right, one of my biggest pet peeves is with people in this whole, well, they didn't read me my rights. Well, fuck, you don't know them in the first place. If you have to have somebody else read you what your rights are, dude, you belong in jail, probably. Shit. Or lobotomized, at least.
No, got to disagree with
Yeah,
that.
no lobotomies. Thank you very much.
Right. But when you ask, all right, so when you start off,
They've done enough to themselves. You don't need to make it worse.
when you ask somebody, hey, if somebody stole your car, they'll answer everything correctly. But when they're put in a situation where they actually have to use what they know is true, it's weird. It's so weird watching it, dude.
Dude, like your argument about if you don't know your rights, you probably deserve to be in jail. It's kind of like saying you left your keys in your car, you deserve to have it stolen.
Yeah, that's probably a little off. It just the age of information, ignorance is a choice. And it's frustrating for me. They don't belong in jail because they don't know their rights.
You should be in a perfect position though to actually aid people like that, right? If they're willing to hear.
No, it's the same with the globe, dude. It's the same with flat Earth. People just don't want to listen.
Well, the fact that you say no means that. And do you remember I caveated it with if they're willing to hear, right? I don't know if I'm coming through though.
No, you're good. No, I've.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead.
ahead.
No, you.
I've helped people with their paperwork. All right, I've typed up friends' affidavits, motions for them, gone to court, made sure. Because I told my friend, I said, as soon as we get to court, this has to get filed before we go in that courtroom. Period. And I handed the paperwork to my friend. She went up to the counter, and the lady's like, "Oh, we can't do this." I said, "Ma'am, we're here for this court, and we need this in front of the judge before we get in there." She said, "By law, you have to file this. And could you please stamp our copy?" So it got filed, and she went into court, and she got everything that she needed. But she actually stood on everything because what came out of her mouth, her affidavit was from her. I wrote down her story and I just asked the questions that I needed to ask in writing out her affidavit. It was so simple. She knew everything inside and out. She didn't even have to answer any questions about it. But there's other cases where I've done paperwork for people and they just like, well, what does this mean? Bro, I gave you this book like a month ago. You didn't read it? Well, I'm busy. Or they get the paperwork and they file it, and then they go to court. Somebody asks them a question they don't know. Well, isn't this your paperwork? Well, absolutely. Okay, well, page 2, sentence 5. What's that about? Well, I don't know. Well, shit. And the legal community and the law community with people trying to help other people like me will help as much as we can. But at the end of the day, it still comes down to those people. You have to, when they try and sidestep, space-time, you have to go, what's that? Can you demonstrate that? Is there any evidence of that? You have to be on point.
And
it's
another
better
thing,
to know.
you have to be like, when you say on point, like on time and on point. Right? So every time the DA opens his mouth, if you don't say objection, Your Honor, hearsay, like that presumption stands, and if you don't rebut it, then that's like pretty much evidence on the court. Like even though there's no evidence, the evidence of you not rebutting it is evidence.
Right.
Wouldn't it be difficult to be on time if it's dilating?
Good joke.
I'm just
What's
saying,
up,
every time
Witsit?
you're late, just say it was dilation. What up, bro?
How's it going? What's it?
We just had a VC verified come in here, Sona Rondos, and we want to try to talk to them. Hello, Sona Rondo.
Would say you could talk about your time dilation like a traffic jam. Like, man, time was dilated so bad between 50th and 34th. Man, I was.
Yep. Yeah, this is the third time you've been late this week. Yeah, time dilation is wild.
I'm about to remember that one. I do be
Y'all
late
just rough
sometimes.
as y'all just rough as Sona Rondo is getting ready to say something. Hello.
Sonny Rondo, hello.
Hey.
What brings
Back
you to the
in.
server?
I've been part of here for a wee bit now. I've talked to people here before, like I know like Vlad and shit like that.
You think the Earth's a magic spinning ball in a vacuum?
You know, Vlad.
I've had to say this about 3 or 4 times now, and no, I had a big argument with my friend about this months and months ago. I had to do some research, so then I was like, there's a server about this. It's because I've not like got every single role doesn't mean I don't believe that. It's just the fact that I haven't gone the roles yet because I'm too lazy to do so.
I was just asking, man. So you think the Earth is flat?
Yes.
What are you, some type of conspiracy theorist?
Obviously.
Why would you think the Earth is flat?
The way it's the way the sun sets and it changes size and such things like that.
So the reason that you think that the Earth is flat is because of the sun?
Well, plus many images have been altered, has been proven to be altered to be curved. See, they would show when they show images, they show it's curved and such thing.
So because you saw some cartoons
It
or
wasn't
manipulated images.
It wasn't a cartoon.
So what is a cartoon? Like if I take a photograph and I go into Photoshop and I add some artistic happy little accidents, is that a cartoon?
That's an altered image.
Right. So what if I had like a fisheye lens, which makes like an altered perception of the reality of the world, right? Like adding curvature to the Earth when there is none. Is that a cartoon? I mean, that's not real, right? So if it's not real, if it's not a real photograph, then it's an image.
That's an altered image, not a cartoon.
Well, as far as I could tell, Steamboat Willie is like a collection of altered images.
He's a drawn character, I suppose.
So what's your best proof for the Earth being flat?
Like I said, I've watched videos about it. I'm not newish, but I'm not as active in the VC or so because I've got other occupations and other commitments. I can't be on here as often.
Wait, you get paid for this when you're here, though?
No, obviously not.
No, just kidding. You said other occupations, like this is one.
All right, no. Just believe you me. If I wish I would be here 24/7, but evidently not.
Yeah, it's really easy. We see way too far.
Yeah, and they say by this level of height you can see the curvature. I think it was 30,000 feet, and it's if you look out this far, you can see the curvature, which I've not seen on either occasion. So I'm like, that seems. Every other time I look out, it seems a little bit hazy. So, yeah.
So do you live near a large body of water?
I do, yes.
Have you done any measurements?
I have done some. I try to do measurements, but I'm bollock at math, so my measurements are probably off by somewhat different.
Math is really easy. As a person who isn't great at math, I understand that it's only an equation, and you just plug in the numbers in the right spot, and you work out the equation. Like it's not really that hard.
Yes, but I'm colloquially known as a moron, so.
No, I think you mean idiot.
No, I mean a fucking moron. Which
No,
has
I
been
think you. Anyway, you
agreed.
can believe whatever you want to believe, but what I'm trying to say is that there's Earth curve calculators that does all the work for you. You just plug the numbers in.
Yeah, damn. Didn't know about that one.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient for if you're going to be debating somebody, some Glober. Just pull that out. Both sides use it. It's actually their calculator. We just use their calculations against them because they don't match up to reality.
Yeah.
When dealing with Globers, you got to realize they're the type of person that believes that you can accurately triangulate the distance to the sun based on the assumed size of Venus using triangulation, right? But at the same time, they also believe that you can't measure the surface of the water with a laser that's, straight because of refraction. Now, what seems more likely to refract? Light going through one medium or light going through several mediums, because doesn't the heliosphere, isn't that an atmosphere of the sun, and then there's the atmosphere of Venus, and then there's the atmosphere of Earth. All these have different media, right?
Dude, when you're arguing with Globers, you're arguing with the same people that will defend fluoride in the water. So
believe me, I know.
I literally just debated Gamma Panda server about fluoride, bro. I went in there as a litmus test. I'm like, do you guys think that the system, is overall here for your benefit and loves you? And we went through some specifics, and they defended fluoride for an hour. I'm like, that fluoride's a neurotoxin, right? And it doesn't matter. I'm like, did you know that neurotoxicity can drastically damage your immune system's efficacy? No, that's the nervous system, not the immune system. So then I cite 5 medical papers that says neurotoxicity results in a weakened immune system. So then they move over to, well, it's not enough of a dose. Then I cite a medical paper that says that actually the only benefit for tooth decay regarding fluoride is topical, not ingestion, and you can't adequately assess the ingestion level of fluoride in someone. And oh no, it doesn't matter. And then in that same medical paper, it reports all these different adverse health side effects weighed out against the literal zero evidence for ingested fluoride being beneficial, and then they're still arguing that it's good and that we should put it in infant water. If you go to Target and you see infant water, it literally has fluoride as the first thing, fluoride added on the front of it.
Yep. So the problem with these people
infants don't have teeth yet, but they want to make sure that they have fluoride in their water.
Right. So the problem with these people, these are the type of people, that you can cite all the sources and show all the paperwork, and then at the end, they won. They haven't cited anything, right? All they did is told you a story, and then you're the crazy conspiracy theorist, and they're the smart guy, right? That's the Dunning-Kruger effect in work, in full swing.
Yeah, I think my point there was really just if someone can't be honest about fluoride, you probably aren't going to get them to admit they were lied to about where they live.
Yeah, that's pretty basic.
We're not really arguing against
the people we argue against. I guess I would just have to estimate it, but I think if you were to ask most of the Globers we talk to if conspiracies exist at all, I think 20% of them would tell you, no, conspiracies just don't exist.
Right.
Isn't that sad?
It is
sort
what
of.
it is.
It makes it a lot easier to not care if they don't wake up, to be honest.
It's just so funny that they think that no conspiracies exist, because it's literally part of Karma's job description to conspire with the other teachers to make the kids feel welcome and included. And conspiracy is a part of her job description.
Well, it's a legal term. It's people conspiring to do something illegal. Of course that exists.
Yeah, that's what fraud
it's not really-
protection.
It's not really sad or happy.
Counting.
It's just is what it is, I suppose.
If two people got in a room, they're like, "Let's rob a bank." That's a conspiracy.
Wait, surely the fact that the Global was born was a conspiracy between the parents.
Damn.
You know what's quite funny though is going on the kind of strict definition of a conspiracy, which is like a group of people getting together to do harm. Conspiracy theorists are proof that conspiracy theories exist. We are ourselves conspiring to do harm to the common narrative. So there's like this weird kind of circular thing where we actually fulfill that definition ourselves by merely existing.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. Like I think the 20% number is high. Like when I go out into the world, and I'm like, if I just ask everyday people, like, does the government lie? Every single person says yes, bro. Every one of them.
It's just how much they're willing to think they lie about is sort of thing. Plus, how much people are affected by the lie will determine mostly.
Most of them say, yeah, all the time. The government constantly lies. And so I'm like, okay, so do you think NASA is just like the one exception? It's the one governmental agency that doesn't lie? And they don't have an answer, but it doesn't, So that's not really what we're fighting against. People that don't think conspiracy theories exist at all. It's just they can't wrap their mind around the magnitude of most of them.
So what you're telling me with it is that the globe trolls that we argue with never actually leave their houses?
Yeah, they're not exactly. Yeah, they're not real representations of people, bro. They're like robots. They're automat.
Absolutely. That needs
Automatons.
to be made very clear.
I think people not leaving their houses is just more of a modern world thing, to be honest. Well, a more Western modern world thing, arguably.
I would argue it's a gamma melting.
All right.
I'm just kidding. I'm just sort of kidding. But like, yeah, I feel the point is that the real world is not in any way represented by the zealots here on the internet, like at all.
Really? So I'm not laughing at you. It's just like I'll go into some chat rooms and some servers, and they'll scream every racial slur imaginable. They'll say, "I'm gonna kill you," whatever. Then you go outside and you get more people going, "How's your day?" "Oh, not bad." And that's it. It's like people don't. The zealotry online is always funny though.
That's why I actually encourage them to meet me in real life. So we'll just see if they keep that same energy,
A lot of people, when they first come in here, they hear us calling them globers or ballers or whatever else, and they think that we're just talking about anybody who believes in the globe, like it with some derogatory term. Like, no. This is for the weirdos that fucking we talk to every fucking day about this, like those guys.
Yeah,
They're
if you talk to if you talk to weirdos every day, then you don't really get. Yeah, I don't know. That seems kind of just boring because I've talked to some weirdos in IRL, and yeah.
Well, I would say 90% of the public doesn't even know what the Antarctic Treaty is. So the Globe Zealot argues that it doesn't say you can't explore and you can still do it and all this other nonsense. The average person doesn't even know what it is.
They couldn't even point it out on a map, I think. They probably don't.
Dude, if you walked around and asked people for $100 how many continents they were, not many people would win the money. And that's how dumb people are. So, literally.
That's ignorant.
How many continents?
That's ignorance, though. That's not being dumb. That's being ignorant.
Yeah, touche.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going there, but I don't think some cashier at some Poundland, whatever, is gonna go, I must know the continents from my 9-to-5 job or something, you know?
But you should know how many there are.
Yeah, I mean I remember that being like a test question in like 5th grade or something like that. Like,
yeah.
Really?
So how do you not know the number 7? How do you not know that? I can't comprehend it.
Wits it. How many countries are in America?
You're trying to trick me with the word America and not use the United States?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah.
It's not a trick. How many countries are in America?
Like 40,
if you don't,
49.
no, there's not.
There's not 30, isn't there?
There's several countries in North and South America.
Oh,
Too many
shit.
to count from memory.
There's 36.
There's 3 in North
80
America.
now.
There's
But
13
y'all
in
are
South
dumbasses
America.
just because you don't know the answer.
No, that wasn't my
Wow.
point. That wasn't my point. I don't know. It's like
What's
30 or
wondering?
40, but it doesn't even
No,
matter.
it would be
You have to
north of
specify.
50.
Yeah, you have to
It would be
specify.
Canada,
You can
the
North,
States,
South America, or both, basically. Yeah, specify that.
No, that's funny because Brazil doesn't exist. It's just a big body of water. It don't exist.
Like it's not really analogous, right? Like I mean, I see what you're saying. And I understand that just because you're ignorant of something doesn't make you dumb, and I agree with that. But it's like the level of ignorance is to such an extent that people don't know how many continents there are. That's a little different than how many countries are in this continent. Well, yeah, I know, I agree. We don't even know, but I'm just saying, like,
But you know, all that proves is the efficacy of the educational system because it has nothing to do with teaching them stuff. It has to do
Exactly.